Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Fan Siqian's eyes were bloodshot. His face was ferocious, and the hand holding the black heart was like a withered dry firewood. It looked extremely weak and would break if touched, but the black heart was firmly attached to his hand. What a shame! If it weren't for Ma Xiao and Sima Feiying, I wouldn't have made such a bad move. Fan Siqian resisted the evil thoughts that kept rising in his heart. This heart was a piece of flesh and blood that he accidentally obtained in a hunting ground when he was in high school. At that time, the area around that piece of flesh and blood was full of corpses of monsters that had been sucked dry. He was very panicked at that time. Dongwang Country has a good anti-cult awareness education, and when Fan Siqian saw this situation, he immediately realized that it was something from a cult. Originally, he planned to report it to the police, but by some strange coincidence, he secretly stole the piece of flesh and blood and took it home. At first, he was a little panicked and felt uneasy every day, but soon he discovered that practicing next to this piece of flesh and blood, his cultivation speed was comparable to what the teacher said was a genius. So the initial panic turned into another kind of greed for the future. In this way, he became a genius in the eyes of his teachers and classmates, and his cultivation as a beast master continued to rise. However, he was worried that someone at the Beast Control University could detect the flesh and blood on his body, so he gave up his plan to enter the university under everyone's doubts. With this thing, he is a peerless genius. Why should he go to university? Fan Siqian started from scratch and established a hunting group. In order to speed up his cultivation, he even obeyed the requirements of flesh and blood and helped him perfect it into a complete heart. Finally, a large hunting group was pulled out smoothly. Because of this, he fell into the eyes of the core staff of the Beast Tamer Association 750. His life took another turn. Following the introduction of the core staff, he successfully joined the core circle of the Beast Controlling Association and entered the headquarters of the Beast Controlling Association. Until one day, he met a colleague and contracted a star beast from the Star Tree Secret Realm. The black heart glowed with desire like never before. He spent a lot of money to apply for a place in the Star Tree Secret Realm. Unexpectedly, just a few days after entering, he was entangled by two mad dogs from the Night Watch Department. Fan Siqian was extremely angry. He knew that if he didn't kill these two people in the secret realm, he would not be able to escape the Night Watch Division's target after he went out. So I became determined and took out this big killer weapon. Ha ha, just wait for death. The smile on Fan Siqian's face was a little evil, no longer as elegant and calm as before. Before he could finish his words, the hand holding his heart was cut off by a blue thunder. Fan Siqian screamed repeatedly. Li Chang'an appeared in front of him, raised his foot and kicked to the side, and with a bang, Fan Siqian flew backwards. Sima Feiying made continuous moves, not only catching Fan Siqian, but also breaking off the remaining three limbs, taking out the Night Watch Division's seal shackles and controlling him. Li Chang'an tilted his head and said, "He will leave it to you." Then he fell towards a place where the black heart fell, without looking back. Sima Feiying and the two have not yet reacted. What does Li Chang'an mean? A smooth and dull, squeezing feeling appeared in their hearts for no reason. Oh! A monster-like roar sounded in Hongchong Road, making the people inside feel inexplicably panicked. Sima Feiying and the two looked at Li Chang'an's range and saw a 3-meter-high mass of flesh and blood with a black heart in front of him. The red sand all over the sky continued to surge towards the flesh and blood, and even energy of different colors surged from further away. Li Chang'an's eyes were indifferent, and his expression was solemn. The power-raising method had already replenished the previously lost sword power. The Qin demon sword in his hand was not replaced by the black blade fong that was more suitable for the situation at hand. He wanted to give the opponent a surprise. "Why are you standing there? Take action." Sima Feiying shouted angrily, summoned his main battle pet, and launched a fierce attack on the Black Heart. The same goes for Ma Xiao next to him. As geniuses trained by the Night Watch Division since childhood, The two of them naturally knew what kind of disaster this evil god's thing would be if they were fully prepared. Li Chang'an silently watched the two of them doing useless work. At this point, they could only form the body of the god of the Dark River. Otherwise, they would all be making wedding clothes for the other side. It's useless. Once you start, you won't stop. Li Chang'an kindly tried to dissuade him. Sima Feiying was very angry and asked Li Chang'an, "Why didn't you catch the heart just now?" Li Chang'an politely stretched out his hand, motioned to the black heart that was not yet wrapped in flesh and blood, and said, "There's still a chance now. Do you want to try it? I guarantee that these flesh and blood will never stop you." Sima Feiying was choked. If he dared to touch that black heart, he would definitely be sucked into him in the next second. Li Chang'an laughed. Sima Feiying took a deep breath, suppressed the shame and anger in her heart, and shouted to Ma Xiao, "Stop, Li Chang'an. What can you do?" After all, Sima Feiying was from the Night Watch division, and her priority was to eliminate the flesh and blood of the evil god. Li Chang'an glanced at the two of them lightly. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Take Fan Xiqian away from here. You will be affected by the aftermath of the battle and die later. Don't blame me for not warning you." Sima Feiying was so angry at Li Chang'an's attitude that her brain was filled with blood. Boom! A wave of air interrupted Sima Feiying's anger. "It looks like it's taking shape." Li Chang'an made a gesture of drawing his sword, and the sword on his body became sharper, forcing Sima Feiying to retreat continuously. Ma Xiao felt a sense of wonder in her heart. Who is this person? The sword is so sharp. Won't you get hurt first? Li Chang'an shouted in his mind. "Senior, the work is done." The ancient star tree muttered, "Don't you have that kind of moon dew? Why are you always thinking about the old star drops?" Star Drop is a super-level skill comparable to Moon Drop, and is a unique healing skill for star-type monsters. The ancient star tree said so, but his actions were very honest. A ball of liquid star power fell from the sky and merged into Li Chang'an's body. The rich vitality of the stars exploded in his body. It is worthy of being an ancient star tree at the ecological master level. There are so many star drops in it. Li Chang'an licked his lips. Now he could activate the beast fusion without restraint. Dark red, purple, and gray lights converged on him. The god of the Dark River on the opposite side seemed to have noticed something. When he changed his strategy, the expanding flesh and blood quickly shrank. He turned into a 3-meter giant, with flesh and blood turned out, and his whole body was wrapped in exposed white bones, with many twisted tendrils of flesh popping out from the gaps in the bones. The head is a bone structure that spirals inward, revealing a dark pupil. Li Chang'an's eyelids twitched a few times. This god of the Dark River is different from other gods he has seen before. The blood god can still see a little divinity. But the god of the Dark River in front of him is completely a monster from another dimension, more dangerous than the evil god. With the speed of flesh and blood weaving just now, he had no doubt that the other party had the ability to regenerate at a super speed. Ordinary slashing would not cause much damage to him at all. The original plan has changed. Only Black Blade Fong, or the personality of the Lord of Furry Purgatory, can cause effective damage to it. Find the other person's weaknesses first. Dust Demon. The god of the Dark River said 2 words with difficulty in the universal divine language. He learned the universal divine language for a period of time in Yao Yao's inherited memory. He actually knows Mao Mao's racial name. Li Chang'an's eyes became more solemn. Lava-like magic lines flowed on his body, and the color of the cutting knife in his hand became darker. Flowing Shadow. Li Chang'an took the lead in attacking. 2 bone arm blades popped out of the Dark River god's exoskeleton. The bright mirror-like light of the sword was blocked by a simple arm blade. After the ice blades of both sides intersected, the red sand beneath their feet suddenly splashed away, and the violent air waves set off a funnel-shaped sandstorm. It temporarily covered the sky. The remnants of this battle shocked the 2 onlookers, Sima Feiying, and retreated again. Ma Xiao sighed. "It's time for us to leave. This is not a battlefield for us to get involved in." Sima Feiying glanced at the battlefield unwillingly, and finally could only accept her fate and take Fan Xiqian away from this place. Double spines. A jet black cross slash exploded on the Dark River god's body, shattering part of the hard ribs. The god of the Dark River didn't care about the injury. He smashed the arm blades of both arms down, breaking a wave of air and hitting Li Chang'an's cancer demon knife heavily. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, and his body made an overwhelmed creaking sound. The power of the god of the Dark River was beyond his imagination. In this case, hiding is useless. It will only make the opponent's momentum more fierce, and it will only be harder to fight later. Roar! Li Chang'an let out a dragon roar, like the roar of thunder, which exploded in the ears of the god of the Dark River at close range, slowing down his reaction by a beat. This is Huan's word spirit. After the fusion of the beast, Li Chang'an's current combat power can enhance it to a power that Huan cannot currently match. Just like the simple dragon roar just now, even this powerful god ignored it for a while. Taking advantage of this moment, Li Chang'an used the posture of Zihuang, Long Wenyu, to release the strength of his arm blade, took a step sideways. The other hand threw out a crimson fireball. Swallow the god of the Dark River. The red lotus bursts into flames. The biggest difference between Beast Control Fusion and Beast Control Resonance is that Beast Control Fusion allows the Beast Control Master to use the skills of the pet beast at will. The same pet beast can also borrow the abilities and talents of the Beast Master. This move of Red Lotus Explosive Flame is Li Chang'an's borrowed skill from Mao Mao. The Hellflames on the Dark River god's body dissipated, and Sun Bai's skeleton showed no injuries except for a few spots of burnt black. It's useless, you're not a demon. Before he could finish his words, the god of the Dark River paused, and the murderous intent in his body instantly erupted. A sneer appeared at the corner of Li Chang'an's mouth, and the Kuei demon sword in his hand had been replaced by a black blade fawn. The goal has been achieved. He never thought that the Red Lotus Explosive Flame could cause harm to the god of the Dark River. All he wanted was to use the Red Lotus Explosive Flame's high probability of attaching the Red Lotus Mark. With the help of the Red Lotus Mark, he can locate the black heart in the body of the Dark River god. That was his only chance to make a comeback. The god of the Dark River looked at the black blade Fong in Li Chang'an's hand with fear. "Ant, you are looking for death." Li Chang'an cracked his white teeth, and the lava magic lines on his face suddenly shone brightly. The prison-suppressing demon body has a 20-fold increase. The Beast Control Fusion of the 3 ancient dragons brings a 30-fold increase in combat power. The one eye of the Dark River god Spiral showed a cautious look for the first time. Considering the average level of an ant, you are not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, the arm blades on the Dark River god's arms came off and turned into 2 short-bone spears, stabbing Li Chang'an one after another. Double kill reincarnation. Break the prison. Li Chang'an made a prompt decision and immediately used the air blade to burst out, using the sword technique of splitting the prison. The first short spear of the god of the Dark River was shattered, but at this moment his second short spear had arrived. But now Li Chang'an is exhausted and has no time to return to defense. The dark eyes of the god of the Dark River seemed to see the scene of Li Chang'an being pierced by him. Li Chang'an was not in a hurry, and achieved the result that every Tai swordsman hopes to achieve in battle. Cut! The sharp knife force suddenly became much softer and smoother. As Li Chang'an briefly merged into the space, he narrowly avoided the blow. The god of the Dark River was shocked that he dared to do such a dangerous dodge at such a moment of life and death. Don't you know that influencing space is just a basic quality for gods? Li Chang'an certainly knows, but he is more confident in himself. He has already learned the potential of the space, and he believes that his sword power will not be defeated by the will of the gods. That's enough. Double spines. Li Chang'an turned around and quickly executed a cross slash, cutting off most of the Dark River god's right arm holding the gun. The red blade condensed again. The god of the Dark River glanced at his right arm that could not be healed and stared at the black blade Fong in Li Chang'an's hand. The thorn pattern on the blade lit up excitedly. The long-lost breath made him extremely angry. Hunting note. The pupils of the Dark River god suddenly shrank, and a faint blue color slowly emerged. He removed his right arm and turned it into a huge lance. The aura on his body continued to expand, reaching the throne level directly. The confrontation from start to present only lasted a minute and a half. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, as the ancient Tree of Stars said, he would hit bottom. The wound on the Dark River god's right arm was crawling with flesh and blood, but he still could not regenerate. He nonchalantly held the lance with his good left hand and solemnly said to Li Chang'an, "You are not an ant, you are an opponent." Li Chang'an became more solemn, so the god of the Dark River would use all his strength next. "Young man, right now, the remnants of the god of the Dark River have merged with his heart." Ancient Star Tree's dignified voice sounded in Li Chang'an's ears with some excitement. A brilliant six-pointed star brand bloomed with peerless light in his brain space. Star brand, activate. Super piercing, extremely quiet. The god of the Dark River stabbed suddenly with an unrivaled momentum, holding a lance. The space between them was squeezed to the extreme by the power of the shot. Blood bleeded from the corner of Li Chang'an's mouth, and a long-lost red color emerged from his eyes. His short black hair began to grow longer, and the tips of his hair were entangled with little flowing fire. The 9 whirlpool eyes preserved by Bubble and the 6 whirlpool eyes preserved by Li Chang'an were quietly broken, plus 120 times increase in combat power. But this is not enough. The shackles still exist. The terrifying energy storm was raging inside his body, but it still maintained a 100-fold increase. Not enough. The air blade explodes. Li Chang'an no longer used Kong Sihui's secret method of the immortal blade to suppress the flow of the red blade, but resolutely broke out all at once. Break the prison. Li Chang'an not only used the prison-splitting blade, but also added the crime punishment blade. This indomitable sword force actually tore a hole in the space that was squeezed to the extreme by the god of the Dark River. Jam! It's not just the sound of space tearing apart, or it's an illusion. In the brain space, the star brand, given by the ancient star tree, completely melted. It transformed into a small beast with white horns and red eyes, and scattered bright spots of crystal light, like a dream. At this moment, the red color in Li Chang'an's eyes completely solidified, and the magma magic patterns on his body completely disappeared, leaving only the bright red color in the corner of his eyes. The long-lost red tribulation state. The shackles of 100-fold increase in combat power were shattered. The violent energy in Li Chang'an's body immediately found an outlet, increasing his increase in combat power to 199 times. The black blade Fong let out a pleasant groan, and the dark blade emitted an astonishing bloody cold light, directly facing the lance of the god of the underworld. The black blade teeth connected with the bone lance 08, making a harsh cutting sound. Under the surprised gaze of the Dark River god, Li Chang'an cut the lance in his hand into 2 halves. The black blade teeth continued to castrate, smashing the left arm of the Dark River god and half of his chest into pieces, revealing an actively beating black heart. The god of the Dark River did not panic at all after receiving such a severe injury. The one eye wrapped in bone fragments suddenly shattered and shot out a faint blue ray. If Li Chang'an cuts his heart next, he will be hit by this ray. The god of the Dark River is very confident that even if Li Chang'an is hit by this attack, he will not die but will be disabled. Li Chang'an's eyes were firm, and he swung his sword teeth to quickly pull back the slash. Double spines. A black cross cut split the black heart into 4. At the same time, the redness in his eyes instantly dissipated, and a dark red kitten suddenly appeared in front of Li Chang'an's head. The crimson flame ignited on the tail like a purgatory sword, colliding with the blue ray that exuded the breath of death. The terrifying force erupted by the 2 blew Li Chang'an away, and after landing, his head was filled with buzzing tinnitus. Li Chang'an quickly adjusted his body and jumped out again. The black blade fangs made a whistling sound, and a black aura covered the blade. A crosscut chopped into pieces the black mist that was constantly floating out of the black heart. Double spines. The aura of the god of the dark river quickly weakened, and before he died, he said to Li Chang'an, "You were able to give up that wonderful state so decisively. It's amazing. I won't lose unjustly." After saying that, the last wisp of black zero energy disappeared in the Air Force. In an instant, the red sand in the sky stopped flying and fell feebly. After a long time, Hongchang Road was once again illuminated by stars. The mark of the sinful world is activated, +1 talent skill point. +3 pure divine blood can be extracted. +1 night power can be extracted. +1 dark river spirit fused. Your own talent will be improved, and you will unlock the talent derivative skill, Evil Kill. Li Chang'an immediately released the fusion of the beast, and a large amount of blood burst out from the pores of his body, turning him into a bloody man. Then countless stars fell from the sky, working hard to repair his body. "It's amazing, young man. I'll leave it to the old man next." The ancient star tree activated the star drop, and large balls of liquid star power continued to pour into Li Chang'an's body. He forcefully pulled it back from the edge of death, which made the exhausted Yao Yao sigh that she was worthy of being an ecological master. This reserve energy was really abundant. Li Chang'an almost went dark, but fortunately, the power of the star drop was continuously repairing his body and delivering strength. This time he breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground holding Black Blade Fong. Mao Mao took a big breath and sucked all the remains of the Dark River God's body and remaining breath into the world of purgatory. This is a rare delicacy and cannot be wasted. As the Dust Devil's prison dragon, Mao Mao ate the supreme delicacies recorded in their genealogy for the first time. The ancient star tree trembled in its heart. This clan was as fierce as recorded in the literature. I don't know if the younger generation will be able to control this ancient dragon in the future. Li Chang'an rested for a while. This battle with the god of the Dark River benefited him a lot, but the biggest gain was not. Facing an enemy with outstanding skills in a life-and-death battle, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Not only did he get a surge of adrenaline, it also made him understand a truth. In this kind of battle, where the opponent is evenly matched or even on the weaker side, calmness, decisiveness, and the courage to operate are crucial qualities. If you keep looking forward and backward and being timid, you will be pressed by the god of the Dark River step by step until you reach a dead end. This is not a game. You can save up your anger bar to fight back. It is a life-and-death battle between those with strong skills. Once the opponent takes over, death is not far away. When you want to make a big move, trying to make a comeback is even harder than reaching the sky. After this battle, Li Chang'an's skills will make great progress. For those who are strong in this kind of skills, it is not enough to rely on enlightenment alone, but also to kill. He had a feeling that after going back and practicing in the 9-story Soul Tower for 2 days, he would be able to create new sword techniques. Li Chang'an carefully experienced the battle process several times, and after keeping the initial insights firmly in mind, he began to sort out the gains from killing the god of the Dark River. The fourth function of the hunting notes, mark of the sinful world, was activated again, indicating that the god of the Dark River was indeed an evil god with heinous sins, and was judged by the hunting notes to be of the extremely evil camp. In addition to the talent and skill points he obtained previously, Li Chang'an already has 2 talent and skill points in his hand. Since both times Mao Mao's contribution accounted for 70%, Li Chang'an finally decided to allocate these 2 points to Mao Mao. The other little ones have no objections to this. Mao Mao's contribution in the battle is obvious to all. 2 bloody rays of light merged into Mao Mao's body, and a dark red shadow of the world appeared behind Mao Mao, expanding continuously. The demonic patterns on Mao Mao's body also became more refined, and a large amount of hellfire began to continuously burn its purgatory demonic body. Soon a pungent smell came from Mao Mao. Li Chang'an moved a few steps away and glanced at Mao Mao guiltily. Mao Mao stared at Li Chang'an with a look of resentment, as if to say, "I saw it all." Li Chang'an looked at the sky shamelessly, as if the weather was really nice today. The small interaction between one person and one dragon didn't last long, and Li Chang'an checked the remaining things. 3 drops of divine blood. This is a good thing. Goddess Wan Yue once mentioned that this thing is hard currency among all gods and is very precious. For him, leaving it to Yao Yao is the best choice. Now he already has 4 drops of the blood of the divine source, plus 4 drops of the blood of the moon god. It was not in vain that he tried his best to kill the evil god. According to the Huanyue goddess, after Yao Yao evolves, she will get all the power of the moon that she can control. When it reaches the king level, Yao Yao can try the second step of becoming a god. After success, it will be regarded as the chosen son of the god with the blood of a demigod. At that time, these divine blood will be of great use. Authority of a knight is part of the authority held by the god of the Dark River. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an only got a little bit. It's not very useful. Maybe it can be used when Yao Yao successfully ascends to the gods and begins to expand her authority. Li Chang'an finished with a firm look, another thing that can be thrown into the warehouse to eat dust. When he saw that the Dark River soul had been fused, he frowned. Will there be any sequelae when humans fuse the pure souls of gods? Li Chang'an clapped his hands. There's an old antique here. Senior Gushu, are you here? Why are you so polite all of a sudden? I still like the unruly you before. Li Chang'an seemed not to have heard the teasing voice of the ancient star tree, and asked, will there be any side effects for humans to fuse the souls of gods? A piece of starlight fell from the ancient star tree, and he checked Li Chang'an up and down, and said, it seems that there is nothing wrong with your soul. It is clean and has a deep foundation. Besides, that evil god is so blind and dares to parasitize the master of purgatory. Does he think he has lived too long? Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. It was okay, so that he could use this newly born talent derivative skill with confidence. After fusing the Dark River spirit, Li Chang'an noticed that his talent, Tree of his Soul, had been greatly improved. The effect of King of Ancient Dragons has not changed. It seems that the Dark River spirit improves the spiritual talent. Under his inner vision, the saplings evolved from the Tree of Soul have grown a lot, from 20 to 30 centimeters tall to half a meter tall. There was one more branch on the sapling, and a bud sprouted from the top. The color was very similar to the aura of the god of the Dark River. The information Li Chang'an got from the Tree of Mind is that after pulling out this young leaf, Li Chang'an can obtain part of the memory of the god of the Dark River. This part of the memory will not merge with itself. It will only play in Ji Chang'an's mind like a movie. A certain cowardly young man who took the lead breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not memory fusion. Otherwise, if you kill an evil god in the future and fuse a memory with him, wouldn't he become a madman with split personality? Evil is kill is a talent skill derived from the combination of Tree of Mind and Li Chang'an's own path. To put it in a more understandable way, the so-called innate skills are innate magical powers. The effect of evil is killing is simple and crude. When the enemy is seriously injured or dying, 17 will trigger the killing effect. This beheading effect is real damage. No matter how many life-saving items the opponent has or how many shields he has, once the evil kill is triggered, he will die instantly. Like the life and death battle just now, if Li Chang'an had this skill, when he sliced open half of the river god's chest, he didn't have to risk chopping up the black heart, directly triggering the instant killing of evil. The god of the Dark River will not even have a chance to emit rays. However, this triggering mechanism cannot be triggered from the air, but requires using the body or weapon to contact the enemy unit's body. But this is enough for Li Chang'an. He is a master of swordsmanship and specializes in close combat. If he encounters an enemy who likes to unleash waves from a distance, he is more willing to do so. Mao Mao and the others can handle it. No race likes to wash the ground more than the ancient dragon. On the contrary, it is the god of the Dark River, an ancient being who is proficient in combat skills, who is the most troublesome to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an rested for a while and took the time to ask the ancient star tree some questions. This time the red tribulation state, was triggered again, and I already have some guesses about the remaining two conditions, but I still have some doubts and want to ask the ancient star tree. Senior Gushu, can I ask you something else? What else happened? What does it mean to be sanctified? Huh? Did you just come into contact with it? No. How could you come into contact with it? The ancient tree of stars was shocked. How come this young boy can come into contact with all good things? Li Chang'an said truthfully, the star brand has just turned into a little beast. Thanks to this little beast, I can show the posture just now. Tisk, lucky little guy. Li Chang'an heard a strong sense of envy in Xingqian ancient tree's tone, indicating that the other party understood the concept of spiritual transformation. This made him a little impatient because in addition to the need to contract multiple ancient dragons, the two most important conditions for Red Tribulation State are beyond the limits, master the Holy Spirit. Beyond the limit is what he already knows, which is the limit of 100-fold increase in combat power. One of the keys to recreating the Red Tribulation State is to break through this limit shackles. But this holy transformation only made him a little confused. He knew it was related to the little beast transformed from the star brand, but did he know where it was specifically related? The old god of the ancient star tree said on the ground, the so-called Holy Spirit transformation. Wait, it seems that someone is coming. The young man has escaped first. The matter of Holy Spirit transformation will be discussed after you have participated in the star trial. 11. Li Chang'an, stop here. After a while, Li Chang'an saw the person in Xingqian Gushu's mouth. To be precise, there are 3 people and 5 beasts. In addition to Sima, Fei Ying, and the others, there were 3 wolves and 2 snow-white owls. Found it, he's here, Ma Xiao shouted, and everyone else gathered around Li Chang'an. Among the 3 wolves, the old wolf with some dry hair made a voice. Human, what about the evil god? Li Chang'an spread his hands, shrugged, and said dead. The old wolf didn't react. That was the evil spirit that Master Shizu wanted to suppress with all his strength. How would he die like that? The wolves and owls behind the old wolf were also a little confused. What nonsense is this human being talking about? Sima Feng glanced at the crisscrossed and broken battlefield around her, feeling faintly in her heart that Li Chang'an did not lie. But how is this possible? The old wolf then asked, what about the corpse of the evil god? The evil god will definitely need the physical body of Pingyi to revive. This thing cannot be left around. Li Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Evil god's body? This thing has entered Mao Mao's belly, and it is absolutely impossible to take it out. Gone. What do you mean it's gone? Literally, it just disappeared. Impossible. You cannot destroy God's body with your strength. The conclusive look of the old wolf's words made Li Chang'an quite helpless. He waved to the sky and shouted, at least I have contributed. Senior, please say something. The old wolf was a little impatient and was upset by Li Chang'an's uncooperative look. If the evil god got out of trouble, it would be no joke. At this moment, a bright starlight fell on Li Chang'an. It had no special effect, just like saying hello. No, that's what I mean. Li Chang'an said expressionlessly. The old wolf's somewhat cloudy wolf pupils suddenly widened, and there were already many guesses in his mind. As a wolf from the 2 major groups in the Star Tree Secret Realm, it naturally knows what the starlight represents. It turns out that it was Lord Shizu who took action. Young man, it would have been over if you had said otherwise. The old wolf of the Holy White Moon Wolf clan smiled enthusiastically. Li Chang'an is a human being that Lord Shizu likes, and he is fundamentally different from other people. In all these years, it has never seen Lord Shizu drop stars for an outsider, which is enough to illustrate Li Chang'an's specialness. Sima Feng and Ma Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. This was the ancient star tree as a guarantee. Hiss! Li Chang'an really killed the resurrection will of an evil god. The two looked at each other. How should they fight? The ministers seemed to be making things difficult for them. Li Chang'an received a warm invitation from the Holy White Moon Wolf clan. Since Mao Mao was still improving his talent, the few people in B stayed there for a while. Anyway, the will of the evil god here is dead, and the danger of Red Sausage Road has dropped by at least 80%. With the strength of Lao Lang and the others, It is almost like visiting an amusement park. While waiting, the Saint White Moon Wolves also learned that this unconscious human being was actually the culprit that caused the evil god to resuscitate. Fan Xiqian was almost torn to death. No matter how much Sima Feiying or the two tried to persuade him, Li Chang'an stopped him. Fan Xiqian was going to die. So how could he go out in exchange for credit? He had been coveting the Night Watch Division's resource library and inheritance library for a long time. Li Chang'an also told the Holy Sun and Moon Wolves about the god of the Dark River, especially the special power of the god of the Dark River to become stronger when strong. The old wolf sighed. I knew Lord Shuzi took pity on us and couldn't bear to see us die. Several young moon wolves also whined a few times, and their gazes in the direction of the ancient star tree became more pious. Sima Feiying also understood why Li Chang'an could go head-to-head with the god of Dark River. The evil god of emotion was only at the king level. Thinking about it this way, it feels like he can also kill gods. For such a moment, Homa Feiying was full of confidence. Ma Xiao watched Sima Feiying's mood swings quietly from the side. He and Sima Feiying were not the same person. The other party was recommended by Jia Hu, the third captain of the Tianzi department, and he was recommended by the first captain. The next minister of the Tianzi department has not yet been selected, and the secret competition between the several captains has become much more intense. It is a good thing for him that Sima Feiying wants to commit suicide. As long as Sima Feiying dares to provoke Li Chang'an in the subsequent selection of quotas, then there is a high probability that his ranking in the star trial will be a little better than Sima Feiying, which is enough. Ma Xiao has a very clear understanding of himself, especially after seeing the fight between Li Chang'an and the god of the Dark River at the beginning. Sometimes competition does not require getting first place. As long as you are higher than the person you want to surpass, you can achieve your goal. At the introduction, Ma Xiao, who had better grades, gave the first captain a greater competitive advantage than Jia Hu. After an hour, the Hellflame ignited on Mao Mao's body slowly extinguished. Since Mao Mao was running the flame hidden technique all the time, several people didn't discover the identity of the ancient dragon after so many times. Mao Mao burned a black, viscous solid from his body, wrapped in hellfire, and hung in front of Li Chang'an. What is this? Li Chang'an looked at Mao Mao doubtfully and asked through soul communication. Mao Mao also responded through the soul contract. The impurity residues discharged from my body are said to be good for human beings in the inherited memory. Li Chang'an, doesn't this mean that every time he comes back from mission, he rubs the mud off in the bathroom? Mao Mao pouted. How can this be compared with the 2 ounces of mud on your body? Good stuff. The voice of the ancient star tree sounded in Li Chang'an's mind. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. Don't you always run away? The ancient star tree said coquettishly, what you just asked involves a lot of secrets. It would be better to talk about it in the star trial. Li Chang'an doesn't know how many things are involved, but since the ancient star tree that has lived for a long time has said so, he will not touch the secrets of these years. Anyway, the star trial was coming soon, and he could afford to wait. You always say this is a good thing. What's so good about it? Isn't this what Mao Mao has, in his body, yeah? It seems even more wrong. Mao Mao heard Li Chang'an's reply in his mind clearly, and the little guy was so angry that he patted Li Chang'an's calf with his little paws. Humph, something is wrong. A smile appeared on Li Chang'an's face. He held Mao Mao in his arms for the first time in a long time, and scratched his chin with his hand. Mao Mao closed her eyes proudly, not looking at Li Chang'an, but she made a grunting sound. Another kitten with an upright mouth and body. Ancient Star Tree explained for Mao Mao. This part of the so-called impurities is no less than a rare treasure to all living beings. After all, it was something from the Lord of Purgatory. Although this thing looks disgusting, after 1G is diluted tens of thousands of times, it can be widely used in the pharmaceutical field and equipment field. It is also called marrow of purgatory. If the part in your hand is traded in the void, you could buy a dozen life planets similar to the size of the blue star. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an put the marrow of purgatory into the bottle of Huanyue Kingdom with lightning speed. The speed of his hand made the king-level old wolf wonder if he was dazzled and hallucinating. Li Chang'an's other hand slowly stroked along the hell scales on Mao Mao's body. His eyes were too clumsy to recognize the treasure. Mao Mao hummed twice. Now she understood how precious it was. Xingqian Gushu chatted with Li Chang'an for a while, then removed his mental power. The old wolf looked up at the starry sky and asked carefully, "Master Shizu is gone?" Li Chang'an nodded. "Let's go." The old wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Although they respected the tree ancestor very much, it would be really scary for them to face the tree ancestor. Lao Lang warmly invited Li Chang'an to the Holy Sun and Moon Wolf clan and took several people across the Red Sausage Road. At the junction of Xingchuan area and Hongchong Road, Li Chang'an and others encountered a group of uninvited guests. A giant blue and white tiger blocked the end of the road regardless of the obstruction of several other giant tigers. "Who is Kong Si Hui's disciple? Stand up for me." The roar of the tiger shook the sky, causing the nearby weak ethnic groups to tremble and fall into silence. Sima Feing and both of them turned to look at Li Chang'an to see how this disciple of Kong Si would react. It's a pity that they were destined to be disappointed. Li Chang'an had no reaction and was even a little bored. Old Wolf saw that Li Chang'an was the person the Xingyanhu clan was looking for and blocked him behind him. Secretly said, "That guy is the younger brother of the current leader of the Xingyanhu clan. He is much stronger than me. He is also a thorn in the side and is very difficult to mess with. It is best for our distinguished guests not to mess with him." 17. Li Chang'an gave the old wolf a smile, ignored its dissuasion, and went straight to the blue and white giant tiger. "I am the disciple of Kong Si Hui you're looking for. What do you want?" This giant blue and white tiger looked down at the little man in front of him and said, "Are you Kong Si Hui's disciple?" "It's a serious one." Juhu noticed the power of the stars remaining on Li Chang'an's body, and his eyes became a little more solemn. "Have you met Master Shizu?" "We just had a chat." "Ah, Lord Shizu can still chat with people. Maybe the old man is lonely and wants to find someone to chat with. Why doesn't the old man look for me?" This time it was Li Chang'an's turn to be dumbfounded. "Why are we looking for you? Do you feel so good about yourself?" Why did he feel that this Xing Yinhu was a little naive? The blue and white giant tiger was a little gloomy. Li Chang'an asked again, "What do you want to see me for?" Although Juhu's strength is at the peak of the king level, he is not worried at all. This is the secret realm of the ancient star tree. This giant tiger wants to touch him, but is not qualified. Besides, he has a large number of elders from his sect who are not just for a living. Only then did the giant blue-white tiger realize the purpose of his trip and asked in a muffled voice, "Where is your master?" Li Chang'an blinked, feeling something was wrong with this tiger. "What did you just say?" The giant blue and white tiger seemed to be stimulated and said angrily, "Let me ask you, where is the master? He promised to come back and contract with me. But it has been 40 years, and he has not even seen a single figure." Li Chang'an took a breath of air. The smell of the resentful woman in the boudoir almost hit his forehead. When did Sister Kong ever owe such a beastly debt? An incredible guess came to Li Chang'an's mind. "Are you the Xing Yinhu who was almost beaten to paralysis by Sister Kong 40 years ago?" The blue and white giant tiger muttered something dissatisfied. "What do you mean by almost being beaten to the point of paralysis?" "I'm just tired from the beating. Is it okay if I lie down on the ground?" Li Chang'an's eyes twitched when he heard this. "So, Sister Kong has made an agreement with you." The blue and white giant tiger suddenly became hardened. "That's right. Can you tell me more about it?" "I said at the time that if she defeated me, I would be her mount." "Then did my master agree?" "Did she reply?" "Whatever. She has defeated me. Shouldn't Zhao come and make a contract with me? I am the only Xingyin tiger that has successfully evolved into the Xingyao tiger in hundreds of years. Don't you deserve it?" Li Chang'an has never seen such a shameless tiger. Even the several star flame tigers behind the blue and white giant tiger couldn't help but turn their heads, not daring to look at this weird star flame tiger anymore. Sima Feing and the two looked up at the sky speechlessly. So that was it. This star flame tiger. Oh no, the Starflame Tiger always clamored to cause trouble for Kong Sihui every time he went through the Star Trial. The intelligence officers of the Night Patrol Department mistakenly believed that the Xing Yinhu clan and Kong Sihui had a life-and-death feud. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a licking tiger who only felt good about himself. At the same time, the two of them looked at each other thankfully. Luckily, they didn't go according to Fan Xiqian's plan. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the territory of Xing Yinhu now. Li Chang'an hit the nail on the head. In other words, Sister Kong has never promised to contract you. 27. Xing Yaohu looked in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No wonder you have waited 40 years in vain. Li Chang'an's complaint became the straw that broke the camel's back. Let Xing Yaohu completely shut himself up and repeatedly murmured that it was impossible. Li Chang'an crossed the Star Flame Tiger that was drawing a circle in the corner and asked the several Star Flame Tigers behind it, "Where is the resting point of the neutral group?" A Xing Yinhu whose strength was at the throne level replied, 30 miles over there. Thank you. Li Chang'an walked towards the neutral area under the surprised gaze of the old wolf. The old wolf couldn't help but ask, "Dear guest, aren't you going to rest with the holy White Moon Wolf clan?" Li Chang'an shouted without looking back, "I'm not going to fight for your Moon Wolf clan, so why are I going there?" As soon as these words came out, the old wolf's eyes darkened instantly. The person who greets you with a smile may not be the person who treats you well. The person who speaks ill of you may not be the person who wants you to die. Li Chang'an understood this truth in his previous life, and he will naturally not forget it in this life. The holy White Moon Wolf, who seemed to be caring about him along the way, was actually full of calculations. But before he came in, the Xing Yinhu clan, who thought they had an indissoluble grudge against him, had no hostility towards him. Things in this world are so fickle. Li Chang'an found a place to rest in the area where the neutral group was located. Although they found a place, it was actually a cave. It was not big, but it could allow Li Chang'an to stay here for a few days. This was originally a place where a family of star-refining beasts lived. Li Chang'an cooked a spiritual meal, and the star-refining beasts happily went to live elsewhere for a few days, because this spiritual meal is worth a month of hard work for their family. The reason why Li Chang'an doesn't want to join any camp. This is because once you join a camp, the star trial ends, and when you enter the star tomb, you cannot select the bones or materials of the ancestors of that camp. The Saint White Moon Wolf clan are all moon-based monsters, and the star power is the strongest in the Star Tree Secret Realm. In the Star Tomb, this clan has the highest probability of producing star moon bones. And although Lu Mingjian didn't say it directly, he could tell that the production of Xingyue bones in recent years was not satisfactory. God knows how many corpses of evil beasts these star monsters threw into the Star Tomb. Li Chang'an would not do such a cocooning thing. In addition to this restriction, human beast masters who have not joined the camp will be jointly attacked by other ethnic groups or humans during the quota selection. No one wants the bones of their ancestors to be picked up by humans. It would be a good thing if the materials of the ancestors of the enemy camp can be taken away. This is a kind of unspoken default. That's why they hate humans who don't join any camp, but Li Chang'an doesn't care. He has killed the god of the Dark River, and he doesn't mind killing a few more monsters. If the other party dares to mess around, Bai Sui Kong will level all the ethnic groups here the next day. The two major camps also know this. 40 years ago, they were just as helpless against Kong Sihui. Moreover, Li Chang'an has one more advantage than Kong Sihui. That is, he has a relationship with the ancient star tree. This was said by Xing Yaohu's big mouth, and many intelligent monsters heard this. Li Chang'an is also happy. In this way, no monster dared to cause fatal harm to him in this secret realm. In the evening, an unexpected and reasonable visitor came here. I heard that you took out the secret of Hongchang Road. Although Qi Jiaer looked dusty, he still had a confident smile on his face. You're a bit slow. Li Chang'an concentrated on handling the ingredients for dinner and said without raising his head. The smile on Qi Jiaer's face froze, and she was so angry that she was itching her teeth. What a straight man. When facing a beautiful and embarrassed girl, shouldn't he just ask for help? What can I do? I was chased by a group of crazy tree spirits all night. As soon as I arrived at Red Sausage Road, something happened. Who dares to walk in like that? Chi Jia said he was helpless, but his eyes were staring at Li Chang'an, almost saying that it was Li Chang'an's fault. Li Chang'an cooked in silence without saying a word. Chi Jia was very helpless. Why didn't this man speak again? Yao Yao, who was assisting Li Chang'an, glanced at Chi Jia's streamlined figure and then her face. After the identification, the appearance is not plus size, and the figure is also real. Yao Yao looked at Chi Jia with contempt without any trace of trace. She was not as good-looking as Wen Miaohua, nor as ambitious as Kong Sihui, plus she was still Zhong Yue's apprentice. It's strange that Chang'an would be interested in chatting. Chi Jia felt a chill inexplicably. She always felt that this cute little rabbit had ill intentions towards her. Her nostrils moved, smelling the fragrance in the air, her stomach growled, and she subconsciously licked her lips. Although she has dry food, who can remain indifferent when faced with the spiritual food of a blending master? Chi Jia asked coyly, "What are you doing? It smells so good, Ayek." He just didn't say a word to let me try it too. Li Chang'an then raised his head and looked at Chi Jia. To be precise, he looked at the delicate bracelet on Chi Jia's wrist, and this valuable piece of clothing. If he read correctly, Chi Jia's clothes were low-level inscription-level armor, and they looked good and were very comfortable to wear. The price is naturally sky-high, and it is an example of artistic value being higher than practical value. He even felt that the Kuwait Demon Sword and the Furious Thunder Jacket were not worth the price of Chi Jia's armor. She is a little rich woman, and the identification has been completed. Li Chang'an asked calmly, "This pot of stew is the best pork belly I have ever used from Dawang Red Pig, the iron bark fruit that bears fruit every 30 years in southern Xinjiang, the milk of the throne-level milk-flavored cow, and various kinds of stew. It is cooked with auxiliary ingredients and then simmered." Chi Jia was confused by what she heard. Her talent in cooking was about zero. She understood everything Li Chang'an said and knew nothing about it. Stop, stop, stop. Chi Jia interrupted Li Chang'an's rambling. "What exactly do you want to say?" Li Chang'an pointed to the pot of stew and said, "I mean you have to pay more." Chi Jia's nose was so angry that she said so much about feelings. "But you just want to cheat me out of money?" She was treated like a proud daughter of heaven at Shijin University. She had never been wronged like this, so she left without looking back. Li Chang'an looked at the little rich woman's back with regret. What a wonderful pot of stew, what a fool. A few minutes later, Air walked back quietly. Under Li Chang'an's gaze, he paid for the meal with a red face and 100 gold sword spirit coins. Li Chang'an filled a bowl of stew for Chi Jia, took out a bottle of cooling potion, and handed it over. Chi Jia didn't know why. What did this mean? Drugging? Is it so blatant? Friendly reminder, it's best to drink this bottle of potion before eating. Is this a threat or... Chi Jia's eyes were full of disbelief. This is a friendly reminder. Li Chang'an didn't bother to care about the girl's thoughts. He took the money, gave the meal, and made suggestions. The rest is none of his business. Li Chang'an first drank a bottle of cooling potion in front of Chi Jia, and then started eating stew with toasted bread. Chi Jia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a bite of the stew, first without believing it. Then there is no more. The girl giggled in front of Li Chang'an for half an hour. When she came away from the beautiful memories, her pretty face was so red that it almost bled. "You drugged me. This is the blessing of the food spirit. I have reminded you long ago to drink the medicine first. But would you be surprised if you don't listen?" Chi Jia was so angry that she burst into tears. She drank the potion angrily and then gulped down the stew in the bowl. Feeling the gentle energy in her body, Chi Jia wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was really her own death. How could there be such an improper spiritual blessing in this world? That night, Chi Jia didn't even sleep well. The next morning, Li Chang'an cheated Chi Jia of 100 gold sword spirit coins for breakfast. Chi Jia vowed that she would never be tricked by him again, but after noon she still paid for her meal obediently. Li Chang'an is already at the level of a spiritual food master. And coupled with the 100 effect bonus provided by the spiritual food blessing, 99% of university cafeterias and takeaways will not have the delicious spiritual food he makes. In the afternoon, the remaining people came to the Xingchuan area one after another, except Chang Yuxing. Not everyone comes to the Star Tree Secret Realm just for the star trial. Qi Jiaer said with deep sympathy. Look at the two men from the Huangzi department of the Night Patrol Department. They are here just to contract a powerful star monster. One of the two members of the Xuanzi department wanted to evolve their pet beast, and the other wanted to absorb the purest star power here to improve their talents. As for the people in the Heaven and Earth departments, they are purely fighting for power. The candidates for the next ministers of these two departments have not yet been decided, and the competition is fierce. Li Chang'an looked at Qi Jiaer in surprise. Why are you so familiar with the affairs of the Night Watch Division? Qi Jiaer puffed up her chest, which was not rich, and said, My master is from the Supervision Department. Like you, I'm also from the Supervision Department. Huh? Zhong Yueze is also from the Supervision Department? How come he hasn't heard of it? Then why are you here? Li Chang'an asked curiously. First of all, I just want to see what you are capable of. Qi Jiaer took a sneak peek and found that Li Chang'an was not angry, so she secretly said she was lucky. If he gets angry, the price of dinner will increase several times. It's true that she didn't bring much pocket money when she came out this time, only 50,000 gold sword spirit coins, not much. If Li Chang'an knew that this little rich woman had 50,000 gold sword spirit coins, he might not have raised the price that night. Qi Jiaer added, Now it is just for one purpose, to defeat my master's star projection and prove that this girl has become a master. Li Chang'an silently glanced at Qi Jiaer. This little girl's strength was just as strong as his during the Huxian New Year, and even punching Kong Sihui's projection was enough. Not to mention Zhong Yueze. But he didn't say this out loud for fear of being annoyed by this small-minded little girl. In the evening, the Warcraft tribe in the Xingchuan area was sure that no new people were coming. So the selection was announced that night. This caught some night watchmen off guard. They remembered that most of the trials would take 5 days to prepare before everyone had arrived. Why are you in such a hurry this time? In the territory of Saint White Moon Wolf, the old wolf reported to the current leader of the wolf clan that Li Chang'an, like his master, is not a master who could be manipulated by others. If we want to achieve great things for our clan, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so. If you can't do it, then change someone and find someone with high talent. Isn't there someone named Qi Jiaer? She is Zhong Yueze's disciple. I remember that Zhong Yueze has a pretty good relationship with our clan. There was a hint of expectation in the eyes of the leader of the Moon Wolf clan. Lao Lang was hesitant at this time and said, That girl is very close to Li Chang'an, and she doesn't seem to be planning to join any camp. As soon as the old wolf finished speaking, he felt an indescribable pressure, as if facing an abyss, and was so frightened that he quickly bowed his head and lay on the ground. The leader of the Moon Wolf clan is a silver-white moon wolf. As the purest holy white moon wolf in history, it has more ambitions than ordinary clan leaders. Completely overpowering the Xing Yinhu clan, with human intervention, this is impossible. Therefore, the leader of the Moon Wolf clan had an idea in his heart. Why can Master Shiza be on an equal footing with humans? It's strength. It is a strength beyond the overlord level. Only that kind of power can have the chance to negotiate with humans. Until then, the Xingyanhu clan will be nothing more than ants. Unfortunately, in the Star Tree Secret Realm, this is the world of the Tree Ancestor. The possibility of breaking through to the realm of the Eco Master is almost zero. So it must go outside, to the outside of the Star Tree Secret Realm. But humans will not agree. About a wild, overlord-level monster, they prefer to raise it from cubs. This will make the cubs more loyal to their master when they grow up. Being loyal to a human being is something that the arrogant leader of the Moon Wolf clan cannot bear. The old wolf crawled on the ground for a long time, feeling so panicked that he almost collapsed. At this time, the leader of the Welang clan said, Let's change someone else. Who among these people is more suitable? The old wolf breathed a sigh of relief, and then realized that his hair was wet with cold sweat. Yes, there's another one named Sima Feiying. He is only a level 9 Beastmaster, but he can already defeat King-level clansmen. After hearing Sima Feiying's level, the leader of the Moon Wolf clan relaxed. Just this person, send the youngest over. I can't wait much longer. Old Wolf said yes again and again, and immediately went to do what the leader of the Moon Wolf clan wanted to do. The leader of the Moon Wolf clan was lying in a stone house made of star stones, his eyes dark and obscure. Li Chang'an, Qi Jiar, when I succeed in my great cause, we will settle this account slowly. That night, Qi Jiar, who came back from a dinner walk, brought back a piece of news. Hey, did you know? The patriarch of the Holy White Moon Wolf clan values Sima Feiying very much and entrusted his youngest son to him for a contract. So fast. What do you mean? You already knew that the Holy White Moon Wolf would give away cubs. I don't know about the cubs, but I know they will do good. Although Qi Jiaer didn't look smart, his mind quickly changed after Li Chang'an's words. Oh, if you had told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, we would have cheated them together, and we would have divided it into 30% and 70%. Li Chang'an felt that Qi Jiaer should be Sister Kong's apprentice, not Zhong Yuez's. You don't look like what Zhong Yuez taught you. Many people say this, but my master doesn't care about these words and gives me a lot of pocket money every month. Li Chang'an. Oh, you have a good master. Sister Kong will be very happy to see you. He, right? I should be very happy too. Senior Kong is the idol of all the girls at Shijin University. She is a strong person who can equal my master. Li Chang'an paused as he prepared things, hoping that Kong Sihui didn't know that there was a group of fangirls at Shijin University. Otherwise, when she's on vacation, she will show off in front of him every night. Alas, Li Chang'an sighed. Qi Jiaer asked in confusion, "Why are you sighing?" "Nothing. I just thought of some bad things that might happen. Let's go and see what kind of work these monsters have done." Qi Jiaer followed Li Chang'an obediently, looking at his back very curiously, wondering how this man would respond to the methods of the two camps. The two came to the scene of the star selection. At this time, all the intelligent star monsters and beast masters participating in the competition are already in two distinct camps. When Xingyahu saw Li Chang'an, he waved to him happily. This silly tiger was giving up on himself 2 days ago, but today he suddenly became more energetic. The leader of the Star Flame Tiger is a giant gray-black tiger with a pair of purple flame wings on its back, which looks very oppressive. It slapped Xingyao Tiger on the forehead and scolded him in a low voice. Xingyao Tiger looked at his brother with an aggrieved look and stayed quietly in his own camp. His little eyes glanced at Li Chang'an from time to time. Li Chang'an felt sorry for the leader of the Xingyanhu clan for a few tenths of a second. It was really fatal to meet such a stupid brother. After everyone arrived, a king-level star monster in the neutral area announced the content of this trial. The monsters in the neutral area are all pure star or moon monsters, so they're considered to be direct subordinates of the ancient star tree. Originally, the Star Flame Tiger could enter the neutral area, and the Star Flame Tiger clan was looking forward to it, but this idiot had to stay in the Star Flame Tiger clan. The Starry Night Cat who presided over the selection walked forward gracefully and meowed. "I am a supporter of this competition, meow. Just call me Starry Night, meow, meow." Li Chang'an complained his mind. Who gave this cat a name so carelessly? On the other hand, Qi Jianer's eyes were shining brightly as she stared at the cute Hoshino cat on the stage. Her pet beasts were all death beasts. As we all know, death beasts must be good-looking and powerful, cute and powerful, and cool and powerful. Qi Jiaer, a young girl, looked like her head had grown twice as big. Now that I see such a cute monster, I can't help but be moved. First of all, meow. This selection competition will be based on finding objects as the final criterion for judgment. Meow. In the Dark Night Forest, there are 18 star speedbirds. If you successfully capture one star speedbird and persist until the end of the game, you will get a place in the star trial. But meow, the star speedbird must be alive and intact, otherwise the quota will be void. Meow. At this time, the person from the Night Watch department raised doubts. If there are 1 or 2 less star speedbirds, there will be 1 or 2 fewer places for this star trial. Starry Night Cat lazily said, "Yes, meow. This has been recognized by the human side, and they have agreed to the content of this selection change, meow." That is to say, everyone and the beasts looked at Li Chang'an and Qi Jiao in unison. Obviously, the night watchman who just raised the question was directed at Li Chang'an. Qi Jiao's favorability towards Starry Night Cat dropped a lot, and he sighed to Li Chang'an. "It seems that I have been implicated by you. It's not too late for you to defect to the 2 camps. I don't want to hang out with a group of monsters. The current night watchman has also fallen. It's all about profit." There was no serious expression on Li Chang'an's face, which made Qi Jiao a little curious. "Do you have any trump cards?" Li Chang'an glanced at Qi Jiao, who immediately covered her mouth and said she wouldn't ask any more questions. She didn't want to double the cost of tomorrow's breakfast several times. Although it was really delicious, she didn't bring much money this time. "Any more questions, meow?" Starry Night Cat yawned. The reason why it became the host was not because it was the only one among all the king-level monsters that could speak, and none of those neutral overlord-level monsters were willing to host the trials. Therefore, Starry Night Cat can only sacrifice her beauty sleep time to accompany these boring people and fight against the monsters. After waiting for a while, no one said anything. Starry Night Cat then announced, "Then this year's selection will begin, meow. Each of you and the beasts participating in the selection will come to another restraint ring, which can restrain Starry Bird Meow. Also, a friendly reminder, the speed of the Star Speed Bird is very fast." Li Chang'an and Qi Jiao also received a restraint ring each. When receiving it, the 4 people from the Huangzi department and the Xuanzi department hesitated to speak to Li Chang'an. They wanted to persuade Li Chang'an, but looking at him like this, it seemed that he really didn't intend to join any camp. Before entering the Dark Night Forest, Xingyao Tiger sneaked over and told Li Chang'an, "Hey, be careful. Many beasts are planning to attack you this time, so it's difficult to deal with it. The good Feast of Stars and Moon has been turned into a shitty bird-catching game. It is really dark in the Dark Night Forest, and the starlight from the sky can hardly penetrate into it, and the Star Speed Bird is a light-seeking monster. So, it is difficult to attract them without starlight and moonlight. If you don't have the ability to release starlight, you will be at a disadvantage in it." Li Chang'an looked at Xing Yaohu in surprise. "Why are you willing to tell me such a shady story?" Xing Yao Tiger couldn't help but glance to the left, looking a little guilty, but he still pretended to be generous and said righteously, "This is the sneakiness of those beasts that I can't stand. It won't say that this is because its troubles over the years have caused some star monsters to have a bad impression of humans. Coming to inform Li Chang'an today is just because of inner guilt." Li Chang'an looked at Xing Yaohu with a funny face. He didn't hate this stupid tiger who couldn't hide his thoughts. From this point of view, it should be able to get along very happily with Kong Si Hui. Xingyahu couldn't stand Li Chang'an's gaze, so he immediately left after saying, "I'm leaving." After it returned to its own camp, the head of the Xingyin Tiger clan glanced at his younger brother, whose elbows were turned outwards. This sight made the Xingyao Tiger's scalp tingle. It has been afraid of this unsmiling brother since it was a child. The leader of the Xingyin Tiger clan asked coldly, "Back?" I'm back from peeing. Does your stomach still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore. The clan's priests have prepared herbs for you." No, that's too painful. Drink less mead from now on." "No, this alone won't work." What was Li Chang'an's reaction? "It's okay, it's pretty good." The next moment, Xing Yaohu was stunned for a moment. Starflame Tiger Clan Leader, Deathgaze.jpg. Xing Yao Tiger immediately covered his head with both paws. After waiting for a while, he found that his brother did not get angry or beat him. Seeing this, Zeno looked at his brother quietly for a while, then quietly ran out again. A trace of exhaustion flashed in Xingyanhu clan leader's eyes. When will this fool understand something? Then it looked in the direction of the Holy White Moonwolf clan with a mocking look on its face. These brats had been comfortable for a long time and really thought they were some kind of noble clan. These peerless geniuses among human beings have always been soft-spoken rather than tough-minded. Oh, please give me flowers. Sima, Feiying? What kind of waste can this be called Tiantuan? The leader of the Xingyanhu clan snorted. His younger brother was beaten violently by Kong Sihui back then. Similarly, he was also suppressed by Zhong Yueza from beginning to end until he was defeated miserably. Only then did it understand what the so-called genius was. As for the plan of the Yuelang clan leader, the Xingyanhu clan leader said it was very clumsy and he didn't know which side was going to get out first. The leader of the Xingyanhu clan looked at the direction Xinghu was leaving and sighed. When will this fool understand? When everyone has obtained the restraint ring, the passage leading to the Dark Night Forest is open to everyone. There are 10 people on the human side. Chang Yuxing and Fan Xiqian did not arrive due to various reasons. There are more people on the Warcraft side. The Wolf Clan and the Tiger Clan each send 4 clansmen, and each of the 6 medium-sized clans also sends 3. In total, there are 24 monsters in total. It seems that the human side is at a numerical disadvantage, but don't forget that everyone on the human side is a high-level beastmaster. Each of them has contracted at least 3 pet beasts. If you calculate it this way, the Warcraft clan is at a disadvantage. This is just the data on the surface. In a real fight, the human side will most likely have different ideas and fight on their own. There is a random teleportation array at the entrance of the passage leading to the Dark Night Forest, which was also set up by the Night Watch Department in a hurry. The reward for setting up this teleportation array is that during this trial, the Night Patrol Division can also see the progress of the trial at the same time. 00. Li Chang'an and Qi Jiaer stepped into the teleportation array at the same time. When they arrived at the initial location, he found that Qi Jiaer was not around. It seems that forming a team is impossible. Li Chang'an knew that some people from the 2 camps of Warcraft and Night Patrol would not let him and Qi Jiaer form a team. In response, Li Chang'an sent a blessing to Qi Jiaer in his heart, hoping that the girl could survive until his arrangement was successful. He threw the restraint ring in his hand to Huan, and looked at the restraint ring carefully several times. There's also this kind of restraint method. It is very novel. I accept it with pleasure. In terms of combat power, Huan is far inferior to Pao Pao, let alone an ancient dragon like Mao Mao, who is good at killing. But in terms of analytical ability and application, Huan is definitely far ahead, and the second-ranked one is not far behind. If Huan didn't like excitement and always likes to play some sexy tricks, she wouldn't be beaten by Yao Yao in a landlord fight. After Qi Jiaer arrived at her initial position, in the dark forest in front of her, there were countless shadows crawling in front of her eyes. Oh, it's a pity that we couldn't teleport together. I hope that Hun Dan can hold on longer until I complete the accumulation of the undead army. There's a streak of ashes under Qi Jiaer's feet. The white contract summoning array lights up. It's time to eat. Try to eat more. A bone dragon covered with bone scales and a ball of sticky black slime rushed out instantly. Bursts of tooth-grinding chewing sounds continued to come from the darkness. Beside Qi Jiaer, guarded was a skeleton knight holding an undead warhorse. After the bone dragon and slime returned from eating, they were followed by undead dragon scale soldiers and slime ghouls. Qi Jiaer easily stepped onto the undead warhorse and said loudly, "Let's go hunting." Several ministers of the Night Watch Department looked at Li Chang'an and Qi Jiaer's respective operations and were both amazed and puzzled. The head of the Tianzi department tapped his skinny fingertips on the table and praised. As expected of Zhong Yueza's disciple, he is really skilled in this legion style. If the remaining few people don't react in time, then this trial will be this little girl's stage. Then he glanced at Tai Nishong and sneered. In comparison, I can't understand Li Chang'an's actions. Minister Tai, isn't he the person you chose? What's your opinion? Show, Tai Nishong replied. Just wait and see what happens, and ignored the troublemaking old man. Fu Shui, the director of the geographical department, saw Li Chang'an running straight to the heights of the forest and recalled the files he had seen in advance when he searched the Ming family. He said lightly, "Interesting. The other four ministers all looked at Fu Shui, who suddenly spoke up in confusion. Isn't this guy usually not very talkative? Why are you actually interested in a junior today? In the dark forest, Li Chang'an let go of his aura and ran rampant. The aura of purgatory is the most terrifying beast-repelling powder, and no demon or monster dares to stand in front of him. Arriving at a high-lying area, Li Chang'an climbed to the tallest tree here, then called out Yao Yao and said, "It's up to you, Yao Yao." Yao Yao raised her chin and said proudly, "Guji, leave it to me." In the dark night forest, the four holy white moon wolves quickly gathered together. They are all the sons of the leader of the Moon Wolf clan, and they have blood connections with each other, so they can communicate simply even if they are born in different places. The leader, the holy white moon wolf, had a tuft of blue hair on his forehead. He asked the younger brothers, did you find a suitable place?" "Ouch. Fourth brother, I found a place suitable for attracting star speed birds." "Ho ho. Okay, Lao Chi will lead the way. When we arrive, we will clear a safe space." "Ugh, hey, these night monsters are so disgusting. They're all wet. Fourth brother, I don't want to dirty my hair." "Ouch. Laoba, you have to know that there is no quota limit for this trial. We can snatch the quota for humans. When the time comes, you will also have the opportunity to enter the Shinkong trial." "Ouch. Then. Okay then. Ouch. Wait, fourth brother, look over there." Saint Sun Moon Wolf looked in the direction pointed by his younger brother and saw a silver-white moon rising slowly over the dark night forest. They actually felt the dazzling feeling of 480 in the dark night forest. The leader, Saint White Moon Wolf, felt very ridiculous in his heart. Who did it? Before it had time to think too much, it already knew that the arrangement of the ethnic group had been completely disrupted. Starbirds are attracted to light, with starlight being the most attracted, followed by moonlight. Therefore, this selection competition is an extremely unfair competition to human beings. They, a group of monsters who have lived in the secret realm of the star tree since childhood, can attract the attention of most star speedbirds by using their group's heritage. Although those humans who join the camp are also gifted by the camp and have a certain ability to release starlight, they are ultimately unable to compare with the background of the two major ethnic groups. But after all, the calculations of man are not as good as those of heaven. At this moment, it understood why the old wolves in the group said that the peerless geniuses of mankind are all a group of unreasonable monsters. That breath of moonlight has never been seen in the secret realm of Star Tree. Since there is no such thing, there is only one possibility: human beings. It thought of a person, Li Chang'an, a name that made his father grit his teeth. Saint White Moon Wolf, known as Lao Chi, asked hesitantly, "Fourth brother, do I still need to lead the way?" The leader, Saint White Moon Wolf, shook his head and said, "No need. Go find the owner of this moonlight." The four holy white moon wolves rushed towards the direction of the moon wheel in tacit agreement. On the other side, the night watchmen from the Tianzi department and the Dizzy department also gathered together. Another member of the Dizzy department, Wang Chu, held up a lamp and complained, "These monsters are doing it on purpose. With such a little starlight, they will find the year of the monkey, the horse, and the moon." Sima Fing said disdainfully, "Only a fool goes to find them. Since the other party is playing dirty tricks, we don't have to save face for these monsters and just go and block them." Ma Xiu remained silent, obviously agreeing with Sima Feng's words. Tong Hai took out an insect cage and said proudly, "It just so happens that my pet beast has the ability to track the traces of monsters. It just so happens that I took the opportunity to capture the auras of all the monsters participating in the competition." Sima Fei smiled, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Very good. The first speedbird will belong to your Dizzy department. A pleasure to work with." A pleasure to work with. A few people were not happy for a long time, but they were also blinded by the moonlight on the dark night forest. The smile on Tong Hai's face suddenly stiffened, and Wang Chu shouted in shock, "Damn it, Holy White Moon Wolf is so big." Sima Fing said solemnly, "That is not the aura of the Holy White Moon Wolf. As a contractor of the Holy White Moon Wolf, He knows very well what the aura of the Moonwolf clan is like. Ma Xiu spit out a name, Ji Chang'an. Tong Hai also realized that, excluding the Saint White Moonwolf clan, he also knew the situation of the Xianhuang tribe, and there is absolutely no contracted moon beast. There are only two people left. One is Qi Jiaer, and the other is Li Chang'an. As a disciple of Zhong Yueze, Qi Jiaer is also a death-type beastmaster, although some of the moon-type pet beasts are related to the death-type. But there is absolutely no such pure and bright atmosphere in front of me. Then the result is obvious. Sima Feiying's eyes darkened. It was Li Chang'an again. Why is this person always causing trouble? Wang Chu had a smile on his face. He liked to watch the excitement and asked, "Where should we go now?" Sima Feiying said bitterly, "Go to Li Chang'an. If you want to say where you are most likely to grab the star speedbird right now, it is definitely near Ji Chang'an." Further away, Qi Jiaer also saw the moonlight and said with interest, "Ho ho ho, this big bad guy who fell into Qian's eyes actually played so big." The undead slime took out a dying starbird from its jelly-like body as if he had caught it. Qi Jiaer's chest was heaving violently, and the death system was still a bit bad, so he needed to have intelligence and strength. She showed a kind smile and whispered to the undead slime, "My dear, please revive this bird and make it whole again, okay? Otherwise, there will be no food to eat today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow." The undead slime is so excited that it has no food to eat. That's not okay. The food that death beasts crave most is life energy, which is an important resource for maintaining soul fire and improving strength. If it doesn't eat for 3 days, won't it starve and lose weight 3 times? The undead slime's IQ reached the peak of its life at this moment. Saving it? It's very simple. It is not enough to sacrifice a little bit of life energy for the sake of food for the next 3 days. The undead slime swallowed up all the dozen sticky ghouls behind him, then stretched out a tentacle and touched the body of the star speedbird. Drain life energy transfer. After a while, the star speedbird, which originally took in less air and released more air, regained its vitality. Qi Jiaer prepared to put a restraint ring on the bird, but was dodged by the star speedbird's acceleration that exceeded the speed of sound. A minute later, an undead dragon-scale soldier brought the dying star speedbird to Qi Jiaer again. It was still a familiar process. This time when Star Speedbird looked at Qi Jiaer's lovely face, his body couldn't help but tremble. Obediently accepted Qi Jiaer's restraint ring. Satisfied, Qi Jiaer put a restraint ring on the Star Speedbird in a bow, and happily commented, "Not bad." The skeleton knight looked at the Star Speedbird, who was about to faint from fright, with pity. Wouldn't it be great if Fu cooperated like this? Why should he suffer this once? Qi Jiaer slapped the undead war horse and shouted, "Let's go see the big bad guy in action." Well, I'll just watch the fun without taking any action. If the big bad guy provides free food tomorrow, then I am not unwilling to do a small favor. Li Chang'an, who was standing on the top of the tree, glanced at the cage in Huan Huan's hand and said, "Huan Huan, we caught a few of them." Huan Huan proudly said, "Daling, there are 10 of them. Oh, here comes a silly bird." A star speedbird flew rapidly towards Yao Yao's condensed moon sphere at several times the speed of sound. Huan Huan said easily, "Words are restrained." Before this extremely fast star speedbird could react, it was restrained by Huan Huan's spirit without any ability to fight back, and was thrown into a cage to keep company with its kin. Ever since Xing Yaohu reminded Li Chang'an, he had this thought in his mind. If you want to compete with others, Yao Yao will not allow any monsters below the throne level, plus your moonball. Yao Yao's moonlight can attract even the blazing divine power, let alone a group of star speedbirds. How can these wild monsters from the Star Tree secret realm compare to him? Calling them intelligent monsters is already a way of giving face. Since he likes to engage in shady activities so much, Li Chang'an has turned the tables so that no one can get a spot. By the time the Warcraft and Night Watchmen from the 2 camps arrived, there were already 14 star sketches among the people of Chang'an. He noticed that Qi Jiaer was holding one in his hand, and there was also one on the side of Xingyanhu. The last 2 remaining, One was in the hands of the Purple Star Spider clan. The other one is in the hands of a person from the Yellow Character Department. Li Chang'an recognized this person and originally planned to contract a star-type pet beast, but due to the tight schedule for the trial, he decided to. As a result, he had no time to implement the plan to abduct the cubs. So in order to promote myself in front of the star-type monsters, I came to participate in the star trial selection. Another member of the Huangzi department looked at the star speedbird in his colleague's hand, and his eyes turned red with envy. There's a guaranteed quota for the Xing Yinhu clan, and the attitude of the eldest brother towards Li Chang'an is somewhat unusual. So I don't want to be the one who stands out. The rest of the night watchmen were not the first to question Li Chang'an. Instead, they quietly waited for the Warcraft camp to come forward. The fourth-rank Holy White Moon Wolf knew that he could not wait any longer. So he stood up and questioned Li Chang'an. Ouch! Li Chang'an, you took away so many star speedbirds in order to destroy humans and our star clan. Rules. Li Chang'an glanced at the Holy White Moon Wolf with blue hair on its forehead and said, I can't understand the human language. Go how, etc. The blue-haired Saint White Moon Wolf's face darkened. This Li Chang'an is really as annoying as the rumors say. It put on a translator and said what it wanted to say again through the translator. This thing was left behind by several previous humans in the Holy Sun and Moon Wolf clan. Ah, that's it. Li Chang'an looked like he suddenly understood. Ouch. Now that I know, I won't let go of the star speedbird. The blue-haired Saint Sun and Moon Wolf shouted arrogantly. A disdainful smile appeared on Li Chang'an's face. You seem to have misunderstood a premise. The person who signed the alliance with our Dongwang kingdom is the ancient star tree. It's not you. Barbarians. Li Chang'an slowly drew out the demonic dust knife and pointed at the beast beneath him. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the monsters present changed wildly. This sentence simply slapped all the intelligent monsters in the Star Tree secret realm in the face. Even the Starfire Tigers who planned to get close to Li Chang'an had cold faces and bared their teeth at Li Chang'an on the tree crown. The blue-haired Saint White Moon Wolf took the opportunity to encourage the Warcraft geniuses of all races. Ouch! This human being is so arrogant. How can we bear this tone? Roar! You can't kill him. Humans have life-saving tools. Once they are fatally injured, they will be teleported away. Gee, even if you can't kill him, you still have to teach him a lesson. This proposal was recognized by 1.5% of the Warcraft, except for the Lung Yueshao clan, which was the clan supported by Zhong Yueza. A very clear understanding of how terrifying human genius really is. Didn't you see that the benefactor's disciple over there was looking at these ignorant monsters with a dead look in his eyes? What does this mean? This means there is great horror to come. I'm sorry they can't accompany you. Humans have life-saving things, but they don't. The blue-haired Saint White Moon Wolf noticed that the Lung Yueshao clan was standing by and watching, and was very angry in his heart. This group of miscellaneous feathered birds relies on the power of the former human beings to ignore the Holy White Moon Wolf clan. There are old wolves in the clan who have long been dissatisfied with this clan. Hey, stand on the opposite side of the remaining Warcraft tribe. After going out this time, they will have a good harvest. The blue-haired Saint White Moon Wolf showed its ferocious fangs to Li Chang'an. Ouch! We are right. It took the lead, followed by 3 Holy White Moon Wolves. The other monsters also looked at each other and overtook Li Chang'an to kill. Holy Moon Claw attack. The blue-haired Saint White Moon Wolf's face was full of excitement, as if he had seen the scene where Li Chang'an was torn apart by its claws. Then a blue thunder streaked through the night, and the blue-haired Saint White Moon Wolf felt a wave of heaven and earth. Hey, why am I so far away from this human being? And that wolf's body is so familiar. The thought stopped abruptly. The blue-haired Saint White Moon Wolf was beheaded by Li Chang'an with one knife, without the ability to fight back. The blood stimulated the nature of these monsters, and they attacked Li Chang'an even more ferociously. A red light flashed in Li Chang'an's eyes. He hadn't abused food for a long time. The sound of blue thunder sounded in the silent, dark night forest. The sword's light was like blood, and the wails of the monsters staged a human tragedy under the pure moonlight. A starflame tiger waved out blazing starflame claw marks. The astonishing heat on the claw marks distorted the air and instantly cut off a row of giant trees in the dark night forest. An agile black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the starflame tiger, as if pressing the fast-forward button. The sword was as bright as a mirror, easily tearing apart the strong body of Xingyan tiger, and the boiling tiger blood dyed the yellow-brown soil red. Li Chang'an dodged again and rushed out, catching up with his star-chasing horse with one step, cutting off the horse's hoof with one knife, and directly decapitating it with the second knife. Since the ingenuity transformed into the tree of the soul, the shackles of pace can no longer stop Ji Chang'an's progress. This passing water step created by Sui Kong has already been practiced by him to the realm of seeing gods, and he has mastered the charm of time acceleration. Bai Sui Kong once told Li Chang'an that if he could slow down himself at any time, he would teach him the content of the king-level chapter of passing water steps. Li Chang'an is still far away from achieving this step. The profound realization of time slowing down is indeed a bit difficult for him, a human race who is friendly to space. In the dark night forest, Li Chang'an kept swinging his knife and dodged to chase him. The killing intent in his eyes made the three cold moon owls shudder. Fortunately, they didn't join in the fun, otherwise the few lying on the ground would have been their share. Roar! You can't kill me. After you get out, our clan leader and elders will tear you apart. A holy white moon wolf in front of him said to Li Chang'an tremblingly. The other remaining star-chasing horse also said, Nay, that's right. Even you strong humans will not allow this to happen. Li Chang'an laughed loudly. It seems that these hundreds of years of Night Patrol Division have been really good to you, and they have forgotten why the ancient star tree signed a contract with our Dongwang kingdom. Is it based on discussing with you? No, it is killing. Kill until only 1/10 of the ethnic group is left in the star tree secret realm. Kill until your ancestors kneel and tremble in front of our Dongwang kingdom, begging for their lives. After hearing this, the holy white moon wolf stopped trembling and 08 froze in place. This was different from what they knew in the clan. Li Chang'an continued, If those clan leaders and elders you mentioned really dare to do this, don't worry. The history I mentioned will repeat itself in the next moment, and it will be even more tragic. It's a pity that you won't see these things anymore. Li Chang'an waved the dust demon knife in his hand, and a brand new wolf head fell to the ground, and then walked towards the star-chasing horse, which was unable to move on its 4 trembling legs. In star-chasing horse's eyes, this human being exudes a dark, murderous aura. His eyes are scarlet, and the magic knife in his hand is also a hungry, evil beast. They are thirsty for their blood all the time. No, I don't want to die. The star-chasing horse excreted and peed, and his 4 legs could hardly support him, and he fell to the ground. Zhila! There was a smell of electric current burning protein. Li Chang'an stretched out his middle finger and flicked the thunder knife, and the force was just enough to knock away the remaining blood on the knife. I remember there is still a holy white moon wolf alive. He looked back and saw that the holy white moon wolf was hiding behind Sima Feiying and did not dare to come out. Sima Feiying suppressed the horror in her heart and said to Li Chang'an, Brother Li, please forgive others if you have to. It's not a human being, Li Chang'an said calmly. Sima Feiying's face twitched. There's really no way to refute this, but he still said, This is our ally of the Dongwang kingdom, and such unscrupulous killing will chill the hearts of our allies. Li Chang'an looked at the night watchman of the Tianzi department indifferently and said, Wrong, all wrong. My allies in Dongwang kingdom are the ancient trees of stars, not these wild monsters. What is also chilling is the group of senior night watchmen who sacrificed their lives. They probably never thought that one day their descendants would protect 10 people who were physically and mentally interested in our Dongwang human race. Sima Feiying's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and this hat made him very uncomfortable. I'll give you 2 choices, get out or die. Li Chang'an's tone became very cold. With the talent derivative skill, evil kill, Li Chang'an is really not just bragging. The killing effect of Evil Kill is the nemesis of all life-saving items. As long as he beat Sima Feiying half to death and got a slash before the life-saving prop teleported Sima Feiying away. When the time comes, even the God of Life will not be able to save Sima Feiying. Sima Feiying had a sullen face and said coldly, "Since you are so disrespectful, don't blame me for taking action against my colleagues." Li Chang'an did not reply. Harsh words at this time have no power. Only a knife placed on the opponent's neck is more effective than any harsh words. Green thunder sounded. Sima Feiying summoned his two pet beasts, the exploding steel beast and the waterblade sickle. At the same time, a silhouette of a horse with green wings appeared behind him. He took out a steel rod and hit Li Chang'an with great force. Li Chang'an set up Zihuang long Wenyu sword style and easily dodged a stick blow, but did not fight back. But under Sima Feiying's astonished gaze, his momentum exploded. He dodged and accelerated, and in a blink of an eye, he was in front of the explosive steel beast. Accumulating strength with his right foot, he kicked forward hard. With a bang, the energy shield condensed by the explosive steel beast was instantly kicked through, and a concave footprint appeared on the arms with thick steel arms. Sima Feiying was horrified. What kind of physical fitness is this? This is an explosive steel beast with a defense comparable to that of a king-level beast. It was kicked through, and its defense was broken. As early as when Li Chang'an was a level 7 Beastmaster, his physical strength was already at the king level. At the current level of 8, coupled with the resonance with Bubble and Mao Mao's beast control, even the king-level explosive steel beast would be stunned for 3 or 4 seconds after receiving this charged kick. And these 3 or 4 seconds are enough for Li Chang'an to kill several times during the battle. Wait, where are the Li Chang'an people? Sima Feiying felt something was wrong. I saw the water-blade sickle that cooperated with Sima Feiying's attack scream, and its 6 blade arms were cut off by the roots. Sima Feiying's eyes were about to burst. Li Chang'an's sword was too fast, and he had no time to withdraw the water-blade sickle. There was a sound of green thunder, and an insect-type pet beast with charred wounds fell helplessly to the ground. "I'm going to kill you." Sima Feiying was completely furious, like a wounded lion. At this time, he could no longer care about the holy white moon wolf, and he only had the thought of killing Li Chang'an. Behind Sima Feiying, another shadow of the golden mysterious spear Spinosaurus appeared, activating the resonance between the two beasts. From the fact that the explosive steel beast defense was broken and the waterblade side was killed, it can be seen that he was at a huge disadvantage by assisting the remaining pet beasts in the fight with Li Chang'an. Easily defeated one by one. It's better to support yourself and have a good time with Li Chang'an. "Explosive steel beast, cover me." Sima Feiying roared, and the explosive steel beast with trembling arms responded, resolutely covering its master. Li Chang'an stepped forward, seized the right opportunity, and slashed forward. Break the prison. When the explosive steel beast charging forward with its human shield was cut in half on the spot, Sima Feiying had no time to get angry and endured the severe pain caused by the backlash of the contract in her mind. The steel rod in her hand lit up with a green-gold light. The sea-turning stick stirs up the storm. Sima Feiying roared in her heart. At this time, outsiders could see that Li Chang'an was exhausted and had no new strength. If he was hit by Sima Feiying, he would definitely lose. Qi Jiao'er couldn't help but tighten the reins. "Li Chang'an, you can't lose like this." There was both anger and joy in Sima Feiying's eyes. He felt that Li Chang'an had lost and was waiting to be teleported out in despair. Li Chang'an's eyes were calm. The Chun demon sword was tilted upwards, and he swung out 2 knives quickly. Double spines. The black crosscut cut off the steel rod in Sima Feiying's hand, leaving only 2/3 of it in his hand. Sima Feiying was horrified. How could you still have the energy to fight back? This is impossible. Flowing shadow. Without waiting for Sima Feiying to think, Li Chang'an's next slash came. This time, it was Sima Feiying's turn, and her strength was exhausted. The stick he just struck was aimed at killing Li Chang'an. So now he is facing the same situation as Ji Chang'an before. Double spines. Li Chang'an cut off Sima Feiying's hands holding the stick with two swords, and Kuei Mo's sword tried to strike again. The light of the life safety device lit up on Sima Feiying's body, and a golden shield forced Li Chang'an's knife back. Li Chang'an's eyes flickered. Sima Feiying was far from the point of death. Judging from his emotions just now, it was impossible to trigger the life insurance device on his own initiative. That is to say, TSK, I can't afford it, sir. Li Chang'an bit his tongue, feeling a little dissatisfied. After saying this, Sima Feiying disappeared into the dark night forest. The rest of the night, watchmen looked at Li Chang'an as if they were looking at monsters. Sima Feiying, who was famous for his fighting prowess, was suppressed and beaten from beginning to end. No, it's not just suppression, it's a straightforward killing. Suppress first, and then kill. But the killing process was interfered by the big shots of the Night Watch Department. Chi Jiao looked at Li Chang'an with brilliant eyes. For the first time, she felt that this kind of close combat was so exciting and even a little charming. Chi Jiao's glasses glanced at the exquisite long sword on the skeleton knight's waist. It seemed that it was not impossible. The skeleton knight suddenly shuddered. Just when he was about to warn Chi Jiao that there were enemies nearby, he found his master's greedy eyes carefully looking at his precious long sword. The next second, the long sword on its waist disappeared under the cloak of the skeleton knight with a whoosh, as if it had never appeared. The skeleton knight felt that even on the night when he was training hard under his master, his hand speed was not as fast as it is today. Chi Jiao looked away regretfully. The soul fire in the skeleton knight's eyes was very determined. He would never reveal his sword in front of his master in the future. Li Chang'an caught up with the fleeing holy white moon wolf. During the pursuit, no night watchman stopped him. Even Ma Xiao, who is also from the Tianzi department, has an expression like I haven't seen anything. This saved him a lot of effort. Ouch, don't kill me. The holy white moon wolf known as Lao Ba has never been as scared as he is today. Its respected brother, as well as that outstanding human being, had no room to fight back in front of this demon. Li Chang'an said indifferently, "The quota given to you for the star trial is a favor given by our Dongwang kingdom to the ancient star tree. It is your duty to abide by it. Since you are not even willing to abide by your duty, then exterminate the clan." In Saint White Moon Wolf's last memory, there was only a flash of green thunder sword light. 173. Rustling. Li Chang'an looked sideways and saw a smaller Starflame tiger hiding in a tree, its trembling body revealing its location. You dash. Li Chang'an recalled that this Starflame tiger seemed to be the last one to enter the Dark Night Forest. In the previous wave of siege, the four Saint White Moon Wolf brothers were at the forefront at the beginning. After the boss died, the remaining three Moon Wolves slowly came to the end of the team. On the contrary, the Xing Yinhu who was following behind rushed to the front and was slashed by Li Chang'an, killing three of them on the spot. The trembling Star Flame Tiger looked at Li Chang'an with pleading eyes. Li Chang'an waved to it and said, "For the sake of Xingyao Hu, I will give the Xingyanhu clan some respect. If I don't kill you, I will give you a quota." This Xingyan tiger obviously didn't realize what Li Chang'an meant. Li Chang'an took out a star bird from Huan Huan's cage, put his restraint ring on it, and threw it to the Star Flame Tiger. "What? Don't you want to leave?" Li Chang'an's tone changed. The Starfire Tiger reacted immediately, glanced at Li Chang'an gratefully, ran down the tree, and disappeared into the dark night forest. Li Chang'an put away the Kuei demon sword, and a voice came from behind him. "I thought you would kill everyone." Chi Jiao rode an undead war horse to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an did not explain that it is an old tradition of the Dongwang kingdom to carry dates with a big stick. If he really killed them all, it would be difficult for the Night Patrol Division to deal with them. Instead, they would kill a bunch of them and leave a few behind, which would have a more deterrent effect. The people above are also more comfortable handling it. After all, they cannot be exterminated. This is the source of Xingyue bones and other rare materials. Warcraft are needed to pass on the majesty of Dongwang Kingdom to their next generation, the next generation, and even the next generation. TCH, pretend to be mysterious. Chi Jiao pouted dissatisfied. The price of meals will be doubled tomorrow. Li Chang'an's light voice came. Oh, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. How about not raising the price? Qi Jiaer let out the wail of a defeated dog and chased after him on horseback. In the meeting room of the Night Watch Department, the head of the Tianzi Department and Tai Nishang were blasting each other. At this time, Fu Shui, the head of the Geography Department, stood up and said coldly, "This kid is good, I like him. I'll go to the Star Tree Secret Realm." He looked at the director of the Night Watch Department, who was there. The director nodded slightly to him, and Fu Shui opened the door and left. At this moment, the head of the Tianzi Department stopped arguing with Tai Nishang. Sometimes acquiescence is a way of taking sides. Continuing to argue will only make yourself more embarrassed. Behind him, Jiehu's face was as ugly as ever, but the captains of the Tianzi Department looked relaxed. In the dark night forest, Li Chang'an had his legs crossed, and the night watchmen in front of him looked like they were constipated. I said, "Do you want to buy it or not? Just tell me." There is no such store after passing this village. Ma Xiu forced out an ugly smile and said, "The 80,000 gold sword spirit coins per quota are indeed too expensive." 80,000 is too expensive? I'll only give you a 20% discount, because you are a night watchman. If it had been someone else, it would have been worth 100,000. Li Chang'an was holding a cage in his hand, and everyone's eyes were glued to it. Why did they work so hard after they came in? It's not just for a trial in the stars. In addition to the rewards for clearing the 3rd level, the extremely pure power of the stars in the star trial is also of great benefit to their practice. Sir, these are 10 moon pearls. We will pay the remaining 20 as IOUs and pay them back after we leave the secret realm. The largest Lung Yu, Shao, respectfully handed the things to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an took the 10 moon beads with satisfaction. This thing is not easy to handle. Yao Yao only condensed one at the beginning, and it was gone after using it. Only a group like Lung Yue Shao had such savings. The remaining 2 Lung Yu Shao pressed their paw prints on the IOU, and then Ji Chang'an got 2-star speedbirds in his hands. If you don't do it, all these things will be sold. Li Chang'an smiled brightly, and several night watchmen felt as if they had eaten shit. Ma Xiu was the most sensible and took the lead to set an example. Brotherly, I pay an IOU. Easy to say, easy to say. Li Chang'an took out a piece of parchment with a contract already drawn up on it. Ma Xiu's expression suddenly became more serious. He took out a special magnifying glass and looked up and down carefully. After confirming that there was no contract trap, he took a few deep breaths and signed his name on the contract. Li Chang'an is not that idiot like Fan Xiqian. Even if Ma Xiu signed his contract under a false name, it will still be linked to Ma Xiu. This is the knowledge from the Void High-Level Contract Collection. Li Chang'an handed a star speedbird to Ma Xiu in accordance with the contract. Seeing this, other people also came up one after another to write IOUs and sign contracts. It took a long time to come here, but you couldn't leave empty-handed. They can't get the 80,000 gold sword spirit coins now, but they can still pay it back after they get their results in the star trial. A total of 6 people left, including Tong Hai, also signed the contract, with a total of 560,000 gold swords and spirit coins. Li Chang'an smiled his heart. Now Bubble's water purification membrane can be upgraded to the origin level. Li Chang'an also wanted a star speed bird himself, and gave one to the Starflame Tiger. 10 of them were sold, and he still had 2 left. The 2 star speed birds in Warcraft's hands were killed by the aftermath of the battle just now. These 2 star speed birds are not easy to sell. Li Chang'an thought to himself. Although he had just released a few monsters, the other party had just been mentally scarred by him, so it seemed a bit whimsical to let them come to buy a place. But I have to try it after all. Li Chang'an asked Yao Yao to use moonlight to condense a line of words over the dark night forest. It says there are still 2 places left, 10 pounds of starlight liquid for star-type monsters, and 10 moon pearls for moon-type monsters. They are available for purchase. It's the same place. No wait for overdue orders. A row of night watchmen watched Li Chang'an's operation speechlessly. They had just cut to their heart's content, and in the blink of an eye, they asked the victims to buy at a high price. Is this even a human being? Li Chang'an doesn't care what others think about him. He is very busy right now. With so many corpses of star and moon monsters, the raw material alone is enough for him to make a fortune, not to mention that these monsters are the treasures of their respective tribes. That's called a wealthy person. After all, they can be sold for about 100,000 gold sword spirit coins, not counting the starlight and Yuejing beads on these monsters. These two things he left to Yao Yao. The former is of great benefit to farming, and the latter can quickly consolidate Yao Yao's foundation after evolution. Don't look at the fact that the price of these materials is still less than a few quotas, but you must know that spirit coins are the currency in circulation above the king level. The reason why these commander-level monsters can be sold at this price is due to their special and rare attributes. There are many star-type monsters in the outside world waiting to become stronger using materials from the same species. The remaining monsters that managed to escape also saw the moonlight characters above the forest. They are also geniuses of their respective tribes. They have been in contact with humans for a long time, and they can still tolerate a few words. A moon-eating toad said in horror, "Gugu, isn't this a conspiracy of that human being?" The Night King lizard with unstable breath said, She, it should be the human's trick. Don't believe it. If you survive until you get out, you will win. That person killed our half-brother. For a moment, the last purple star spider was silent. The three monsters left each other in perfect agreement. The Dark Night King lizard ran 10 miles away, then made a sharp turn and ran towards Li Chang'an's position. The purple star spider didn't even show off. It just took a few steps and swung its silk threads before heading towards the moonlight. The moon-swallowing toad looked at its two accomplices who had no martial ethics with resentment, thinking it was a fool. If a human wants to kill them, he can do it during the melee. With his weird speed, none of them can escape. Thinking about it now, they were so impulsive at that time, probably because they were bewitched by the strange sun and moon wolf. The moon-swallowing toad sneered again and again, cooed at the moonlight in the sky, took out 10 moon bead from his stomach bag, and made a choice. As a clan of moon-swallowing toads, they lack everything but the moon pearls. The knot on its back exploded, and a look of pain appeared on its face. A blue-white moonlight burst out from the knot, making a deal with the pure silver-white moonlight in the sky. Finally, the bluish-white moonlight enveloped a starbird, lying quietly on the moon-swallowing toad's hand. Gugwa, eldest brother is dead. I am the next clan leader. The pain on the moon-swallowing toad's face was relieved a lot because of this joy. Li Chang'an looked at the newly acquired moon skills in the Thorn Collection Room. He originally didn't care much about this skill and was ready to break it down. But the way the last moon-swallowing toad made a deal with him just now made him a little interested in this shadow of the blue moon. This skill can condense the green moon and moon shadow. The green moon can increase the attack power, and the moon shadow can increase the speed. This bonus is not that big for Yao Yao, but Qingwei and Yueying can change their positions once, which is very interesting. Li Chang'an realized that this position exchange was not a space displacement. It was more like a contract method evolved into a system skill. Of course, he doesn't plan to add this skill to Yao Yao. There is no need. He can research similar contract techniques himself, and maybe he can use them in the future. The last star speed bird was acquired by the purple star spider. The opponent's swing ability was indeed very powerful, and it was even faster than the Night King lizard, which was known for its speed. After learning that both star speed birds have been bought, the Dark Night King lizard's already dark face became even darker. Good guy, am I the only clown in love? Tong Hai's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw that Li Chang'an had sold 2 star speed birds in less than an hour. Are these monsters mentally ill? Li Chang'an is the butcher who slaughtered your own people, and you are still rushing to give money to your door? Ma Xiao on the side saw clearly that humans have ethics and moral concepts, but Warcraft does not. Even though this group of monsters is called intelligent monsters, feeding on the weak is a visible truth among their group. There's an opportunity to gain a lot of status and strength, and this opportunity only requires 10 pounds of starlight liquid or 10 moon beads. Why don't they do it? Not long after, Under Li Chang'an's surprised gaze, all of them were teleported out of the dark night forest in advance. Qi Jiao'er looked at Li Chang'an with some worry. He had killed so many monsters, and he might not have a good time once he got outside. But who would have expected that when they arrived outside, the first thing they saw was not the demonic beast that was attacking the enemy, but Fu Shui with an indifferent face, wearing a snow-white cloak, standing at the entrance of the passage. Minister, Tong Hai's tongue was a little tangled. He never expected that the Minister of Hands would be here. Although the next Minister of the Dizzy Department has not yet been decided, due to Fu Shui's own prestige and strength, the internal struggle within the Dizzy Department is much less severe than that of the Tianzi Department. The reason was all because of Minister Fu Shui, who couldn't get rid of the sand in his eyes. It was just like this that Tong Hai was a little flustered. Fu Shui came over, nodded to Li Chang'an, and said, "Well done." Tong Hai's eyes were full of disbelief that the minister who rarely praised others would actually appreciate a well-connected person. Li Chang'an said seriously, "Thank you for the compliment, Minister, but I have principles and will not change my family easily." Fu Shui raised an eyebrow. Where did this child get his confidence? Tiny Shang picked an interesting junior. It's a pity. If he had been born 10 years earlier, he would have been like Tiny Shang and would have used any means to snatch this kid into the Dizzy Department. Li Chang'an looked confused when he saw Fu Shui leaving without saying a word. "Hey, why are you leaving? Say a few more words. If you give me some more benefits, maybe I can agree." Qi Jiao'er lay on the undead war horse, his shoulders shaking constantly, making a dull gurgling sound. If anyone knows Li Chang'an better, no one here knows him better than her. This guy was definitely trying to rip off people and raise prices. It's a pity that I met a cold-faced king of hell. Smile, smile, laugh. Why are you laughing? No matter how hard you laugh, you can't shake the waves. Li Chang'an said to Qi Jiao'er angrily. Qi Jiao'er let go of her hand covering her mouth, laughed for a while, and then realized what Li Chang'an meant by the last half of her sentence. He lowered his head and directly saw his belly. He suddenly became angry and punched Li Chang'an with all his teeth and claws. "Li Chang'an, I will fight with you." Half a minute later, Qi Jiao'er knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, while Li Chang'an sat on her back, looking happy. "I was wrong. Well, now that I know I was wrong, tomorrow's meal fee will be doubled again." "What?" "Li Chang'an, you be asterisk 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 D, who fell into the eyes of money." In the end, Qi Jiao'er paid for the next day's meal with tears in her eyes. If she continued to dig through it, the 50,000 gold sword spirit coins were really not enough. When Li Chang'an and others returned to the star trial venue again, Minister Fu Shui was sitting on a high seat, flanked by the kneeling Hakka people. In particular, the auras of the Moon Wolf clan leader and the Star Flame Tiger clan leader were very weak, and they had many injuries on their bodies. Xing Yaohu looked at Li Chang'an with a very responsible expression, showing both relief and pain. Fu Shui said calmly, "My Night Patrol division made an alliance with Xingqian Gushu back then. Senior Gushu was kind-hearted, so we let you live. Now it seems that you don't like this way of life." As soon as these words came out, all the kneeling intelligent monsters trembled. They have been enjoying the blessings under the protection of the ancient stars tree for too long, and they think the humans are just like that, and they don't have to look at the faces of the two camps when they come in. Until this man showed up with his men, he killed the overlords of the Saint Sun Moon Wolf and Star Flame Tiger groups. It can be said that only the overlords of these two groups were left. Let's leave our two clan leaders. Among the 6 medium-sized ethnic groups, only the Lung Yueshao family escaped punishment, and none of the overlords of the remaining 5 major ethnic groups survived. This kind of straightforward killing shattered the dignity they had built up on the spot and scattered it all over the ground. Especially the sentence, just now, almost made them pee all over the floor. Li Chang'an secretly sighed next to Qi Jiao'er. This Minister Fu Shui is so majestic. He deserves to be the Minister of the Dizzy Department. I really don't know how prestigious the Minister of the Tianzi Department is. Qi Jiao'er looked at him strangely. "You don't know?" Li Chang'an was puzzled. "What do you know?" "This Minister Fu Shui is the strongest person among the 5 departments of the Night Patrol Department." 11. Li Chang'an, Qi Jiaer couldn't hide the smile on his face and teased. You don't think that the 4 tribes of Xian Huang and heaven and earth have higher combat power, do you? Li Chang'an, isn't it right? Qi Jiaer looked at the expression on Li Chang'an's face and couldn't control himself anymore. He laughed, unaware of the increasingly dangerous smile on Li Chang'an's face. Huan Huan rolled her eyes in the beast-controlling space. This silly girl had just been blackmailed because of a joke, so she turned around and forgot about it. Qi Jianer's laughter stopped suddenly. She was definitely not cowardly of Li Chang'an. She just felt pity for him because of his ignorance. Yes, it is like that. Qi Jiaer wanted to cry, but had no tears. Her memory had suffered a loss just now. Li Chang'an said with a warm smile, "Be good. Tell me the details of the 4th Division of the Night Watch Division, and I won't increase the money." Speaking of which, he really didn't know much about the internal structure of the Night Watch Division. In addition to the fact that the Night Patrol Division itself is very secretive, he usually has no time to go to the Night Patrol Division to report, and the other party doesn't care about it. The name of this special correspondent has not been withdrawn. The few pieces of information we know from Baixing Hiku are that the Huangzi Department manages Beast Masters below the King level, and the Xuanzi Department manages Beast Masters above the King level. This made him mistakenly believe that the higher the name of the 4 divisions, the stronger the strength. Qi Jiaer quickly explained. The 4 departments of the Night Watch Department each have their own merits. The leader of the Huangzi Department pursues and arrests criminals. They have the largest number of people. They come to catch the difficult criminals who cannot be caught by the local departments. Therefore, some people mistakenly believe that the Huangzi Department only governs Beast Masters below the King level. In fact, the misunderstanding is caused by the large base of these prisoners. The heads of the Xuanzi tribe are in charge of the superstitions of cults and the followers of evil gods. Since the strength of these cult believers is extraordinary, it is also easy to be misunderstood that the Xuanzi Department arrests all Beast Masters above the King level. A hint of clarity appeared in Li Chang'an's eyes. No wonder Baixing's call was accurate in the Goblet of Fire in Mabe City, because both times there were followers of the evil god involved. Qi Jiaer continued. The Dizzy Department is in charge of intelligence, mostly targeting foreign forces. It has extraordinary strength. The ministers of this generation are also the strongest Dizzy ministers. The Tianzi Department is actually the weakest. They mainly supervise the beast-controlling families, and they're the most efficient at confiscating their homes. At the same time, the Tianzi Department is also the most lucrative department among the 5 departments. Last time, Minister Fu Shui took over the matter regarding the Ming family, and the people in the Tianzi Department didn't have a good impression of you either. Li Chang'an sneered. This group of people did not dare to touch Fu Shui, the Iron Ball, and they only picked on him, the soft persimmon. No wonder Sima Feing looks like he has extraordinary fighting power, but when he actually fights, he feels like a 040 floating in the sky. Emotions are piled up with resources. You also know that the Supervision Department is the department with the least wealth and the most noble. But they represent the will of the Presbyterian Church, and the strength of the personnel in the department is uneven. Some people I can beat 10 with one hand, and some people can make the director of the Night Watch Department not want to offend them. According to them, there's only one selection criterion. Before Qi Jiaer finished speaking, Li Chang'an said the following words for her. Don't be afraid of power. Yes, it seems that you already know the core points of this department. Li Chang'an is smiling, but not smiling. No wonder he has not revoked the title of Special Correspondent. The unique education of the Li family and Bai Suikong makes Li Chang'an not bully, and the most basic moral bottom line is guaranteed. And Bai Suikong's identity as the first-generation elder allows Li Chang'an not to be afraid of the threats from other forces in Dongwon Kingdom. When it comes to the words, not afraid of power, there is no more suitable candidate than him. Li Chang'an felt like he was on a dump truck, and he specialized in hard-hitting trucks with little oil or water. Qi Jiaer pursed her lips and tried hard not to laugh. She would not say that she would be a member of the Dizzy Department in the near future. Although she was not as wealthy as the Tianzi Department, she still gained a lot of personal reward from her usual missions. Most of those who are lurking in from overseas forces have some good treasures and sometimes resell them. If they meet a suitable buyer, they can become rich overnight. But the Ministry of Supervision is different. The noble and noble rely on their coolness and unique status. What's the difference between entering this department and killing Hun Dan, who fell into Qian's eyes? A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Fu Shui's mouth. He was becoming more and more interested in this child. Perhaps the supervision department will be a lot more lively in the future. He immediately returned to indifference. Since you don't accept the favor from the Night Watch Division, then forget it. From now on, the human race will occupy 12 places in the star trial, and you will fight for the remaining 6. The implication is that you should handle this Lao Shitsi trial internally and don't involve the human race. The two heads of the Warcraft clan were furious, but the situation was stronger than that of the beasts, so they had to admit defeat. The Xingyanhu clan has no objections. The Holy White Moon Wolf clan has no objections. When the two bosses spoke, the rest of the younger brothers would naturally follow suit and agree to the matter. Second, another word from Fu Shui came, and the Moon Wolf clan leader's lowered head flashed with cold light, and the sharp claws on his paws trembled slightly, wishing to kill the human above him. But it knows that once it does this, it will be the next one to be made into a wolfskin cloak. When the youngest one is out of the awakening stage, it will definitely look good to this human being in the future. The leader of the Tiger clan was also so angry that he ground his teeth and his claws scratched the stone slab, leaving white marks. Fu Shui said slowly, "If any ethnic group dares to throw ferocious beasts into the Star Tomb again." Li Chang'an was stunned for a moment, thought of something, and hurriedly sent a message to Fu Shui. "Minister Fu Shui, the ferocious beasts in the Xingye area are fine. In a few generations, the crazy sleepers in their blood will be eliminated." Fu Shui didn't understand what it meant at first, but then she realized it. The reply was, "Have you solved the secret of the Hoshino area? The will of the god of the dark river inside has been destroyed by me, and the remaining star beasts will no longer be affected by the evil god's will." Li Chang'an was certainly not innocent. When he was chatting with the ancient star tree, he knew how the star beast was born. It was the original star monster that had its bloodline and was polluted by the evil god's will, resulting in the distortion. But now that the will of the evil god is gone, with the intervention of the ancient star tree, these star beasts will sooner or later return to their original pure bloodline. By then, in the face of the stronger, ferocious beast clan, it remains to be seen whether the intelligent beast clan in the star cluster region can maintain their current status. After all, the chasm between the ferocious beasts and the magical beasts, Hongchong Road, has been destroyed by Li Chang'an. With the intelligent star beast and the irrational star beast, they are simply creatures in 2 dimensions. Fu Shui Gujing Wubua's eyes fluctuated slightly. If this is true, then the Night Watch Division's next actions will have to change in a different direction. Rather than letting a group of white-eyed wolves roam free, it would be better to raise star beasts that regain their sanity in captivity. Before the intelligence of these ferocious beasts has fully recovered, control their intelligence level to a level that the Night Watch Division can control. In the next few decades, there will be no need for education to be as troublesome as it is now. When the group of Warcraft below were still wondering why this strong human being only spoke half of his words, they heard Fu Shui's even more indifferent tone. "If we find that a clan is throwing the bones of vicious beasts into the Star Tomb, we will destroy the clan." As soon as these words came out, the teeth of all the intelligent monsters trembled, not out of anger, but out of fear. After Fu Shui finished speaking, the aura he released made them feel as if they were meeting Lord Shizu. Is this a strong human being? The beasts did not dare to think about it anymore. They only felt that the future of beast life was hopeless. Only the eyes of the leader of the Yuelang clan were still filled with resentment. After the incident in the Star Tree's secret realm was initially suppressed, Fu Shui did not leave immediately. Instead, he planned to wait until Li Chang'an and the others finished the star trial before leaving. With the head of the geographical department at his side, no one dared to make any small plans. After the trial, everyone went back to their respective homes to find their respective mothers. Li Chang'an and Qi Jiaker still returned to the cave in the neutral area. The Xingyanu clan was surprised to find that Li Chang'an actually left a single seedling for them, especially after the entire army of the Saint Sun and Moonwolf clan was wiped out. My mood suddenly became much better. In the territory of the Star Flame Tiger clan, many Star Flame Tigers are still busy with the bones of several elders, which will be sent to the Star Tomb soon. The always naive Xingyao Tiger silently watched the bones of these elders being collected and said to his brother, "I will go to the Star Holy Land, neutral area, tomorrow." The leader of the Xingyanu clan looked at his younger brother with great relief. "You finally figured it out." "Yeah, I figured it out." Xing Yao's tone was low. After what happened today, he understood why Kong Sihui didn't come contracted. Because it is from his Xingyanu clan. Only when it is no longer a member of the Star Flame Tiger clan will humans allow it to be contracted. Li Chang'an. Maybe Kong Sihui simply didn't know about this. The head of the Star Flame Tiger clan asked, "If you go outside, find a fertile female tiger clan and give birth to a few more tiger cubs so that the Star Flame Tiger clan can thrive outside and don't come back again." "Oh, I know." Xing Yaohu sniffed and said gloomily. The leader of the Xingyanhu clan slapped Xingyahu on the forehead. "Why are you crying? People may not be able to take a fancy to you. The good guy." Saying this, Xing Yaohu felt even more unhappy. In the neutral area, Li Chang'an had just finished cooking dinner, and Qi Jiao was waiting aside with shining eyes. Fu Shui appeared in the sight of the two of them. Li Chang'an sighed. What should come will eventually come, and asked, "Minister, are you here to ask about Sima Feiying?" Fu Shui saw Li Chang'an's expression and suddenly understood, and said calmly, "I don't care about the affairs of the Tianzi department. Sima Feiying is cheating, and Old Man Jean has to go through your Iron Minister if he wants to cause trouble. Besides, Sima Feiying, who is known as the strongest genius of this generation of Night Watchmen, was suppressed and beaten by you throughout the whole process. If Jiehu hadn't taken action, it's still doubtful whether he would have survived. Old Man Jin's face is also dull, and he will probably be laughed at for a long time." Li Chang'an's expression changed. This Minister Fu Shui seemed to have little interest in all departments, but thinking about it, he was the strongest. It is an undisputed capital. Fu Shui got straight to the point. "I came to you to ask about the Xing area. Do you know that the ancient star tree once made a promise? Whoever can solve the secrets of any of the 4 major areas in Hoshino will receive a special reward. Is there such a thing?" Li Chang'an immediately became energetic. He would be very enthusiastic about anything that was beneficial. Fu Shui nodded, took out an old blueprint, and said, "This is the complete mysterious reward. Each region has a quarter reward." Li Chang'an stretched out his head and looked at it. The things drawn on this drawing seemed inexplicably familiar. After thinking for a while, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Isn't this his star brand?" At that time, Xingxin Gushu said something nice and talked about investing in advance, looking very distressed. It turned out that the reward was just given to him in advance. Fu Shui's white eyebrows wrinkled slightly. "Why, you didn't get it? It shouldn't be. Ancient Star Tree never breaks its promise. Otherwise, Dongwang Kingdom would not be cooperating with it until now." Li Chang'an sighed. "I've used it." Even with Fu Shui's self-cultivation, she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her eyes after hearing these words. "What did you just say?" This star brand, which even the saint level regards as a treasure, was used by a high-level beastmaster like you? Fu Shui suppressed the disbelief in her heart and asked calmly, "What did you use it? Can you tell me in detail?" Li Chang'an was self-righteous and spoke out about his battle with the god of the Dark River. "In order to improve my own strength, I increased my combat power to the limit, and the star brand paid for it on my behalf." "Pay that price." This is all true. He did increase his combat power to the limit, but he didn't say which limit, 100 times or 200 times. And it is indeed the credit of the star brand. Otherwise, he would not be able to contact the Holy Spirit, and naturally he would not be able to successfully activate the mysterious state of Red Tribulation. Li Chang'an could see from the last words of the ancient star tree and the god of the dark river that those who could achieve a hundredfold increase in combat power seemed to be very rare and precious in the void. He was already in the limelight, and he didn't want to add fuel to the fire, otherwise he would really stand out from the crowd. What's special about this forest may be the void of the universe where dragons and tigers are hidden in the future. Li Chang'an will have to touch the stars sooner or later. He has always been worried about the future. Fu Shui stared at Li Chang'an closely, observing every move he made when he spoke, not missing any small details or breath fluctuations. The final conclusion was that Li Chang'an did not lie. Fu Shui's face was full of astonishment, and Qi Jian'er's eyes were dazed, not because of Li Chang'an's words, but because of Fu Shui's expression. Oh my God, Minister Fu Shui, who has maintained an iceberg face all year round, actually has this expression. Fu Shui regained her composure, feeling an indescribable surge in her heart, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you feel the shackles?" Li Chang'an was also shocked. What did he mean? He couldn't help but ask, "Minister, have you also reached the limit of a hundredfold increase in combat power?" Fu Shui showed a big smile, which scared Qi Jiaer, who was eating next to him, and his hands trembled, and he almost couldn't hold his rice bowl. Very good. He has read Li Chang'an's archives and life story. With Bai Lao's character, he would not tell Li Chang'an about this matter, and Kong Sihui's current strength is not qualified to access such secrets. Li Chang'an's ability to clearly describe a hundredfold increase in combat power shows that he has indeed reached that limit. This is really good. Fu Shui was still feeling regretful about the star brand, but now her heart is full of joy. Li Chang'an was stared at by Fu Shui, and he was complaining in his heart. Please say something. It took Minister Fu Shui a few minutes to suppress the smile on her lips and explained, "Maybe you don't understand the meaning behind this. To be honest, I haven't reached the limit you mentioned. But there is one person in Dongwang Junior High School who can easily reach this limit. Maybe he can still break through now." Li Chang'an was really shocked this time. According to what Fu Shui meant, not only were there people in Dongwang who could use a hundredfold increase in combat power at will, there seems to be signs of further progress. You must know that such people are rare characters in the void. A person's name appeared in his mind. Could this person be a big? Fu Shui looked like a child who could be taught. Yes, this person is the Great Elder. A star brand, exchanged for a great elder-level genius. Fu Shui felt that it was not a loss no matter how much he thought about it. The Dongwang Kingdom has the most important inheritance. Even if a catastrophe strikes in the future, there will still be successors to the position of the Great Elder, and the Dongwang Kingdom will not be in chaos. This is why Fu Shui is happy. Qi Jiaer was confused when he heard this, but he understood a little bit. It seemed that this big bad guy who fell into Qian's eyes could actually be compared with the Great Elder in some aspects. That is the real sea-fixing needle of Dongwang Kingdom. For a moment, Qi Jiaer felt that the bowl of rice in her hand tasted really good. Li Chang'an equals a Great Elder in a certain field. Rounding things off, hey, doesn't it mean that the Great Elder cooked for me? Qi Jiaer even more deliciously when he thought of this. Li Chang'an looked at this girl who was not very smart with pity. Next time, I'll make some crystal pig brains to boost her IQ. Fu Shui patted his clothes and prepared to leave. What he wanted to know had been clarified, and there was no need to stay here any longer. Minister Fu Shui, have you eaten? Do you want to have some? Li Chang'an persuaded. Fu Shui waved her hand. I won't bother you young people anymore. Come on tomorrow in the star trial, and try to kick Zhong Yueza down. Li Chang'an didn't react at all, but Qi Jiaer, the rebel, clenched his hands into fists and looked full of enthusiasm. Fu Shui smiled. It seems that Zhong Yueza must have a headache when teaching his disciples. After Fu Shui left, Li Chang'an asked curiously, "Why are you so keen on defeating your master?" Qi Jiaer stared at Li Chang'an resentfully. My mother originally wanted to send me to study under Kong Sihui, but my master stopped me. The damn old man actually hindered my pursuit of stars, and I'm so angry. The next day, Li Chang'an came to the passage of the star trial. Not far away was the ancient star tree that supported the star tree secret realm. Speaking of which, after being here for so many days, this was the first time he saw the ancient star tree up close. Except for blocking out the sky and the sun, the main branches of the ancient star tree are no different from ordinary old trees, and the bark is as rugged as dragon scales. The leaves are not green, but sky blue with shining stars. There are 9 star belts connected to the tree crown, and the power of countless stars flows from the star belt into the tree crown, and then spreads to all parts of the secret realm through the breath of the ancient star tree. It's so beautiful. Chi Jiater sighed involuntarily. The starry night cat, who led the way, looked proud. This was their tree ancestor. Fu Shui also came over on time, glanced at the 9 people and 3 beasts participating in the trial, and said lightly, "Who comes first?" Li Chang'an took a step forward and said, "I'll come first." Fu Shui had a smile on her lips. "You don't plan to make the finale?" "In a hurry, don't engage in such nonsense." Seeing that Li Chang'an wanted to be the first to challenge the star trial, the rest of the people and beasts had no objection at all. This man's fighting prowess and killing ability are obvious to all, and no one wants to be stabbed. Fu Shui waited for a while and saw no one objected, so she let Ji Chang'an go in first. Li Chang'an stepped onto the passage to the star trial and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the shadow of a giant tree appeared in front of them, with 10 dim stars on it, corresponding to the 10th level of trials. But for a long time after entering Li Chang'an, not a single star in the shadow of the giant tree lit up. Fu Shui frowned. That shouldn't be the case. With that kid's combat power, he couldn't have been on the first level for so long. He looked at the ancient star tree, his eyes full of inquiry. The remaining 8 people and 3 beasts turned pale with fright. The big devil had stayed on the first floor for so long. Is the trial of the stars so difficult? Would it really work if it were them? Chi Jiaer swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her confidence in defeating her master wavered for the first time. After entering the trial, Li Chang'an did not start the challenge immediately. Instead, he spoke to the ancient star tree, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate. "Senior Gushu, wait for me for a while. I will break through to a realm first." It turns out that since the life and death battle with the god of the Dark River, Li Chang'an was able to break through to level 9 Beast Master. His level 8 experience bar was already 96% full. After breaking through the limit of combat power, the remaining point was filled up by the surging spell power. But at that time, the geographical environment on Hongchang Road was not good. In addition, Saint White Moon Wolf and Sima Feiying arrived very quickly, so there were many people and it was difficult to make a breakthrough. At the moment, in the star trial, there is no surveillance by the intelligent monsters, and there is no Chi Jiaer, just used to break the soft level. It's not that he doesn't trust Chi Jiaer. He won't give his trust to a woman who doesn't know the details after just getting along with her for a few days. He's not that hungry yet. The ancient star tree is also very helpless at the moment. There are many challengers who have made breakthroughs in the star trial, but there has never been a person like Li Chang'an who made a breakthrough before the fight started as soon as he came in. Li Chang'an had an intuition that the ancient star tree could be trusted. There is no reason for this intuition, but he has always believed in this intuition. In other words, every beast master who has the power of mind will believe in his own intuition. Similar to when he broke through level 8, Li Chang'an's strong mental power enabled him to easily overcome the expansion of the beast control space and the purification of mantra power. Mao Mao also came to the 3rd star, and Pao Pao was the 2nd star. Huan Huan has achieved her wish and has reached the level of commanding the 1st star. With her temper, it is estimated that she will soon refine the energy in her body, surpass Bubble, and reach the level of commanding the 3rd star. Yao Yao still hasn't made a breakthrough. She endures it very hard. Li Chang'an consoled him. "It's almost time. If you get the Star Moon Bone, you can enter the Qinghua secret realm and get the last 2 materials in 2 months, and you can evolve." Yao Yao nodded firmly. She didn't want to make a breakthrough just like that. She had to do her best. Only in this way could she keep up with Mao Mao and the others. Li Chang'an stood up and shouted, Senior Gushu, that's it. Let's start. By the way, don't forget to tell me about the Holy Spirit after you finish. The ancient star tree replied angrily, Don't worry, you'll be indispensable. The first level of star trial is opened. What appeared in front of him was a holy white moon wolf that commanded 3 stars. The enemies faced by all challengers would be in the same realm as himself. Li Chang'an summoned Mao Mao. Mao Mao endured it very hard in the Dark Knight's secret realm, so he let him vent his emotions this time. Mao Mao directly transformed into a fighting form of more than 20 meters and shot the Purgatory Death Claw, dividing the Holy Sun and Moon Wolf into more than a dozen pieces. First level passed. The second floor was the dark black star flame tiger. Li Chang'an looked at this tiger and it looked familiar. After a while, he remembered that this was the current leader of the Star Flame Tiger clan. It's a pity that this clan leader, like the previous Moonwolf projection, couldn't survive Mao Mao's infernal death claw. On the third floor was a Starthorn beast. Mao Mao felt it hurt his hands, so he cremated this rare tree-man monster on the spot. Outside, several challengers shouted excitedly, It's bright, the stars are bright. 0. Please give me flowers. Fu Shui looked over and saw that the bottom 3 stars lit up one after another in less than 3 minutes. Sure enough, this kid was tinkering with something in the secret realm before. Fu Shui thought to herself, the third level trial takes less than 3 minutes, and the time from passing through the forces to condensing the projection is almost 1 minute. This means that Li Chang'an almost killed him all the way. The rest of the people also thought of this, and instead of being disappointed, they breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, the star trial was not as difficult as they imagined. Qi Jiaer also realized that it was a false alarm and gritted his teeth tightly. This bad guy likes to mess with people. Wait until he comes out and see if this girl doesn't bite him to death. Qi Jiaer thought of something and glanced at the direction of star trial guiltily. No, after the star trial, I went out. Don't worry about this bad guy's price increase. The little girl was smiling, but the smile disappeared quickly. She didn't need to worry about it, but after returning, there seemed to be no takeout food near Shijian University. The look in Qi Jiaer's eyes gradually darkened. She had only been fed for a few days, and this girl had fallen so low. No, Qi Jiaer, you have to cheer up and don't let this bad guy look down on you. Qi Jiaer secretly cheered herself up. Fu Shui's eyes fluctuated. Young people nowadays are like June rain, and their moods can change at any time. 0. On the 4th floor of the star trial, a young man with a spear appeared in front of Ji Chang'an. Hey, we're old acquaintances. Li Chang'an sighed, but he didn't expect Bai Xinghe to be an out-and-out genius. To show respect for the captain, Li Chang'an chopped him alive for 3 minutes. It wasn't until Bai Xinghe's pet beast projections were chopped to death that he ended Bai Xinghe's projections. In the night watch department, Bai Xinghe shivered inexplicably, and a tragic scene came to his mind. In particular, Li Chang'an's respectful salute at the beginning and at the end made this recognized killer in the night watch department shudder. Bai Xinghe wants to cry, but has no tears. Really, Li Chang'an, please be more straightforward next time. He can't bear this kind of respect. Fu Shui waited outside the trial for 3 minutes. He remembered that the 4th floor should be the projection of that brat Bai Xinghe. Is he that strong? Or is it that this guy didn't try his best in the first place and was hiding it? Fu Shui raised her eyebrows and decided to practice with Bai Xinghe after he went back. If he had any hidden clumsiness, he would know the truth with a first try. In another moment, Bai Xinghe shivered all over and felt a cold air coming from the soles of his feet. Tianling Guy directly froze his brain. The head of the Xuanzi department looked at the future successor with confusion. Did he catch a cold today? Why did he shiver twice in a row? Bai Xinghe's expression suddenly stiffened. On the 5th floor of the star trial, there is a green-haired woman holding a whip. She wears a green navel-bearing vest on her upper body and red ultra-short leather pants on her lower body. Her strong thighs were covered with 2 pieces of black knee-high socks, which made her look hot and sexy. Oh, is there a newcomer? The green-haired young woman's projection stared closely at Li Chang'an. like a female leopard sizing up its prey. Li Chang'an raised his hand and asked, "May I ask who the senior is?" The green-haired woman snorted, "Don't talk about these docile things. It's annoying to look at, and even more annoying to listen to." Li Chang'an's face twitched, and he said helplessly, "You should let me know your name." 11. Tisk. The green-haired woman bit her tongue and reluctantly introduced herself. "My name is Shi Huajing." "Okay." When Li Chang'an heard this, he took a deep breath. Damn it, the person in front of him turned out to be Grandma Jing when she was young. Comparing the current Shi Huajing, Li Chang'an never understood what he had gone through to transform Shi Huajing from a little girl into a dignified and generous master's beautiful woman. When he was young, Shi Huajing frowned and said dissatisfied, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my name?" "No, it sounds good." Li Chang'an shook his head desperately. Qingfa Shi Huajing noticed something was wrong. "Do you know me in the future? Tell me." Li Chang'an smiled bitterly and said, "Grandma Jing, I will apologize to you after I get out." The word grandma made Qingfa Shi Huajing tremble all over. "What do you mean? This is my grandson." King Fashi Huajing looked around and couldn't see any resemblance between Li Chang'an and herself. Li Chang'an explained, "It's my disciple." Only then did Qingfa Shi Huajing realize that he had made a big mistake. Her pretty face turned red, and she said, "Okay, let's start fighting." Without waiting for Li Chang'an to agree, he summoned an ancient war tree, which was the pet beast of the tree people. It is extremely powerful in group battles and can be used as one of 1,000. If paired with an elf pet, it can be used as a legion. Li Chang'an's eyes paused. He had never seen this ancient war tree next to Shi Huajing. Moreover, from my mother Mu Qingqing's mouth, I have never heard that Shi Huajing has ever contracted such a pet beast. He pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. "You brat, why are you standing there in a daze? Let's start the fight." Huajing, the green-haired teacher, shouted, and a colorful butterfly flew up from behind her, scattering colorful dust. At the same time, a flower elf stood on the shoulders of the ancient war tree, sending light blessings. The ancient war tree burst out with an astonishing momentum, roared, and burst out like a tsunami. With a wave of his arm, countless green light spots fell on the ground, and soon they grew into a tree man as tall as one person. At this time, all kinds of pollen and green miasma on the field merged together, and thousands of little tree men's arms turned into wooden thorns, looking at Li Chang'an eagerly. The colorful butterfly fluttered on the head of the young hairdresser Huajing, and a golden mask-like halo enveloped her. The current Shihua mirror is about 100 years old, and this projection should have been left more than 80 years ago. Li Chang'an let out a breath, and he finally understood why more than 80 years had passed since September 47, and why the projection of Shi Huajing was still the projection of Star Trial. This is the classic war tree, replacing poison with the addition of powder. If this ancient war tree didn't have the skills of a puppet substitute, even Li Chang'an wouldn't believe it. This is the specialty of the tree people. It seems that Bai Xinghe is defeated at this level. Based on his recent understanding of the strength of Bai Xinghe's projection, Bai Xinghe at that time was not strong enough to instantly kill Master Huajing's projection. Facing this tactic, you either need to consume more energy than the opponent, or you can kill with one hit, otherwise you will be easily dragged to death. Seeing that Li Chang'an was still motionless, the mark of a flower condensed on Qingfa Shi Huajing's body and fell on the ancient war tree. Puh! The heavy axe of war. The ancient war tree that received the mark had all kinds of flowers growing all over its body, and its aura surged again. The wooden branch on its arm suddenly sprouted a tomahawk that was more than 10 meters long, and it jumped and chopped down at Ji Chang'an. Mao Mao's figure flashed and appeared in front of Li Chang'an, slashing the prison tail sharply and creating a crimson man's blade light. The crime-breaking blade. As the dominant level crime-breaking blade advanced, it suddenly grew in size and turned into a terrifying attack spanning several kilometers. With just one blow, the battle axe on the ancient war tree's arm was broken off, leaving a deep black mark on the ancient war tree's chest. Li Chang'an was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the ancient war tree could block Mao Mao's attack. The flowers on the ancient war tree continued to wither, and the wounds on the chest healed quickly. It turned out that Shi Huajing's talent blocked this fatal blow. Li Chang'an sighed, and Mao Mao threw the G&J that he had prepared long ago towards the miasma-filled venue. Red glazed jade dropped into the center of the field, causing Qingfa, Shi Huajing's pupils to shrink suddenly. What kind of attack was this? In an instant, the green miasma field was instantly burned by the raging hellfire. Almost all the little trees on the field turned into ashes without any resistance. The ancient war tree screamed, and the injury that had just recovered fell into serious injury again. The golden halo in front of Qingfa, Shi Huajing, has also been broken, and she wants to use her talent again. But I never thought that a dark voice suddenly flashed before my eyes. A ray of green thunder tore through the burning crimson flames, leaving a bright light in this red world. Qingfa Shi Huajing covered her neck in shock and finally saw clearly the appearance of the person in front of her. "I'm sorry, Grandma Jing." Li Chang'an sheathed her sword and watched as Shi Huajing's shadow slowly dissipated. Past the 5th floor, Shi Huajing, who was busy dealing with the follow-up of resources at the headquarters of the Mediator Association, had a starry scene of battle in his mind. Shi Huajing stopped the pen in his hand and whispered with a nostalgic look in his eyes, "We meet again, Abayo. We can see each other again for the last time." Shi Huajing touched her neck again, took a slight breath, and said, "There's also a kid like Shaoan who is also very agile in his attacks." The 6th level of Star Trial. The speechless look in Li Chang'an's eyes almost reached the sky, because the projection in front of him was still a familiar person. A handsome man with a dark green ponytail was looking at him with a slight jump on his face. The 5th uncle, Fan's son. Li Chang'an could also think of the reason why he was on the 6th floor. Without him, the dirty tricks were even better than Shi Huajing. Li Chang'an has seen Fan Sen's field control, which is not only to protect the poison, but also to confuse the 5 senses, interfere with mental power, extract life force, turn life into wood, etc. As long as you fall into Fan Sen's field, without the ability to continuously carry out super-level purification skills and the ability to destroy large-scale fields, the only way is to wait for death. And if you want to destroy Fan Sen's venue layout, simple destruction is not enough. You need to seize control of the venue from him. Otherwise, a new disgusting battlefield will appear in front of you in a short while. The above are what Kong Sihui said to Li Chang'an when introducing Fan's son. Fan's son put the ponytail of his shawl behind his back, pretending to be a worldly expert. He said calmly, "You are a newcomer again, and your temperament looks a bit like someone I know. That's all. For the sake of the rare encounter between you and me, I'll let you lose a little more face." Li Chang'an shouted helplessly, "Uncle 5. Fan Sen's expression suddenly changed. The 5th master's uncle's shout almost made him break his guard. You didn't see anything just now." Li Chang'an. Fan Sen glanced at Li Chang'an's outfit several times and asked hesitantly, "Whose disciple are you?" "I was taught by Sister Kong." Fan Sen's face changed wildly, and he asked uncertainly, "Has Feng Sun laid an egg?" Feng Sun is the white wind swan contracted by Kong Sihui, a type of pure-blooded phoenix. Li Chang'an immediately understood the meaning behind Fan Sen's words. Fan Sun is a master of field control, and the layout of the field is also a top priority. It's a pity that Kong Sihui's by Feng Honghu has a special ability that can make all hidden traps on the field clear. Coupled with the overwhelming combat power of the other Ziyao Tian Wang, it can be said that Fan Sun was defeated by Kong Sihui. If this phoenix had laid eggs, then Kong Sihui would indeed be very likely to give its offspring to Li Chang'an for a contract. This is the question Fan Sen's projection wants to ask. It seems not. Li Chang'an still replied. In fact, he was not sure about the emotional status of Kong Sihui's pets. Fan Sun breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his uncle's demeanor. "Well, it's okay. Master, please be gentle next time." Li Chang'an showed a sunny smile and said, "Thank you, Uncle Fifth Master, I feel relieved now. As soon as the word rest assured was spoken, Fanson suddenly felt a gust of evil wind blowing over him. Mau Mau, red lotus bursting with flames. The Jian Jade needs to accumulate strength. In this case, it is best to strike preemptively. Fanson nodded slightly and commented. As expected, he was taught by second senior sister. He has the same boldness and shamelessness. A series of vines emerged from the ground, forming a thick vine wall, which unexpectedly blocked the red lotus explosive flame. But the red lotus explosive flame has a second stage of explosion. With a bang, the vine wall was instantly blasted to pieces by the exploding hellfire and burst into flames. Fanson snapped his fingers and raised his eyebrows. Not bad attack, but little nephew, don't you think I was just chatting with you? Meanwhile, more thick vines grew on the ground around Li Chang'an. Not only that, there are many strange mushrooms growing on the vines, as well as thorns shining with purple light. This is the vine of the pet beast named Hua Liener. Li Chang'an sighed. Fanson clicked his tongue. Knowing the name Hua Liener meant that Li Chang'an was really from his sect. Behind him appeared a humanoid beast that was one head taller than him. This pet beast looks like a cold lady, with a purple flower at the top of its head. Wearing a war skirt made of thorns, her right arm sprouted a cold light arm blade, which was very similar to the sharp and dangerous tail needle on the tail of a Scorpion Zero. Queen of Thorns. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. In addition to this Queen of Thorns with throne-level potential, he also saw a small mushroom in Fan Sen's breast pocket. The red head looks very timid. This should be the predecessor of the current Netherworld Mushroom Emperor. I didn't expect my uncle to have completed the construction of the system so early. Even Li Chang'an had to admire Fan Sen's talent. In terms of the perfection of his own system, he was far inferior to the fifth uncle in front of him at the same level. The special abilities of the three major wood beasts are so harmoniously integrated on Hua Liener's vines. Fan Sen shouted, "Do you still have the leisure and grace to comment on my pet beast now?" Li Chang'an waved to him and said with a smile, "It's okay, fifth master uncle. Try harder. I can't do it." Fan Sen smiled happily and put on a pair of double blades that looked like animal claws on both hands. The Queen of Thorns merged into his body in tacit understanding. The color on the pair of beast claws is even more profound purple. Li Chang'an couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn it, beast control fusion? At this age, and at this level, Uncle Fifth Master can actually master the fusion of beast control, and he seems to have no burden. Fan Sen disappeared into the field and said with a smile, "Boy, can you still laugh now?" Li Chang'an shouted loudly, "Uncle Master, how did you master the beast control fusion so easily? I'll tell you when you beat me. A promise is made, no regrets." A happy smile appeared at the corner of Li Chang'an's mouth, and the power of the spell surged, blessing the beast-controlling resonance to Mau Mau. Mau Mau activated the prison-suppressing demon body and flew into the sky. 1/3 of the vines strangled Mau Mau in the sky, but there was no choice but the Hellflame on Mau Mau's body was extremely terrifying. These vines cannot even get close to Mau Mau within 3 meters of her body. Fan Sen projected and cursed secretly. What kind of beast is this Tien? How come the flames are so terrifying? While the vines were strangling Mau Mau, the remaining vines were also attacking Li Chang'an. Yao Yao stood on Li Chang'an's shoulder, constantly releasing the moonlight to purify Ji Chang'an's negative effects. Zhila! Zhila! As the sound of electric current cutting vines continued to sound, Fan Sen realized that Li Chang'an couldn't help cultivating his pet beast skills, and this sword technique also saved the second senior sister's true inheritance. He glanced at the animal claw gloves he was wearing and decisively chose to give up his previous idea. Where did the second senior sister find a freak with such a skill at this age? And this set of inscribed weapons and equipment gone? I've never been so rich. Mau Mau was ready at this time, spitting out Blazing Fire 3.6. Torrent of Flames. Full power Red Lotus Explosive Flame. There seemed to be a long river of flames left in the sky on the 6th level. Wherever the river passed, there was no grass growing, forcing Fan Sun to reveal his figure. Hearing the sound of blue thunder, Fan Sun quickly raised his claws and 2 blades in front of him, but his palms were cut off by Li Chang'an's knife. Li Chang'an quickly retracted the Kuei demon knife and stepped back, feeling something was wrong in his hand. Sure enough, Fan Sun in front of him turned into a lifelike wooden statue. The wooden statue exploded instantly, sputtering out a large ball of spore powder and venom. The corner of Li Chang'an's mouth twitched. Sure enough, the 5th uncle, the 6th uncle, would not show up so easily. But it doesn't matter anymore. He looked towards the sky. Mao Mao roared angrily, and the red lotus burst into flames blooming on the ground. A delicate red lotus covered the sky and blocked all Fan Sen's sight. Neil made it such a big deal. Fan Sen's eyes widened and he complained, "This is a fight." After saying this, Fan Sen's projection was swallowed up by the flames in the final bloom of the red lotus. Looking at the pitch-black scorched earth, Li Chang'an smacked his lips. "I forgot to ask Mao Mao to calm down, and I didn't have time to ask about the beast controlling fusion. Past the 6th floor. Let me go. Isn't it just a little trick to sneak away in advance? Does my nephew need to use such force? Even my whole body will be gone now." In a love hotel in a small town far away, Fan Sun covered his head, and the beautiful young woman with bare shoulders next to him looked at his lover in confusion. "Isn't this good? Why are you talking about your own death again?" The 6th floor passed. Outside the star trial, several intelligent monsters shouted in surprise, and several night watchmen were already a little numb. The Night Watch Division's best achievement in recent years is the 4th level, which was achieved by Xinghe. The new generations that followed could not even get past Xinghe, let alone the person on the 5th floor who was good at projecting disgusting people. Tong Hai's inner fluctuations were the most obvious. Xinghe once talked about the projection of the 5th level in the Night Watch department. Instead of guarding the poison, coupled with the ancient war tree with extraordinary combat power, the captain of the 100th Army, who had extraordinary combat power, was defeated. If Tong Hai himself was confident of dragging Xinghe's projection to death with poison, then he definitely didn't have the confidence to persist until the end under the projection of the 5th floor. You must know that this star trial can almost be regarded as one of the most powerful geniuses in the history of Dongwang Kingdom. It is already a great honor to be able to stay on one of the floors. Ever since Xinghe's projection was left in the 4th level, he was the first candidate to be appointed minister among the 5 departments of the Night Watch Department. The gold content of Star Trial is so terrifying. Li Chang'an not only passed the 5th floor in just a few minutes, but also passed the 6th floor at a faster speed. This is simply outrageous. His mother opened the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous as hell. The 7th level of Star Trial. A strong young girl carrying a purple sword stood in front of Li Chang'an. Looking at the youthful version of Kong Si-Hui, Ji Chang'an always feels unspeakably awkward. "Oh, you passed the level of Lao Wu? Can you tell me how you won?" The youth version of Kong Si-Hui asked cutely and lively. At this time, Kong Si-Hui didn't have long hair yet, and she didn't have the big purple gradient waves. She just had short hair and simply cut her bangs. He looks very valiant, and of course his ambition has already begun to show at this time. Li Chang'an asked curiously, "Do you know who is on the next floor?" The youth version of Kong Si-Hui said matter-of-factly, "Of course. What do you think I am? A projection, isn't it? It's not exactly 08. To be precise, the me you see in front of you is the person named Kong Si-Hui herself at a certain moment in her life. It's called the remnant of time." When Li Chang'an heard this, his eyes widened in horror. In other words, this experience in Star Trial is also a part of Sister Kong's life? Doesn't that mean that Xinghe, Shi Huajing, and Fan Sun will all know how he killed the projections? That's natural. The youth version of Kong Si-Hui looked confused. Didn't your teacher tell you this common sense before you came in? These people who are masters now are too irresponsible. Who is your master? Maybe I know him. Just letting you in like this is worse than my old man. Li Chang'an opened his mouth, but wisely did not reply. But the young version of Kong Sihui quickly reacted. Hey, no, what did you just call me? Sister? You are not the old man's new apprentice, are you? The youthful version of Kong Sihui seemed to have seen something new and strange. Hot air was blowing out from both nostrils, and she stared at Li Chang'an excitedly. I had long heard that the old man said that he wanted to accept another disciple, but I didn't expect that he actually accepted him. He is pretty good-looking and relatively easygoing. By the way, you just defeated Xiao Wu, which means you are stronger than Xiao Wu. Oh, I'm getting excited. Come and fight with me, senior sister. Kong Sihui looks like the heroine of a passionate girl comic, with sparks of fighting spirit in her eyes. Li Chang'an covered his face with his hands. He felt that Sister Kong would chop him alive with a knife and destroy his body after leaving. Why are you covering your face? Damn it, come and hit me. The youth version of Kong Sihui held the sword and waved it twice, threatening Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an put down his hand resignedly, pulled out the Chun Demon Sword, and faced the youth version of Kong Sihui. Hey, Sister Kong, you will understand how I feel later. The youthful version of Kong Sihui was puzzled, but that didn't stop her from swinging her sword and making a vertical slash. Purple Phoenix Broken Cloud. Li Chang'an also used the Purple Phoenix and Broken Cloud to fight back. At this period, Kong Sihui had only pioneered the Purple Phoenix sword technique, so the technique was still relatively immature. The attack was easily blocked by Li Chang'an, who was also familiar with the Purple Phoenix sword technique. The youth version of Kong Sihui frowned and asked, How do you know my sword skills? Huh? No, it is more beautiful. Is it perfected by my future me? Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Let's finish it first. The youthful version of Kong Sihui attacked Li Chang'an again, but she soon discovered that something was wrong the more she fought. Whatever move she uses to attack, Li Chang'an responds with whatever move she uses, just like the youth version of Kong Sihui stopped his offensive, swallowed, pointed at Li Chang'an, and said with trembling fingertips, You're not my disciple, are you? Li Chang'an's eyes wandered, and he didn't answer. But in the eyes of the youth version of Kong Sihui, this look is a kind of acquiescence. The pretty face of a youthful version of Kong Sihui suddenly turned red, and a blush gradually spread on her snow-white skin. Until it spread to the top of the head, there was a pop, and a circle of steam slowly penetrated into the sky from the top of the head. It turns out that this irresponsible master is herself. The youth version of Kong Sihui covered her face and squatted down. She felt that she was too embarrassed to see anyone, but only in front of her future apprentice. Li Chang'an let out a long sigh. After he got out, Kong Sihui would definitely chop him to death with a knife to avoid future troubles. No matter what, just die. The process of Kong Sihui going from a squatting position to violently attacking someone only took 0.5 seconds. Purple flames burst out from her body, and there was a white phoenix bird and wooden dragon shadow behind her. Li Chang'an showed an expression that was indeed true, and Kong Sihui still used this angry look. Break the prison. Li Chang'an used his own sword skills this time, and sent Kong Sihui flying with a powerful and heavy slash. Ni Mei, what kind of force is this? After the youth version of Kong Sihui flew out, he landed firmly and shook his sore arms. Li Chang'an frowned. Although the youth version of Kong Sihui's sword skills were sharp, he found that something was missing. Yes, without the tacit cooperation of Zi Yao Tianwang. The swordsmanship of the youth version of Kong Sihui does not have the beauty brought by Zi Yao Tianwang. Li Chang'an immediately understood what Kong Sihui meant when she said she picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. He himself is an exception. Due to the talent of the ancient Dragon King, he does not have to think about how Mao Mao and the others will integrate into his own system. But when 99% of beast masters in the world confirm their own path, they need to consider the cooperation between themselves and their beast pets. After all, they are not warriors but beast masters. Since you are a beast master, you must focus on your pet beast. There is no place for her pet beast in Kong Sihui's sword skills, and this is the problem. Li Chang'an realized that this was the reason why Kong Sihui had been dragged to the Heavenly King level and had not yet made a breakthrough. In addition to paying back the money, there is also the need to make up for the foundation that was not laid back then. Once something is missed, if you want to make up for it, the price you need to pay is dozens, hundreds, or even more times than the original. What's that look in your eyes? The youth version of Kong Sihui was a little unhappy. Although he was her future disciple, this look made her very unhappy. Li Chang'an said seriously, "Sister Kong, you will understand next." I saw the lava-like magic patterns on his body suddenly dimmed, and the beast-controlling resonance was released. The luster on the Kuei demon sword was dark, and the blade's light was bright. Flowing shadow. A bright mirror-like sword light knocked the purple sword out of the hand of the young version of Kong Sihui. Before she landed, the tip of the Kuei demon knife stopped in front of the youth version of Kong Sihui. This is the answer. Li Chang'an sighed. The youth version of Kong Sihui looks a little lonely. In the confrontation just now, neither side used their full strength, but the young version of Kong Sihui already knew where he was wrong. Can my future self make up for it? Well, I took on a lot of debt and finally came back. I hate paying it back. Fortunately, Sister Kong, you're done. That's good, hey. Oh no, I have finished paying off my debts in the future, but isn't the current me about to face a life of debt repayment? The youth version of Kong Sihui put on a mask of pain and disappeared on the 7th floor. Li Chang'an watched the projection of the youth version of Kong Sihui leave with a smile. Past the 7th floor, Qi Jiaer looked at the direction of the star trial with excitement. She was about to reach her master. Can this big bad guy win? Fu Shui was also sighing. Now it was a contest between Kong Sihui's disciples and the former Zhong Yueze. The competition between Kong Sihui and Zhong Yueze seemed to be right in front of them. In a secret place, Kong Sihui grabbed her hair and suddenly shouted, "Ah, what on earth are you doing in the past me? It's over, it's all over." After Kong Sihui got excited, she looked defeated. My image as a wise and mighty master is completely over. Li Chang'an, is there a possibility that this image has never appeared before? It's okay to call myself senior sister in front of my disciples. I blame myself for being irresponsible. Why would I be so stupid? Kong Sihui wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was a little uneasy at the moment. Does Chang'an really think that I am an irresponsible master? Probably not. Kong Sihui seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was very stiff, her movements were panicked, and she stopped even exploring the secret place. She packed up her things and hurried back. The 8th level of the secret realm of stars. Zhong Yueze, who was wearing a black robe, looked at the person in front of him with curiosity. This person had a familiar aura about him. Was he an old friend? Li Chang'an looked at this unparalleled genius who was famous all over the country. He was tall and thin, with ordinary appearance, and there was no trace of the temperament of a genius. But his bright eyes are extremely attractive, as if you can be completely swallowed up by the mystery contained in these eyes with just one glance. Senior Zhugua, this junior is polite here. Li Chang'an bowed his hands. Zhong Yueze looked dazed. So, I will become the 8-pillar kingdom in the future? This is really a bolt from the blue. Li Chang'an blinked, not knowing why. What is a bolt from the blue? Zhong Yueze adjusted his mentality and said gently, "It's okay. It's just a private matter. You are here to challenge me. I won't hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chang'an immediately made a defensive posture, holding the Kuei Emon knife blade in front of him. He felt the blade pause, as if something invisible hit it. Zhong Yueze said in surprise, "You are very similar to a friend of mine. We are both types with amazing combat intuition." Li Chang'an knew who the friend he was talking about was. "She is my master." Zhong Yueze was a little surprised and sighed. "I didn't expect that it has been so long and she has disciples." Li Chang'an pursed his lips. "Soon, you might be able to see your own traitor." Although Qi Jiaer's specific strength is unclear, Sister Kong at that time should not be her opponent. If Sister Kong had not gone astray at that time, the outcome would have been different. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in this world. Zhong Yueze summoned his pet beast, and at the same time he held a huge black scythe in his hand. Li Chang'an quickly glanced at the undead priest, the black dragon knight commander, the scarlet succubus, and a skeleton swordsman. This number of pet beasts is already considered small for a death-type beastmaster. But the first death-type pet beasts are all elites, and the aura exuding from their bodies is even stronger than that of by Xinghe on the 4th level. As for the exaggerated sickle that Zhong Yueze was holding in his hand, Li Chang'an naturally wouldn't think that Zhong Yueze was incompetent in close combat. This kind of sickle will be a disaster if it is not used properly. If he were a melee rookie, he would definitely be beaten to death by Kong Sihui at close range. Judging from Kong Sihui's failure, Zhong Yueze's ability to play with a sickle is probably very good. Coupled with the invisible attack, Li Chang'an somewhat understood why Zhong Yueze was called Ling. Don't be distracted during the battle. Zhong Yueze reminded with a smile, and Li Chang'an slashed in midair in front of him. The heavy force coming for his hand meant that Zhong Yueze launched another invisible attack. The skeleton swordsman dodged, and the sword in his hand danced wildly like a light feather. Heavenly snakes dance wildly. Mao Mao appeared at the right time and interrupted the skeleton swordsman's sword dance with a crime-breaking blade. At the same time, Ji Chang'an quickly approached. Break the prison. The seemingly ordinary slashing attack easily tore apart the skeleton swordsman's jade-like skeletal body. This kind of death beast will not die as long as the soul fire is not extinguished. Zhong Yueze suppressed his smile and took back the skeleton swordsman in time. This kind of enemy was not suitable for group fights with legions. He could feel that the unknown dragon species had terrible destructive power. You are different from her. You are an opponent worthy of all your efforts. Zhong Yueze finally became serious, and the remaining 3 pet beasts were taken back by him. A scarlet aura erupted from him. My dear Zhong Yueze, please enlighten me. Li Chang'an tightened his grip on the handle of a knife. Zhong Yueze in this state made him feel threatened, but not much, because, Daling, this human's talent is the spirit of speech. And the spirit of speech is biased toward destruction, Huan Huan said very confidently. The word spirit of destruction? Is it your kind? Li Chang'an recalled the power of the original Thunderword Dragon. Huan Huan retorted, of course not. The essence of my clan's speech spirit is lies and truth. It can both cause destruction and reshape new life. This human speech spirit is not qualified to compare with this palace's speech spirit. But looking at him like this, he probably hasn't completely mastered his speech spirit yet, and can only stimulate the activation of his speech spirit through words. The invisible attack you feel is actually the power of language itself. If he really starts using that kind of harsh words, that will be trouble. Although Huan Huan was dismissive of Zhong Yueze's words, her eyes were still very cautious. The spirit of speech is essentially a clever use of rules. Creatures with this kind of talent can more easily analyze the rules of the world and use language to support the power of opening the earth. The invisible blade Li Chang'an felt was actually a simple impact of the power of heaven and earth on his blade, which was not even an application. In fact, if Li Chang'an wanted to, he could also achieve this effect. He also has the talent of Lei Yanlong's speaking spirit. If that's the case, then there is a way to take it down easily. Li Chang'an's eyes flashed with golden light, and several purple currents burst out from his fingertips. Zhong Yueze swung the bleeding sickle, and a blood-red sword light disappeared instantly after being slashed out, and appeared behind Li Chang'an in the next second. Li Chang'an whispered, "Speed up," and stabbed out an extremely fast speed, the blood-red sword light blasting into the air. If the god of the Dark River were here, he would definitely recognize that this thrusting method is very similar to his super thrust yo. The gaze in Zhong Yueze's eyes trembled. He wanted to avoid Li Chang'an's stimulation, but unexpectedly found that his actions had become extremely slow. This is an abnormal squeezing phenomenon of space. Can his knife do this? Zhong Yueze didn't have time to think too much, and a look of struggle passed over his face. Break it for me. Suddenly, an unparalleled force tore through the space oppression caused by Li Chang'an. Zhong Yueza took a step sideways, raised the blood sickle, and pushed and retracted. This step not only allowed him to avoid Li Chang'an's fatal knife, but the unique blade of the blood sickle put Li Chang'an in danger. Just this one hand is enough to show that Zhong Yueza at this period was not a man of paper, but a warrior with rich combat experience. "Slow down," Li Chang'an shouted, and his sprinting body gradually slowed down. At the same time, it was not just him who was affected. Zhong Yueza's movement of pulling the blood sickle also slowed down. Zhong Yueza finally felt this familiar power in his body. Spirit. Li Chang'an's eyes were filled with golden light. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and twisted his calves and waist with all his strength. Spin kicking with his left foot, holding the dust demon knife in his right hand to block the sickle blade behind him. Zhong Yueza was kicked back repeatedly by this sudden kick. If it weren't for the blood sickle in the middle, he might have lost one of his hands on the spot. Even if it is not disabled, his right arm is still sore and numb, and he cannot lift his strength for the time being. Obviously, Li Chang'an's physical strength far exceeded his expectations. Speech, spirit, silence. Li Chang'an uttered a cold word, and the surrounding voices seemed to fall silent. During this period, it was obvious that Zhong Yueza had not mastered his talent well and could not do whatever he wanted. Once the language is banned, the spirit of speech cannot be activated. If it were Huan, Gao Lu would give you the entire wandless casting or high-speed divine word. That is Zhong Yueza. If it were anyone else, Li Chang'an would not use his unskilled ability of speaking spirit in battle. Zhong Yueza was shocked in his heart. Does such a spirit of speech still exist? Although Li Chang'an's knife was getting closer and closer, he looked at Li Chang'an with a faint look of envy. It would be nice if his speech spirit was also this kind of harmless speech spirit. Zhong Yueza closed his eyes resignedly, but the unexpected pain of death did not come to him. Li Chang'an put his knife on Zhong Yueza's neck and exhaled a breath of turbid air filled with electric sparks. "Senior Zhong, you really haven't mastered your own talent." Zhong Yueza opened his eyes and said something first, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Li Chang'an took back the knife and slapped his head. He forgot that the effect of self-spiriting was still there. But he can only release, and he knows nothing about how to release the spirit of speech. Huan. Li Chang'an released the resonance with Huan and decided to let professionals handle professional matters. "Hey, darling, it seems that I should pay more attention to training your verbal and spiritual abilities." Huan looked helpless and waved a purple thunder light with her little paw, and the effect of the silent spirit around her disappeared immediately. Zhong Yueza stared blankly at Huan's calm look. "Can you speak under the effect of this spirit?" Huan rolled her eyes. "What's so strange about that? This is the spirit of speech that I release myself. Why is it so difficult to set some rules that are convenient for me?" Zhong Yueza opened his mouth. He wanted to say that it was difficult, otherwise he would not have dared to deepen his talent. But Huan's familiarity made him very envious. "It would be great if I could meet you earlier." Zhong Yueza's projection turned into starlight and dissipated. Li Chang'an felt that Zhong Yueza was hiding many stories, but he didn't ask. Huan reminded, "If this human being can master his own talent, he will still be very strong. Daring, don't underestimate him." Li Chang'an coughed violently and looked down upon a Bazugwo. He didn't have the ability yet. If Zhong Yueza can exert the power of Death's Chosen at this point in time, it will be really difficult for him to win this battle. It's a pity that the other party didn't expect the existence of Huan, an ancient dragon who crushes all living beings in speech and spirit happens to be his nemesis. Past the 8th floor, in the northwest, Zhong Yueza, who was sitting alone in the darkness, silently raised his head and whispered the same words. "It would be great if I could meet you earlier. What a pity." He gently caressed a black coffin in front of him. A sharp expression flashed between his brows and eyes, and countless greedy eyes in the darkness suddenly turned into fear, and birds turned into beasts. "Ah, he succeeded." Chi Jiaer cheered in surprise, jumping up and down excitedly like a child who just had a vacation. Fu Shui will never be able to deal with this. Li Chang'an beat your master, but you were so happy as a disciple. Qi Jiaer didn't care about other people's feelings. She only knew that the myth of her master's invincibility had been broken by the people of Donghuang themselves. That's enough. If others can do it, she may not be able to do it. In this regard, Li Chang'an felt that Qi Jiaer and Kong Sihui were somewhat similar. What Fu Shui didn't know was that Qi Jiaer was a traitor. After passing the 8th level, people on the 9th level will no longer be from Blue Star. Fu Shui sighed, with a trace of expectation in his eyes. Tong Hai wondered, Minister, if the 9th layer is not from the Blue Star, where are they from? They can't be aliens, right? Although they knew that there were 10 levels in the Star Trial, and that the 8th level was the current 8-pillar kingdom of Donghuang Kingdom, Zhongyueza, but after that, the relevant records were somewhat unclear. Fu Shui looked at Tong Hai meaningfully. They are really aliens. He looked at the stars in the sky. Unfortunately, when the Star Tree Secret Realm was discovered, the Great Elder had already reached the Saint level and was unable to participate in the Star Trial. Otherwise, the 9th level might not necessarily be aliens. Li Chang'an came to the 9th floor, where there was a flowing galaxy. There was a blue-haired man sitting on a galaxy, with a simple long sword on his lap. Li Chang'an noticed that the blue-haired man had some golden scales on his forehead and sold out, and there was a straight brown horn on his forehead. He recalled his memories, and it seemed that the other party was not from the race on the Blue Star. Among the records about sub-races in the 3rd floor collection of Tangli University, there is no race that matches the characteristics of the man in front of him. More than 40 years have passed, and finally another person has come here. The last person had a good talent, but unfortunately he was in such a bad mood that he was afraid of his own talent. The blue-haired man with one horn stood up and faced Li Chang'an. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Chang'an subconsciously held the handle of the knife behind his back, and the stinging sensation rushing to his face showed how powerful the person in front of him was. The other party is also a master of skills. Feeling Li Chang'an's momentum, the blue-haired man nodded with great satisfaction, as if he was treating a precious commodity, commenting, for an indigenous planet, it's not bad to have 2 people standing in front of me in a row. Li Chang'an squinted his eyes slightly, feeling that this guy was a bit arrogant. But this is the first time he has seen an alien, so getting some information out of him is the first choice. Once you've squeezed out all the information from him, just press him to the ground and rub him. Well, that's it. Anyway, there's still 2 restoration privileges that haven't been used yet. The so-called restoration of privileges is actually the last mercy of Star Trial. Every time the challenger passes 3 levels, he can gain the authority to restore his strength. It can be used before the battle begins. Li Chang'an passed 8 floors in a row without using this privilege. It had only been a week since he and Bubbles' Endless Abyss had used up all the eyes of the sea vortex in a life-and-death battle with the god of the Dark River. 1 person and 1 dragon each recovered 3 eyes of the vortex. Facing the enemies on the 9th and 10th floors, 3 were not enough. Li Chang'an asked patiently, You said it's an indigenous planet, so are you from another prosperous planet? The blue-haired man with one horn sighed. Why are you saying this again? This was the same problem when the last person came. Li Chang'an, it seems that Senior Zhongyueza and him still have something in common. The blue-haired man with one horn gave a contemptuous smile. If you can have a good fight with me, I will tell you what you want to know. The weak are not qualified to touch the void. Another one with eyes higher than his head. Li Chang'an sighed and pulled out the Ku-A demon sword. I'm worried that after the beating, you won't have the strength to speak. Li Chang'an applied for restoration authority, and a golden light of Shenghe enveloped his body. The eye of the vortex in his body did not recover, but simulated 3 golden eyes of the vortex. This works too. Bubbles, what's going on over there? Bubbles immediately responded. 6 golden vortex eyes also appeared in the bottom of the Endless Abyss. Li Chang'an was shocked. The power in the Star Trial could actually simulate the power of Wanlingsu Abyssal Dragon. This is unscientific. This trial is definitely not something that the ancient Star Tree can set up. The blue-haired one-horned man was a little impatient in waiting. Due to the rules of the star trial, he could only shout, "Are you okay? If not, just admit defeat. By the way, before we start, can I ask your name?" The blue-haired man with one horn sneered and drew his sword, cutting out a brilliant sword river. "I am a peerless genius ranked 27th on the Sarone sector's combat power list. Weak people are not qualified to know my name." Li Chang'an shrugged, indifferent to the upcoming Jianhe attack. Since the other party doesn't appreciate it, he has no interest in nagging this person. Immediately, the 6 golden eyes of the vortex in the bubble instantly shattered. Li Chang'an felt the effect, but it was not as good as the original tenfold increase. Each one is about 5 times the size, and so are the golden vortex eyes in his body. There are a total of 9 money-earning stones, which increase the combat power by 45 times. At the same time, Pow Pow, Mao Mao, Huan Huan, and him activated the beast-controlling resonance at the same time. The beast-controlling resonance and the beast-controlling fusion are different. The former can only provide a 5-fold increase. The latter can provide an increase of more than 10 times. Facing the blue-haired one-horned man, Li Chang'an thought that there was no need to use beast control fusion. Mao Mao roared in the beast control space, and the purgatory demon body was activated, increasing the power by 20 times. Huan Huan used divine word, and this skill accompanied her promotion to the commander level and also advanced to a high-level skill independently. At this time, the effect of the divine words was exerted by Huan Huan, and the effect was only slightly worse than Mao Mao's prison-suppressing demon brain. After all, the divine word skill is the core skill of the Thunderword Dragon clan, but the prison-suppressing demonic body is not the core skill of the Hellflame Dragon. Although the skill levels of the two are far apart, their potential and essence are quite different. Word of God, almighty power. The combat power increased tenfold again. In total, it has increased 90 times, but it has not yet risen. Li Chang'an held the Kuei demon sword, and the dark aura burst out from his body. The air blade explodes and splits the prison. With one slash, even the space of Star Trial was slightly disturbed. The blue-haired one-horned man looked at Li Chang'an's sword in horror, knowing full well what it would be like to cause disturbance in the trial space at level 9 strength. 100 times the limit. He shouted in disbelief. Impossible! How can a native achieve such strength? Li Chang'an did sense that the resistance of the blue-haired man at this moment was more than 70 times that of his original aura. They were both at level 9, and the opponent's spell power and mental strength were far inferior to mine. At this moment, Li Chang'an was thinking, is it too high to look at the opponent by using all his strength? What if there is no breath left to ask questions? It's so difficult. On the 9th floor of the Star Trial, Li Chang'an covered his head with a look of helplessness. In front of him was a knife mark that stretched for more than 10 miles, with little starlight slowly drifting away. This peerless genius projection, who was ranked 27th on the Sarone sector's combat power list, didn't even take a single blow from him and ascended directly to the sky next door. Fortunately, he thought that this alien was so powerful, but his feelings were just a piece of cake. If Zhong Yueza could have mastered his gift of speech and spirit at that time, this person would really not be qualified to be arrogant in front of this 8-pillar kingdom for so many years. There are always many regrets in this world. Li Chang'an originally wanted to enter the 10th floor to see his opponents. Ancient Star Tree warned, "Are you sure you want to challenge the 10th floor?" Li Chang'an was puzzled. "Yeah, what's the problem?" "I'm afraid you will have psychological shadow later." The Ancient Star Tree said in a sighing tone, "I think you can also guess that this star trial was not set up by me, but by my indifferent master." Li Chang'an was very interested in the owner mentioned many times in the mouth of Xingqian Ancient Tree. What kind of peerless person could make an ecological owner remember him so much? Xingqian Ancient Tree also knew what Li Chang'an wanted to ask. "Don't ask. The master's identity is not for a little guy like you to know." Li Chang'an smacked his lips regretfully. "That means the 10th floor is not your master." He also wanted to see what this magnificent boss looked like, but it was a pity. The ancient star tree said proudly, "Who is the master? Why would he bully you little guys?" You can also see that the 10th level gatekeepers of the star trial were originally selected from the void. The first and ninth floors were randomly selected by the master, and they were all dead geniuses. Li Chaman sighed. He was still thinking about whether he could meet this blue-haired brother in the future, and maybe he could get another beating. It turns out this product has been sold out. Ancient Star Tree's tone at this time was very solemn, but the 10th level is different. The projection on the 10th level is still alive and is a true, peerless genius. According to what my master once said, if this person were alive to this day, his achievements would not be any worse than his. Are you sure you want a challenge? Instead of being scared, Li Chang'an was very interested. Then I want to see what the real, peerless genius in the void is like so that my successors can have a reference standard in the future. Seeing Li Chang'an's resolute attitude, Xingqian Gushu no longer tried to stop him, but reminded him again. One more word, old man. The projection of 10th Kingan is a doctor who has truly broken through the limits. The Ice Spirit tribe you just met is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Li Chang'an's body trembled when he heard this, and his steps to the 10th floor became more determined. Then he wants to meet him even more. When three of us are walking together, there must be my teacher. If you can get the method to break through the limit of combat power from the projection of this genius, that will be more generous than any other reward. Besides, he is not the kind of boss who takes the road of invincibility. He has to be invincible all the way. It doesn't hurt him to be defeated a few times. In his previous life, he had been struggling in society for many years. To him, several failures were almost routine. The ancient star tree sighed, and a golden light fell, completely repairing Li Chang'an's injuries. After Li Chang'an reached the 10th floor, he saw a lake like a mirror. The clear sky is reflected on the water. The sea and sky are the same color, and they're the inside and outside of each other. It is difficult to tell which side is the sky and which side is the earth. And in the center of this lake, there is an illusory figure. Unlike the first 9 floors of Star Trial, the projection here looks very unreal, like a mosaic. When Li Chang'an stepped on the lake, there was a ding. A breeze blew by, and the projection in the center of the lake gradually became clearer. When he was 10 meters in front of the projection, this projection becomes as clear as the previous layers. This is a woman who cares about the world. Silver hair and purple clothes, eyes like a calm cold pool, and facial features even more ethereal than when Miaowa. But this look set off alarm bells in Li Chang'an's mind, causing his muscles all over his body to tense up slightly. This is not something he's making a fuss about, but an instinctive and spontaneous reaction of his body. You seem to be very afraid of me. The silver-haired woman's voice was like a quiet spring in an empty valley, crisp yet transcendent. Li Chang'an relaxed his body and explained awkwardly, "I'm just kidding. It's my first time to see such a beautiful fairy like you. I'm a little embarrassed." The silver-haired woman raised her thin lips slightly, with a hint of smile in her eyes. "You are very similar to a friend of mine when you do something wrong. You always like to look at him. Is it difficult to tell the truth?" Li Chang'an said nothing. In this world, it is indeed difficult to tell the truth. The silver-haired woman said again, "Let's do this. I tell the truth, and you tell the truth too, so that we can be clear on both sides." Li Chang'an was stunned. "Is there such a good thing? I like to tell the truth the most. You are very strong. I just instinctively wanted to defend you." The silver-haired woman was very satisfied with Li Chang'an's truth and asked, "What truth do you want me to tell you?" Without thinking, Li Chang'an asked, "How to break through the limit of 100 times combat power?" The silver-haired woman tilted her head slightly, with doubt in her eyes. "Have you not seen that kind of scenery before? That time was a trick. It doesn't count. Tricks are also a method. Is there any other way?" "Yes, there are 2 kinds. One is to use force to break the law. Although the rules of the world are authoritative, they are not absolute. They are not impossible to break, and they also have upper limits. Just use enough amplification ability to exceed this upper limit, but the premise is that your own soul and body are not squeezed out." Li Chang'an nodded slightly when he heard this. This method was similar to what he had guessed before. as the bubbles continue to grow. He could do this with just the eye of the sea vortex. But as the silver-haired woman said, the premise is that you need a strong enough body and a tough enough soul. Otherwise, you will become a piece of debris in the world before you can break through the limit. The second is the recognized orthodox path and understanding of the rules. The shackles that restrict the limits of combat power are also part of the rules. You can understand this rule and unlock the shackles, where you can cover it with more powerful rules to achieve the goal of breaking through the limits. This is how I broke through the limits of my combat power. The silver-haired woman answered so seriously that Li Chang'an didn't think she had just lied. Based on what she said, the combat shackles are like the password lock of the vault. So the trick is to bypass the password lock and enter the vault from other directions. To break the law with force is to smash the combination lock directly. The most orthodox method is to either unlock the password lock and enter the password. Either use your own program to overwrite the program in the password lock, and then enter the password you set, and you can naturally enter the vault. After the silver-haired woman answered, she asked Li Chang'an, "Now it's my turn to ask you." Li Chang'an couldn't comment, just ask. "What pet beast did you contract?" Most of them are ancient dragons, and there's also a medicine-making rabbit. Ah, the medicine-making rabbit is a pet beast with the blood of the jade rabbit. Cologne. A trace of interest flashed in the silver-haired woman's clear eyes. "Do you have a wife?" Li Chang'an had a bad feeling. Why did he ask this question? "I have a fiancé." "Mind one more?" The corners of Li Chang'an's mouth twitched. "Mind." He felt that the brain circuit of the silver-haired woman in front of him was a little disconnected. The silver-haired woman lowered her eyes in despair, then quickly cheered up and said, "I just asked 3 questions. You can also ask me 3 questions." Li Chang'an didn't expect this silver-haired woman to be so generous, even including questions. A gentleman deceives others. Li Chang'an considers himself not a good person, and he definitely has no embarrassment. What is spiritualization? Although the ancient star tree promised that he would explain the matter, Li Chang'an asked the stronger person for his explanation of the name. The silver-haired woman became even more curious about Li Chang'an. Shun Shenghua, a name she hadn't heard for a long time. The silver-haired woman did not answer directly, but instead asked Li Chang'an, "What are the realms of your planet? By the way, this is not included in my question. I asked it to answer you better." Li Chang'an burst into laughter. This silver-haired woman was unexpectedly cute. So he told the silver-haired woman about Blue Star's current realm classification and some characteristics. After hearing this, the silver-haired woman explained confidently, "The Saint level on your planet should be replaced by the Void level, which should be called the Life Star level. Before you can break through to this level, you need to have achieved something in some way to break through the limitations of your home planet. Soul, body, or innate ability, etc. can be used. Spiritualization is a way of soul breakthrough, but this kind of breakthrough is very rare and difficult." The silver-haired woman's words came to an abrupt end. Li Chang'an was doing his best to hear it, and felt a little uncomfortable when it stopped here. "It's over. That's it. This is what it means to be holy." Li Chang'an suddenly no longer found this silver-haired woman cute. "Then my second question is, how can I achieve spiritual transformation?" The silver-haired woman had already expected it and talked eloquently. There are 3 types of soul states in the life star: the divine state, the star state, and the rarest Holy Spirit state. Those who do not follow the path of gods cannot transform their soul state into the divine state. So most living beings break through in the astral state. If it is a beast-controlling civilization like yours, you should let the pet beasts and beastmasters work together to anchor the star spirits, so that the team can break through. Holy Spirit transformation is actually the beginning of the Holy Spirit state. There are 3 prerequisites for breakthrough. First, the body, soul, and self-system power must be complete and polished to the limit below the life star level. This is the basic quality. Secondly, if you are a beast-controlling civilization, you and your pet must ensure that the compatibility is above 90%. Otherwise, the last step will fall short. Third, your own path must be perfectly integrated with your own strength. When anchoring the star spirit, The star spirit must not only fit your own path, but also cannot be anchored by a second person, otherwise it will fail. Only those who meet these three conditions are qualified to try the Holy Spirit transformation and thus break through to the Holy Spirit state. Li Chang'an exhaled heavily. There's still a long way to go. The first condition is not too difficult for him. The second condition that is most difficult for him is Yao Yao. It is not an ancient dragon, but a moon beast. Even after the first calamity state, the compatibility between him and Yao Yao is still 51%, which is still far from 90%. At the same time, Li Chang'an was also happy. Fortunately, he had not randomly contracted other pet beasts before. Otherwise, he might not have been able to obtain the prerequisites for becoming a saint. For now, it is enough to worry about the little guy Yao Yao. The third condition is the most mysterious. What does it mean to perfectly integrate your own path with yourself? What does it mean to anchor a Protoss? You can only find Protoss that no one is anchored to. The silver-haired woman seemed happy to see Li Chang'an's confused look, and her mood was much better than before. That picture is breathtakingly beautiful. The expression of "come and ask me" is written all over her pretty face. Li Chang'an was a little angry, but his instinct told him that he couldn't beat him, so he had to hold it in his heart. There's only one question left to think about, and that ends with the questions related to the Holy Spirit. It can't be wasted. Besides, there's also the ancient star tree, which may be able to give him an explanation for this issue. Li Chang'an thought for a while and finally chose a question. What are the specific ways to break through to the saint level? A look of displeasure appeared on the silver-haired woman's face. She didn't expect that Li Chang'an would not play his cards according to her ideas. At this time, you shouldn't ask how to perfectly integrate your own path with yourself, or how to find a star spirit that suits you. After a while, the silver-haired woman explained angrily, I can't tell that you are the kind of person who cares about your own civilization. Let me remind you. After asking this question, I will not. Are you sure you want to ask this question? Li Chang'an smiled lightly and said, Well, as for this issue, it hasn't changed. The annoyance on the silver-haired woman's face immediately disappeared. She looked at Li Chang'an with admiration and couldn't help but lick her tongue. Okay, it's up to you. Listen, I'll say it again. The silver-haired woman spoke very quickly, and Li Chang'an raised his ears and listened carefully. Half an hour later, he kept these words in mind and even asked Mao Mao and the others to record this experience using their inherited memories. Now that we've asked all the questions, let's get back to the topic. The silver-haired woman smiled like a flower with a hint of cunning charm. I'll let you see what it means to have unparalleled talent combat power. The silver-haired woman took out a silver spear in her hand and pointed it at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that this ant really wanted to beat him up. If he were to fight normally, without mastering the red tribulation state, he would really not be able to defeat the silver-haired woman. He would most likely be the same as the blue-haired Ice Spirit tribe person. No, it's even worse. He has also experienced the feeling of breaking through the limit. In that state, he can be said to be invincible among his peers. Even an opponent who is much stronger than himself may not necessarily be able to defeat him. The god of the Dark River is a lesson learned from the past. This silver-haired woman is different from him. She's a genius who knows how to break through the limits. A person who can perfectly control his own power is two different things from a child wielding a knife. However, Li Chang'an waved to the sky. This time it's not you and me fighting. A giant whale, nearly a kilometer long, wandered out of the sky. Since Bubble broke through to Commander 2-star, his body size of more than 700 meters has grown again to more than 900 meters. When it reaches level 9, it should be able to break through the 1,000-meter mark. If he breaks through to the king level, Li Chang'an estimates that Pao Pao's size can be compared with the previous Jin Zhong Yuelong. Shock flashed across the silver-haired woman's eyes, which seemed to reflect the sky. Isn't that the Wanlingsu abyssal dragon? How can an ancient dragon from a remote planet evolve to this point? Li Chang'an was no less shocked than the silver-haired woman. This person actually knew Peopeo's racial name. Forget it about the god of the Dark River. After all, the dust demon-suppressing prison dragon has been chasing the evil god's camp for so many years, and there have been tooth sacrifices every now and then. It's normal for him to know this. But the woman in front of him didn't seem to be related to Wanling Su Yuanlong. The silver-haired woman looked at Li Chang'an with a complicated expression. "Do you want to use the power of the black horn to defeat me?" Li Chang'an smiled, and the silver-haired woman raised the spear and said with a fighting spirit, "Let me see if the power of Wanling Su Yuanlong is really as terrifying as the rumors say." Li Chang'an made a gentleman's salute, and then his body turned into a black light and merged with Bubbles' huge body. In an instant, Peo's pure white body was even a little transparent, and the spirituality floating around him became more than a little stronger. Dreamy and innocent carols float in this quiet world. Even the silver-haired woman couldn't help but sigh in her heart that it was so beautiful when she saw this scene. No one expected that the process of releasing the skills of an ancient natural disaster dragon that could cause mass extinction in the galaxy would be so beautiful and peaceful. At the same time, the pair of black horns on the top of Bubbles' head became deeper and deeper. Just a slight swing of the head made the trial space tremble slightly. It seems that it only takes one force to tear this space apart. This is why Li Chang'an wants Pow Pow to attack on this level. Among the three little Golongs, Mao Mao has the strongest killing power, Huan Huan is the most comprehensive and has the highest practicality. But when it comes to instantaneous explosions, Bubble is second, and no dragon dares to be first. This is also recognized by Mao Mao himself. In this situation, it is unrealistic for Li Chang'an to fight with the silver-haired woman. It's better to have a wave of explosions. If you are lucky, you can change the outcome to death together. A thin layer of purified water film covered Bubbles' body, and Li Chang'an once again used Beast Control Fusion and also added Mao Mao. Mao Mao's talent also includes damage reduction effects, plus the damage reduction blessing of Li Chang'an and the two major talents. Bubbles in this state can perform two magnificent chants. Huan Huan, darling, look at me. After so many months, Huan Huan's speaking ability has become much stronger than when she first met it. It's just that Mao Mao's killing power is too strong, so Huan Huan doesn't have a chance to play. In fact, this little guy is strong enough to kill the original three-legged Black Thunderbolt, and the opponent can't even use the Furious form. During this period of time, Huan Huan summarized three major divine words in addition to some useful or playful words. The so-called divine words not only refer to the skill divine words, but also something that was born when Reggie Dragon engraves the spirit of words that suits him into the innate god's heart. It can grow and evolve together with the Thunderword Dragon, but the number of inscriptions of this kind of divine words is limited. Only one divine word slot can be unlocked for each major rank. When Huan Huan broke through to the leader level, there were only 3 divine words. The last divine word was engraved into the Xinyu heart when she broke through. In fact, Li Chang'an has the talent of divine control of the heart, and he also has a slot for divine speech, but he doesn't usually delve into the spiritual realm. He is simply not qualified to inscribe the words of God. God's word, almighty power. I have used it before, and it has doubled the attributes. God's word, superdimensional thinking, is a kind of God's word that uses electric current to accelerate thinking. Currently, Huan Huan can accelerate her thinking speed by 5 times and can perform 5 tasks at the same time. This divine word is very helpful for Huan Huan to observe the world, but its birth is very funny. Once, Huan Huan used a tablet to compete in a ranking match of Pet Beast Glory and was tricked by her teammates to the point where her mentality exploded. Li Chang'an usually didn't have much time to play ranked with it, so Huan Huan worked hard to create this word spirit. It was directly engraved into the talent 3 months ago in order to single-handedly defeat the 5 opposing armies. God's word, golden body, provides 5 times damage reduction effect. This Yinling was created by Huan Huan's observation of Jinju Zongyualong, and the effect surprised Li Chang'an. This time, Huan Huan used not only God's word, almighty power, but also this golden body with the ability to reduce damage. For a moment, the water purification film on Bubbles' body reflected golden light. The silver-haired woman narrowed her eyes slightly, and the light from the sky made her feel a little dazzling. So she grabbed the silver gun with her jade hand and danced like a gun. The tip of the gun trembled slightly, creating fine spatial cracks. Reverse Wantianha. The silver-haired woman's thin lips gently spit out the name of this move. In an instant, the silver spear shot out a ray of light like a Milky Way, which counterattacked from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Li Chang'an's pupils shrank suddenly as he merged with the bubbles, and he felt a tingling sensation in his hair. What kind of power is it that can make the Milky Way flowing down from the sky roll backwards? Li Chang'an, who faced this shot, has already experienced it. Bubble's magnificent ode. Bubble let out a low groan, put aside his former timid temperament, and resolutely faced that terrifying light. Boom, boom. The impact that could shatter the earth shook the lake below into thousands of water waves, slapping the edges of the trial space wantonly. In the center of the sky and the earth, there is a huge pitch-black cavity, like a gluttonous black beast with its mouth open, devouring all matter around it wantonly. The silver-haired woman let out a breath of turbid air. She had used all her strength in the move just now. He should be done with it now. Just as he finished speaking, another dull sound came from the hollow, and an ancient dragon covered in injuries once again charged at the silver-haired woman. The second time, the expression on the silver-haired woman's face was very astonished, which was different from the information she knew about the abyssal dragon of Wanling ruins. But at this time, it was too late to think about the accuracy of the information. She had just tried her best to face this move, but she was indeed powerless. Although he can fight again, his combat power is still much lower than before. The power of Bubble's race-specific skills is seriously overflowing. Despite its grand ode, it was tied with the silver-haired woman and even fell behind. That's because Li Chang'an, as the master, has not mastered the ability to break limits, so the two are not equal in terms of realm. If Li Chang'an had mastered the ability to break limits, then the silver-haired woman would never be able to take on Bubble's magnificent ode. Since the output of magnificent ode is overflowing, what Li Chang'an is thinking about is not to enhance the power of magnificent ode, but to make this explosive ultimate move can be used multiple times. After all, Grand Ode has counter-injury. If the ability to reduce damage is not up to standard, blindly using skills that increase strength can easily lead to death. Moreover, with Li Chang'an as a transfer station, Bubbles has no shortage of boosting skills. Therefore, this path was rejected by Li Chang'an from the beginning, so the damage reduction stream entered Li Chang'an's plan. 0. As long as the counter-injury of Magnificent Ode is within the damage reduction range, this terrifying burst attack can be used continuously. Facts have proved that Li Chang'an's plan for Bubble was correct. At least the look of shock on the silver-haired woman's face served him well. The silver-haired woman clenched her silver teeth, misled by the boy's previous aura of looking forward to death. With a thought, the silver-haired woman made a choice, and her originally clear figure became much more real. The silver gun in his hand turned into a galaxy, swaying one after another. Li Chang'an and Pow Pow felt a huge force and pulled them aside. The magnificent chant of the second method immediately deviated from the direction, blasting a huge hole in the lake and the ground below into a bottomless abyss. Countless lakes flow into this huge abyss cave. After suffering this blow, Li Chang'an and Bubble could no longer maintain the state of fusion with the beasts, separated and fell on the wet riverbed. The silver-haired woman shook her wet silver hair, walked over, lifted Li Chang'an's chin, and kissed his mouth. For a long time, embarrassing. Li Chang'an's face was dull. He was forcefully kissed. The silver-haired woman licked her thin lips, smiled, and said, "I'll give you a stamp first. When you arrive in the Tiana Star territory, remember to find me here. In addition, from now on, you have one more fiancé." After saying that, the silver-haired woman walked briskly, turned into little stars, and disappeared. A golden light enveloped Li Chang'an and Bubble's huge body. Star Ancient Tree said jokingly, "Congratulations, You defeated the 10th level projection, and you have an incredibly powerful fiancé. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. He still hasn't realized what happened. It was obviously the first time we met. So why would this strong silver-haired woman fall in love with an ant like him? This is unrealistic, especially in a world where power belongs to itself, and the story of Cinderella and the prince will never happen. Two people are in different dimensions, so how can we talk about love? The ancient star tree has matured, and guess for Li Chang'an. That person fell in love with you, probably because you contracted multiple ancient dragons. Secondly, you don't need to underestimate yourself. The last move just now was made by the person who borrowed the strength of the main body to defeat you. Therefore, according to the rules of the trial, you have indeed passed the test of the 10th level. You wouldn't think that there are many people in the void who can defeat the limit-breaking genius. Xingqian ancient tree's slightly envious words made Li Chang'an's chaotic thoughts a lot clearer. Is he becoming a child breadwinner? Although he didn't know what the silver-haired woman's real purpose was, he was still far away from reaching this so-called Tina Star territory. Maybe the other party will change their mind after a long period of time. Li Chang'an calmed down a little bit. The ancient star tree did not want to get involved in this matter for fear of death, so he reminded, since you have passed the 10th level, the reward for going out and choosing 3 times is also a unique reward left by our Lord. Go and see for yourself. Somewhere in the galaxy very far away from the blue star, a beautiful silver-haired woman grabbed a ray of starlight, and a faint joy filled her mouth. Momo, I found the person that Yuzi Zun was talking about. The being named Momo is a purple fox with a blood-colored lightning chain wrapped around its tail. He has an illusory figure and a lazy face. Huh, can you believe what that old woman who talks all day long says? Momo looked like she didn't believe it. The silver-haired woman touched the white pony in her arms, which looked like a unicorn. This prophecy is correct. There are really human beings in this world who can coexist with ancient dragons. Momo suddenly became furious. What? Is there really such a freak? Wait, no wonder those old guys' thoughts have been so erratic recently. Even Xiao Bai's faint soul has nowhere to go. The relationship was hidden from me, and he went to find the next owner. Mo was furious, but the silver-haired woman had a smile on her face, like a river of stars flowing quietly. It's okay. He also has a little purple fox beside him. Momo was suddenly stunned. The ancient star tree unlocked the special reward for Li Chang'an. This special reward is at the top of the canopy of the ancient star tree, where the 9 starlight belts finally converge. This place is a small pool. There are 3 things placed in the center of the pool: a badge with a 9-star sky pattern and a jade book, and a silver giant egg that cannot sense the breath. The height of the egg is several heads higher than Li Chang'an, and the diameter is several circles larger than Mao Mao's original egg. Senior Gushu, can you introduce me to the rewards? Li Chang'an shouted shamelessly. The ancient star tree spoke up at the right time. It's my duty. This badge represents the status of our Lord's official disciple. If you go to the Huangkong Star Territory in the future, you can take this badge to go to the 9-star tower to practice. In addition to registering you, this jade book will also provide you with a special secret method. This secret method will help you better break through the life star level, become stronger, and have a more solid foundation. The life star level is what your planet calls the saint level. By the way, this secret method is also helpful for you to master the Holy Spirit state. Our Lord is also an extremely powerful man who has mastered the Holy Spirit state. The strange beast you saw before is the Holy Spirit state of our Lord. This secret technique must not be passed on to others, as it is bound by the contract. I don't know the origin of this 3rd reward, which is this egg. It has been watered by the power of stars for so many years, but there is no movement. The old man even sometimes suspected that the egg was a dead egg. My Lord only left 1 sentence at that time. Those who are destined can hatch this egg. Li Chang 387, and Wu Yu asked, no more? Didn't that senior say anything more? No, I think my memory is pretty good. Xingqian Ancient Tree was also very sure. Li Chang'an looked at the egg with a toothache on his face. Ever since he knew the conditions required for becoming a saint, he became more cautious about contracted beasts. Not an ancient dragon cub, not a contract. Even if you want to make a contract, you must at least have the blood of the ancient dragon in your body. That the strong man was able to place this egg here means that this egg is very likely to have star attributes. The probability of it being an ancient dragon is very low. In the inherited memories of a few little ones, there are really not many ancient dragons with star attributes. But the eggshells of those ancient dragons don't look like this, which basically eliminates the possibility that this is a star-type ancient dragon egg. Li Chang'an asked loudly, "Senior Gushu, can this egg be given to others?" The ancient star tree felt like it was being F*** edition. Even if it didn't know the origin of this egg, it knew that this egg was very extraordinary. After absorbing the power of stars for so many years, this egg still hasn't exploded, which already shows a big problem. Logically speaking, after hatching, this egg has extraordinary potential. To people from the beast-controlling civilization, it is no different from treasure. And this brat in front of me actually wants to give it away. What a waste. Xingchen Gushu sighed. Forget it. Zaibai Tian doesn't feel bad. Anyway, this is Li Chang'an's reward. You can give this egg to someone else, but please note that this person must be a destined person who can hatch this egg. The ancient star tree added an accent to the word destined person, and Li Chang'an expressed his understanding. If the egg could not be hatched, he would not mind raising another dead egg. Li Chang'an dipped his feet into the small pool, followed the guidance of the ancient star tree, and picked up the 9-star badge first. The moment he took possession of the badge, it turned into a starlight and entered his brain space, blooming with bright starlight. It's okay. In addition to proving your identity, this badge is also an armor that protects your soul. Just use your spiritual power to maintain it. Ancient Star Tree reminded him in time. Li Chang'an used his mental power to sense it a little, and found that the effect of the badge was indeed the same as what the Ancient Star Tree said. Besides, he still has half of the hunting notes imprinted in his brain space. If 9-star badge wants to attack him, he must first pass the hunting notes. This original sin artifact is very protective. It will never let anything else get in touch with Li Chang'an's soul before it devours it. Li Chang'an picked up the Jade Book again. The moment the 9-star badge was detected in the Jade Book, Li Chang'an's name and soul aura were revealed on it. Immediately, the Jade Book melted, split into a ball of jade liquid and a starlight, and spread out. The jade liquid blended into Li Chang'an's eyebrows, and a complicated secret method slowly unfolded in his memory. Another starlight broke through the secret realm of the star tree and seemed to be able to cross time and space and fly to the depths of the starry sky. Li Chang'an froze in place for a long time and exhaled heavily. Digesting and recording this mysterious secret method really consumes mental energy. Fortunately, he also used a trick to let Mao Mao and the others record it using inherited memory. Since Mao Mao and Li Chang'an are one, they did not trigger the backlash of the contract. When Li Chang'an reached out and was about to take away the silver egg, the small pool instantly began to flow, gradually condensing into a blue and transparent round platform. The silver egg is placed on the round platform. The ancient star tree said dully, "Take this round platform with the eggs." The round platform can attract starlight and ensure the demand for silver eggs. Just put it into the beast control space like the fusion secret realm bead, and you can easily take it out when you don't need it. Li Chang'an was very pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. He quickly thanked the ancient star tree and said, "I would like to thank you, Senior Ancient Tree, for your gift." A burst of starlight fell from the ancient star tree. "No need for polite words. I still don't know what kind of kid you are. Go to the star tomb quickly and get what you want. You know the rules. Every time you pass 3 levels of trials, you can get 1 piece. You can only get 3 pieces, not more. There are rules set by our Lord in the star tomb, and I cannot shake them." The implication is that even if Li Chang'an is told not to seek death, it will not be able to save him. "I know," Li Chang'an said with a guilty conscience. He had indeed wanted to take away a few more items before. He thought that this kind of rules were rules set by the monsters and humans in the Star Tree secret realm, and that the Star Ancient Tree was just a draft. With his relationship with the Ancient Star Tree, if he takes a few more items, the Ancient Star Tree probably won't care. Thinking that this rule was set by the powerful master whom he had never met before, the Ancient Star Tree opened a starlight portal. Go through and you will find the Star Tomb. A friendly reminder, go to the north of the Star Tomb. There is what you want there. Before Li Chang'an walked in, he thanked the Ancient Star Tree. Thank you, Senior Ancient Tree. When he passed through the Starlight Gate, he found that the situation inside the Star Tomb was not like the underground tomb he imagined. The structure of the Star Tomb is very simple. Above the head is an unobstructed view of the starry sky, with countless starlight and moonlight falling slowly like mist. Li Chang'an took the lead in taking out the instruments inside the Star Tomb and determined the direction. The tomb below is divided into two parts. Part of it is a plain of bones piled up by various corpses, located to the south and west of the Star Tomb, but this plain is not eerie or cold. The skeleton is covered with starlight moss or moonlight moss, which gives it a unique beauty under this silent starry night. Of course, the blood-red aura attached to the skeleton is still very disturbing. The other part is the desolate hills to the east and north of Star Tomb. Rather than being called hills, Li Chang'an discovered after riding on Mao Mao's back that these so-called hills were actually huge tombs. Some of the graves had broken weapons stuck in front of them. The fierce fighting atmosphere in this area is much higher than the so-called cold atmosphere, making people feel awe-inspiring. Li Chang'an's face twitched when he thought of the suggestion from the Star Ancient Tree. Xingbei didn't look like he had star earbones. In order to prevent his work from being in vain, he decided to start from the plains of skeletons first. Of course, he didn't just blindly search for them one by one. That would be too inefficient. Mao Mao, suck up the ferocious aura emanating from the skeleton plain. Mao Mao took a big breath, and the faint blood-red aura spreading over the skeleton plain swarmed in, condensing into a blood-red vortex, which continuously merged into the projection of the purgatory world behind Mao Mao. The intelligent monsters in the Xingqiuan area sent too many bones of star beasts into it, causing the bones here to look like they were stained with the viciousness of the beasts. This gives many night watchmen who come here a headache. Even with professional instruments, it is difficult to distinguish which is the beast bone and which is the star and moon bone. Only by taking it to the outside world and testing it with large and sophisticated instruments can we tell which one is the star-moon bone. But this is like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes, and the gain outweighs the loss. The inspection fee alone is not cheap. To this end, Li Chang'an needs to eliminate additional influencing factors first. With Mao Mao, the future master of purgatory, there is nothing to frustrate it with just its ferocious aura. After about a quarter of an hour, the bloody aura in the skeleton plain became much weaker. Li Chang'an didn't expect that there was so much ferocious energy here, and how many ferocious beast bones the intelligent Warcraft tribe had thrown in. Minister Fu Shui's new rule of direct annihilation of the clan is indeed true. These intelligent monsters are very cruel. If the Dongwang Kingdom hadn't been afraid of the master behind the ancient star tree, this place would have been leveled long ago. After another quarter of an hour, Mao Mao stopped swallowing and said to Li Chang'an, "Chang'an, it's okay." At this time, the plain of skeletons was completely restored to a peaceful scene. At this point, the success rate of finding the star moon bones has reached over 70%. The rest is up to Yao Yao. The Xingyue bones have been suppressed by the vicious energy for so many years. Although Li Chang'an got rid of the vicious energy, these star moon bones cannot exude that unique atmosphere again in a short time. Therefore, external stimulation is needed to reactivate the energy of the Xingyue bone. Yao Yao stood on Li Chang'an's shoulders and released the moon ball with all her strength. She also used the three-phase moon seal to increase energy recovery and effect. Li Chang'an took Yao Yao and let Mao Mao fly several times along the skeleton plain, identifying more than a dozen traces of the star and moon bones. Each time Li Chang'an only takes 3 star and moon bones at the same time, then flies to the northern hills and puts them down. Then the process was repeated until the breath of Xingyue bone was no longer found. The reason why he only took 3 sticks at a time was because when Li Chang'an wanted to take the 4th stick, a warning suddenly sounded in his heart. He immediately understood that what the ancient star tree said was true. Of course, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Li Chang'an inherits Li Mingxuan's bloodline, and taking advantage of loopholes is his unexplored talent. If you can't take 4 copies, just take 3 copies at a time. When you get to the place, just throw them away and don't want them anymore. In this way, Li Chang'an finally found a total of 38 star and moon bones and 79 star beads. There are 3,000-year level bones among the star moon bones, 1,800-year level bones, and the rest are the star moon bones formed in the past few decades. Li Chang'an picked a 1,000-year star moon bone with the best quality and a century-level bone with the best quality. Yao Yao had been holding it in for so long, and the energy required might be even greater than previously estimated. After someone from Fansun spoke, Li Chang'an finally chose 2 and was prepared. As for the 3rd reward, Li Chang'an plans to go to the northern hills to find what the ancient star tree 0.9 talks about. Anything that it thinks is suitable for Li Chang'an must be good. Before Li Chang'an left, he buried these star moon bones and star beads in batches near the hilly area. In the Xingyue bone, there will be no problem of energy loss within 100 years. After that, let the newcomers from a Night Watch division move away the star and moon bones and star yuan pearls here one at a time. After making preparations for the follow-up, Li Chang'an went all the way north. He searched for a long time, but he didn't feel that there was anything that was destined for him. Hey, where's this thing? I've been shopping around 3 times. Why haven't I found it yet? Li Chang'an almost yelled. Just when he was about to give up, in the far north where they were about to arrive, there was a particularly small tomb emitting a little bit of moonlight. Li Chang'an didn't notice this strange phenomenon. He was surrounded by large grave mounds starting at hundreds of meters, and such a small mound less than 5 meters could not be seen at all. Moreover, the aura cannot be sensed by Li Chang'an under such a tragic fighting aura, except for Yao Yao, who is full of moonlight affinity. Guji, something is calling me over there. Mao Mao hurriedly stopped the flying dragon wing, and Li Chang'an flew in the direction pointed by Yao Yao without saying a word. Miss Yao Yao had already spoken, and Yinlong's younger brothers naturally obeyed. In fact, what Mao Mao thought was that since it was useful to Yao Yao, she must get it. For the sake of food for thousands of years to come, and even tens of thousands of years, I am still willing to invest in this in advance. In front of a small dirt bag, Li Chang'an glanced at the layers of lofty mountains around him. If it weren't for Yao Yao, he really wouldn't have noticed how special this place was. Yao Yao jumped off Li Chang'an and came to the moonlit grave. The 2 ears like moonlight ribbons moved, and he took out the Tianxiang silver gay hammer from under the earlobes and inserted it in front of the grave. As soon as the small medicine hammer was inserted, the scattered moonlight immediately rushed into the silver medicine hammer like wanderers who had been away from home for many years. Not long after, the osmanthus leaf pattern on the surface of the small medicine hammer gradually unfolded, separated from the surface of the medicine hammer, and opened its branches and leaves like a blooming osmanthus tree. A rich and fragrant osmanthus fragrance hits my face. Li Chang'an smelled the fragrance of osmanthus, and the fatigue accumulated in the star trial disappeared, and his mental power was also increasing at a slow rate. Mao Mao smelled the aroma intoxicatedly, as if he was tasting some unparalleled delicacy. It's a pity that this strange fragrance only lasted less than 3 minutes. When the moonlight gathered into the small medicine hammer, the shadow of a rabbit with a golden moon dotted between its brows emerged. The white rabbit shadow looked at Yao Yao with gentle eyes, bowed its head slightly, and placed its chest and forehead on Yao Yao's eyebrows. An imperceptible ray of golden light flows into the center of Yao Yao's eyebrows, where the moon wheel mark once was. After the moon wheel mark solidified, Yao Yao's forehead returned to a state of nothingness again. At this time, Yao Yao's eyebrows were engraved with a golden moon mark. Then a wooden necklace engraved with the golden moon broke out of the small earth bag and hung on Yao Yao's chest. Li Chang'an was a little worried about something going wrong with Yao Yao. So he asked, Yao Yao, are you feeling uncomfortable? Yao Yao didn't react for a while, until she saw the concerned eyes of Li Chang'an and Mao Mao. She explained, Guji, I'm fine. I got some recipes and 108 Jade Rabbit exclusive equipment. Li Chang'an felt a little relieved and checked Yao Yao several times through the soul contract. After finding nothing abnormal, the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Yao Yao took back the little medicine hammer. It looked like a nouveau riche now, with 2 ears full of jewelry. There's also a necklace hanging around his neck. Li Chang'an was very curious about this necklace. After Yao Yao got it, she took out the solid moon wheel mark from the storage earring. There was only a click sound, and the moon wheel mark was divided into 3 parts and embedded into the necklace without any sense of disobedience. This necklace is in the shape of a triangle, with a golden moon in the center and 3 different moon phases embedded in the 3 corners. The silvery white crescent moon, full moon, and waning moon complement each other with the golden moon in the center, and the aura they exude gives Yao Yao an otherworldly sense of dignity. Yao Yao, Guji. This is the Golden Moon Pendant, an exclusive equipment of the Jade Rabbit clan. It can strengthen my talents and increase the probability of the Jade Rabbit clan returning to their ancestors. There was a hint of surprise in Li Chang'an's eyes. Regardless of Yao Yao's enhanced talent, just increasing the probability of bloodline reversion was already the biggest gain. This made him full of confidence in Yao Yao's evolution. Guji. There are also some recipes from the Jade Rabbit tribe, but I can't make them now. None of them are lower than the king-level spiritual food. Yao Yao looked a little downcast. It doesn't matter. We will be able to evolve in 2 months. By then, I will do it with you. Li Chang'an comforted. Yao Yao's mood improved slightly, and she was full of confidence in Li Chang'an, not only about its evolution, but also Ji Chang'an's ability to make spiritual food. In addition to these, there are actually some additional hidden benefits. For example, after the little medicine hammer has been improved this time, there is a slight possibility that it will grow back into the lunar laurel sacred tree in the future. This is the last gift from the Golden Moon Jade Rabbit among the Jade Rabbit clan. Moreover, when Yao Yao uses the Yuling Fei bed to grow herbs in the future, the planting efficiency and output quality will also be slightly improved. In the future, it is more likely to be able to comprehend the unique cultivation skills of the Golden Moon and Jade Rabbit lineage. Regarding the Golden Moon and Jade Rabbit, Yao Yao has just learned the information. Under the Taiyin Jade Rabbit, there are 3 major royal families: the Golden Moon Jade Rabbit, the Silver Moon Jade Rabbit, and the Blood Moon Jade Rabbit. The Golden Moon Jade Rabbit is good at planting and nurturing. The Silver Moon Jade Rabbit is good at reconciliation, and the Blood Moon Jade Rabbit is good at fighting, especially soul attacks. The bloodline in Yao Yao's body belongs to the lineage of Silver Moon and Jade Rabbit. Now that it has been recognized by Golden Moon and Jade Rabbit, her future evolution will be much smoother. When Yao Yao got the Golden Moon pendant, Li Chang'an also felt that he could no longer take anything more. So he didn't hold back, picked up Yao Yao, and let Mao Mao carry them away from the Star Tomb. Before going out, Li Chang'an still licked his face and asked the Star Ancient Tree for detailed instructions on becoming a saint. The Ancient Star Tree did not hide any secrets. Li Chang'an was its master's official disciple. Although they had not met each other, his status had been determined, and he was regarded as one of his own. Outside of the star trial, everyone at this time was speechless. All 10 stars light up, which means Li Chang'an has passed all levels. This is a feat that can shock the entire Dongwang kingdom. Fu Shui still hasn't digested this surprise that fell from the sky, and the challenge that the geniuses of Dongwang kingdom have been thinking about for hundreds of years. Now he is completely conquered by a young man who has just turned 18. The people and monsters behind him also fell into silence at the same time, a silence that was even more silent than death. Qi Jiaer went from being ecstatic at the beginning to looking dazed now, and the ups and downs in the middle were a bit overwhelming for this talented girl. Could that big bad guy who extorted her food money every day actually hide such great strength? She originally thought that Li Chang'an was just a little bit better than her, but she didn't expect that it was a few 100 million points. The other night watchmen were even more fortunate at this moment. Fortunately, they had stood by and watched in the dark forest. Otherwise, they don't have as strong a background as Sima Feiying, and the survival protection device may not be able to protect them. The probability of being hacked to death by Li Chang'an is extremely high. The 6 single Meow Meow members of the Intelligent Monster Group were even more trembling. If they had known that Li Chang'an was so terrifying and inhumane, how could they have done such an unwise thing? Yo, I'm back. Li Chang'an suddenly appeared from the passage of the Star Trial and greeted everyone. Hey, why don't you all say anything? Qi Jiaer looked at Li Chang'an with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. Come with me. Fu Shui grabbed Li Chang'an's hand and dragged him to a quiet place. Hey, Minister Fu Shui, don't drag me. I haven't given you any benefits yet. Li Chang'an shouted and hurriedly threw a paper ball at Qi Jiaer. 1,000 gold sword spirit coins. Remember to call my account. Qi Jiaer opened the paper ball and saw the address written on it, and burst out laughing. Well, as expected, he is still the big bad guy who fell into the eyes of money. Fu Shui pulled Li Chang'an to an uninhabited corner and opened the magic protective shield to isolate the possibility of eavesdropping. What did you see on the 10th floor? Fu Shui asked straightforwardly. Li Chang'an smiled and replied, a peerless genius who truly breaks through the limits of combat power. Minister Fu Shui took a breath of air. It turned out to be the genius of the void who had truly broken through the limit of 100 times combat power. Li Chang'an can pass the 10th floor, could it be? Have you broken through the 100-fold combat power limit? No, it's still early. Then how did you win? I didn't win. I was slapped on the ground and whipped in the end. It's just that the genius projection violated the rules of the trial, so I was judged to have one. Fu Shui was confused. How could the trial projection violate the rules? Aren't they the time remnants intercepted by the ancient star tree? Even the power of projection is provided by the ancient star tree. How could it be possible to violate the rules of the trial? Li Chang'an saw that Fu Shui was puzzled, so he explained, you know that all the gatekeepers in the star trial are people of the void, right? Fu Shui nodded and indicated that these information were recorded by the Night Watch Division. That's easy to understand. The trial projections on floors 1 to 9 are all the time remnants of the dead, but the one on the 10th floor is still alive, and according to the ancient star tree, his strength is no better than that of the mysterious one. How weak is the master? Hearing this, Fu Shui's eyes fluctuated violently, and his continuously rising and falling chest showed his inner unrest. Of course, they know the master behind the ancient star tree. Not only did I know, but I also tried to communicate. After the communication, the intercepted breath shocked the great elder. Just a wisp of breath is so powerful. If the main body arrives, no force in Blue Star will be spared. Otherwise, the Star Tree Secret Realm, a 7th-level secret realm, would not be in a state of autonomy until now. If we had done this in a 7th-level secret realm, the stars would have been completely wiped out by the Night Watch Division. And now Li Chang'an said that the projection on the 10th level is actually a strong man who can rival the owner of the ancient star tree. How could Fu Shui not be shocked by this? Are you sure this information is true? Fu Shui asked again in disbelief. Li Chang'an spread his hands. The ancient star tree said, and the other party can also receive power directly from the body, which means she is still alive. I know exactly how many years the Star Tree Secret Realm has existed. After such a long time, even if the other person is a pig, he will become a god. Not to mention that he is an unparalleled genius who broke through the limits of his combat power when he was young. Now he has become an absolute powerhouse in the world. Fu Shui smiled bitterly. He also understood this truth. But suddenly he knew that there was another strong man in the void who was comparable to the master of the secret realm. Unfortunately, he also had some indigestion. Fu Shui avoided the topic and continued to ask, how did you make the projection violate the trial rules? This is very important, and perhaps the people who come after the Night Watch division can learn from it. It's very simple. Each time projection has an energy threshold, and the energy they possess is provided by the ancient star tree and is fixed. As long as this energy limit is exceeded at one time, these time residues will have a probability of borrowing power from the main body, which will violate the original trial rules. But this is limited to the time remnants of the peerless strongman. I don't think anyone on the blue star can break through the rules set by this strongman. Fu Shui sighed regretfully. Only Li Chang'an could use this method. He wanted to break through the energy limit of the trial projection at once. So far, he has only met Li Chang'an. Fu Shui 630 knew that Li Chang'an still had something to say, so he did not embarrass Li Chang'an. When Zhong Yueze was defeated on the 9th floor, he didn't say much information afterwards. Every genius has a little bit of Zaijujiu in his heart. He can understand this. Just after the conversation here, 6 intelligent monsters have taken turns to challenge. None of them made it past the first level. Li Chang'an was very surprised by this. He did not expect that these monsters, which had been very proud before, could not even pass the first level. Where does the confidence come from? Qi Jiata gave him a look and said, "You have killed all those who can fight. The rest are just for the sake of their lives. How can you get strong combat power?" When the 6 intelligent monsters heard this, they glanced at Li Chang'an with lingering fear. Only they knew what was hidden under this easygoing skin, waiting for the terrifying murderous malice. After the challenge of the intelligent monsters was over, it was the turn of the remaining night watchmen. The people from the Xianwang division easily passed the 3rd floor, but failed in front of the 4th floor. After Li Chang'an passed the 10th floor, his projection appeared on the 10th floor, and the other projections retreated one level downward. Bai Xinghe on the 4th floor was eliminated and turned into the projection of the Master's flower mirror on the original 5th floor. P.S. The first 3 floors are all Warcraft projections and will not change. This new generation of Xianwang Part 2 does not have an eye-catching talent. However, they also got what they wanted. Passing the 3rd level meant that their probability of contracting a star monster would be greatly increased. After talking to Fu Shui, he hurried to the neutral area to abduct the Warcraft cubs. Another buddy who needed to use the power of stars to evolve his talent got what he wanted. After coming out, he got the Star Moon Bones and stayed there quietly. Li Chang'an treats the location information of these star and moon bones equally and can buy the relevant location for 1,000 gold sword spirit coins. Fu also turned a blind eye to Li Chang'an, a great hero. It was Ma Xiao and Tong Hai's turn to play. Ma Xiao was not surprised and suffered a disastrous defeat on the 4th floor. Tong Hai was able to pass through the 4th level, but the projection on the 4th level turned into Shi Huajing. This poisonous genius was tortured by the Shi Huajing's projection for a long time before he was released. When he came back, this gloomy little brother was in a daze, muttering whether it was poison or a substitute. After getting Li Chang'an's intelligence information, Qi Jiaer made a grand appearance and rushed all the way to the 6th floor. Shi Huajing, who had just recovered from the memories, once received starlight while sitting in the office. Abeo, although I said there is another chance to meet, we need to meet twice in a short period of time. Shi Huajing held her forehead in pain. The quality of this star trial was a bit high. Qi Jiaer stayed on the 6th floor for a long time, although Li Chang'an didn't know what Qi Jiaer's talent was or what system he followed. But he was very sure that Qi Jiaer had no traces of having practiced weapons or boxing skills. Based on what he saw and heard in the Black Forest, Qi Jiaer was most likely a beast master of the Beast King system, specializing in undead natural disasters. But the power of the undead natural disaster is that it can become bigger and more numerous in war, achieving the terrifying effect of one person taking over a country. But facing a beast master like Kong Sihui, who has strengthened himself to the extreme, is a bit painful. Especially in the Star Trial, there are not so many materials for you to convert into death-type miscellaneous soldiers, and there's not so much death energy for you to open the door to the undead world and summon the Legion. Without the protection of the Legion, it is difficult for Qi Jiaer to crush Kong Sihui. However, Since the other party dared to claim to challenge Zhong Yueza, he should have been prepared to face Kong Sihui's projection. Another half hour later, the stars on the 6th floor lit up, and Qi Jiaer finally defeated Kong Sihui's projection and reached the 7th floor. On the 7th floor, Qi Jiaer was panting. Her clothes were in tatters, and she looked very embarrassed, although no one here appreciates it. Zhong Yueza looked at Qi Jiaer, smiled, and said, "I was just defeated by Kong Sihui's apprentice, and now I meet someone related to me. It's really interesting." Qi Jiaer looked at the reflection of Zhong Yueza when he was young and complained, "Sure enough, Master, you were so mediocre when you were young. I don't know how my wife fell in love with you." The corner of Zhong Yueza's projection mouth twitched. It turned out to be his future apprentice. "But why do you feel that this apprentice has taught you wrongly? Master, be aware of this. Let's see if I don't beat the shit out of you." Qi Jiaer clenched her fist and said with confidence, "Zhong Yueza, after the appraisal is completed, there is one traitor." 10 minutes later, Qi Jiaer walked out of the star trial with a frustrated look. Needless to say, I knew that Zhong Yueza's projection taught me what it meant to respect teachers. Why is Master so strong in melee combat? And that ability that is said to be the spirit of speech cannot be captured at all. Where is the undead army that Master is good at? Where is the Black Dragon Monarch? Why don't you see any of them? Qi Jianer's mentality exploded. Although she optimized 500 gold sword spirit coins from Li Chang'an, she got relevant information. But if you don't experience things like combat yourself, you won't know how to write the words so terrifying. After Qi Jiat came out, this star trial was almost over. The remaining night watchmen who wanted to contract star beasts also achieved the results they wanted after half a day. The group of people took a large black metal cabin and embarked on a journey back to the night patrol. Vomit! Qi Jiaer and Chang Yuxing still couldn't accept this brutal method of transmission, and they knelt down and begged for mercy as soon as they came out. Li Chang'an broke through to level 9 Beast Master in the Secret Realm, and his mental power, physical strength, and space affinity talent were all much stronger. Only then did he get used to the Night Watch Division's unique spatial teleportation. After resting against the hatch for a while, he was able to move normally. There was nothing unusual about the rest of the Night Watchmen. They were used to it anyway. But their eyes when looking at Li Chang'an were full of shock. They remembered that this was only the 3rd time Li Chang'an had sat in this teleportation array. He has almost adapted to it so quickly. He is worthy of being a peerless werewolf who can pass the 10th level. How long did it take for them to adapt to it? It took more than a month to ensure that they didn't vomit. Several people recalled the unbearable past, shuddered, and slipped away, not wanting to compete with this monster. It seems that you have left a high prestige in their hearts. Fu Shui glanced at Li Chang'an with admiration. Li Chang'an was silent for a while. "Do you call that prestige? Are you sure it's not fear?" Fu Shui knew what Li Chang'an was thinking, so she patted him on the shoulder and said before leaving, "You will know after spending some time in the Night Watch Division. This is the first step to accumulate prestige." Li Chang'an watched Fu Shui leave. He did have to stay in the Night Watch department for a while, and there would be newcomer registration and some work debriefing sessions later. According to Lu Mingjian, part of Li Chang'an's contribution in the past period was actually attributed to the Night Watch Division. However, because Li Chang'an has not officially reported it, this part of the credit has not yet been converted into benefits or job promotions. After Fu Shui left, Lu Mingjian walked out of nowhere and said coldly, "Minister Iron is looking for you. It's good for you." Li Chang'an was startled. He didn't notice Lu Mingjian approaching before Lu Mingjian spoke. "Old Lu, with your ability to hold your breath and hide it, you can go to the Dizzy department to compete for the next minister." Lu Mingjian held up his glasses and said calmly, "The breath-condensing inheritance, escape from shadows, and wisdom heart that you have learned can be exchanged for it after there are relevant records in the subsequent King level chapter and Throne chapter." Lu Mingjian's reminder made Li Chang'an remember that he had indeed chosen this high-level breath-gathering inheritance a long time ago. But later, because this inheritance was trained by him to the state of seeing gods, and it was turned on any time and anywhere, he somewhat forgot to learn this inheritance. Now, that Lu Ming Jian Zhu Yu was in front of him. He once again became interested in this inheritance. Lao Lu, are the parts of this inheritance after the king level expensive? Lu Mingjian glanced at Li Chang'an amusedly. With your current merits, it is still possible to redeem them all, but I don't recommend you do so. You have now reached level 9, and the next step is to become a king-level beastmaster. You should first consider redeeming the secrets related to the evolution of the small world. Evolution of the small world? It seems that I have indeed heard similar content from Sister Kong. It's just that his strength was still weak at that time, so Kong Sihui didn't explain it in depth. Lu Mingjian added, but I suggest you seek advice from Professor Kong or by Lao first, and then consider which secret method is better to redeem. Lu Mingjian's suggestion was very pertinent, and Li Chang'an readily accepted it. Li Chang'an pushed Lu Mingjian, and Lu Mingjian recalled by Xinghe's description of Li Chang'an in the conference room. This guy definitely heard that sentence and was so positive. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Mingjian's mouth, and he added the second half of the sentence in vain. The two walked for more than 10 minutes before entering the work area of the supervision department. Is the night patrol department so big? It takes so long to walk. Li Chang'an couldn't help complaining, except for the alloy gates on the road that require permission to unlock. This underground anthill-like structure also made him a little dizzy. Lu Mingjian said calmly, the work of the Night Watch Department has always been secretive, and there are many people targeting us. It is always good to take more precautions. He used his ID card to open the door of the Supervision Department and let Li Chang'an walk in first. As soon as Li Chang'an entered, the busy staff of the Supervision Department subconsciously looked in Li Chang'an's direction. After taking a look at it, they went back to their busy work. Lu Mingjin walked in. Li Chang'an turned his head and asked in a low voice, why do you feel that I, a newcomer, am not well received? Lu Mingjian rolled his eyes. This is already very good. If you hadn't fought against Jiehu before, slashing at the intelligent monsters in the Star Tree Secret Realm, forcing the monster tribe to almost jump over the wall, they wouldn't even be interested in looking at you. Lu Mingjian's appearance always seems to tell a story. Li Chang'an chuckled and said, Old Lu, you weren't ignored until you got off work on the first day you came. Lu Mingjian lowered his eyes guiltily, his eyes blocked by reflective lenses. After a while, he said faintly, it's not a day, but half a month. Li Chang'an laughed dumbly. What a good guy. He was able to be ignored for half a month. No wonder Lu Mingjian had such a big reaction just now. Lu Mingjian led him and knocked on Tai Nishang's office. Minister, we're here. Come in. Li Chang'an looked back behind him. He could feel that although the people in the supervision department seemed busy at work, they were actually observing him. Lu Mingjian coughed, and Li Chang'an quickly returned to normal and walked into the minister's office. Although he knew from the voice just now that the director of the supervision department was a woman, Li Chang'an didn't expect that the director was so beautiful. Her long hair was tied up high with a golden hairpin, and she wore light makeup on her face, but when her eyes glanced around, there was a hint of cold and arrogant color. It makes people feel that the urban beauty in front of them is a queen wearing heavy makeup. However, this heavy makeup-like temperament not only does not appear tacky, but also adds a bit of breathtaking majesty. Your name is Li Chang'an, right? I finally meet you in person. Although I haven't been in the Night Patrol Division for a long time, your name appears more frequently in the Night Patrol Division than mine. Tai Nishang laughed at herself. Li Chang'an looked at Lu Mingjian. What is going on? Is this hurting me? Or is it praising me? He didn't think his reputation would be a good one, but he would most likely have a bad reputation as a troublemaker and a troublemaker. Lu Mingjian did not respond, but pretended not to see anything and counted the stars of the landscape painting behind Tai Nishang. Li Chang'an secretly resented it. This old building was indeed unreliable. The minister was so complimentary. I don't have a good reputation. I can't compare to you. Tai Nishang was stunned and asked, You don't know? Li Chang'an is confused. What should he know? Lu Mingjian twitched his face, quickly took out a piece of paper from the folder, and stuffed it into Ji Chang'an's RMB. Li Chang'an glanced through it quickly and was speechless by his lucky words. Just now. It turns out that the Minister of Railways is an airborne soldier and is very unpopular in the night patrol department. His words just now are like slaps on horse manure. Li Chang'an laughed awkwardly and said with a dry throat, each other. Tai Nishang snorted and couldn't help laughing. The laughter was as clear as a silver bell. This is the best comment I have heard since I came to the Night Watch Division. What on earth has this Minister of Railways experienced to be so happy with a word that was not flattering? Li Chang'an thought to himself. After Tai Nishang finished laughing, he calmed down and said, "Let's get down to business. Do you know why I came to you?" "I don't know." Li Chang'an told the truth. If he had known, he wouldn't have been unaware of Tai Nishang's situation. "Well, it's not surprising. You have been in the Night Watch Division for so long, and you don't have a formal position, so I came to you to ask what you think." Tai Nishang crossed her arms and leaned on her desk, watching Li Chang'an quietly, waiting for his answer. "Are there any positions with more money and less work? I'm more suitable for that," Li Chang'an said without blushing at all. Tai Nishang thought about Li Chang'an's many possible answers, but she didn't expect him to be so outspoken. He almost said that he needed a casual position with a high salary. As expected of Kong Sihui, this temperament is really passed down from generation to generation. Tai Nishang laughed again. Her shoulders shook violently, and the mountain peaks wrapped in black professional clothes swayed, making Li Chang'an dizzy. "Then you will be an inspector. You don't have much work at ordinary times. You just go on a business trip at the end of the year and come back to write a report." Tai Nishang handed over a contract for Li Chang'an to sign. Lu Mingjian glanced outside the office and couldn't help but asked in a deep voice, "Minister, where are the others?" Tai Nishang waved his hand and said confidently, "Don't worry, I have my own reasons. Next, you take Li Chang'an to my reporting room. The elder wants to see him." Lu Mingjian glanced at Li Chang'an quickly, but didn't react. His face was full of disbelief. Just like this guy, the great elder wants to see him in person? Li Chang'an looked over sideways. "Hey, Lao Lu, what's that expression on your face? A genius like me is not worthy of being looked at by the great elder." Lu Mingjian now understood why Tai Nishang was so confident. The supervision department was directly under the Presbyterian Council. The Grand Elder is the organizer and leader of the Presbyterian Church. His meeting with Li Chang'an is essentially a recognition of the Presbyterian Church. Even if other people in the supervision department object, so what? Can they still object to the approval of the Great Elder? It can't be done. After Li Chang'an signed the contract, Mingjian took him to a separate conference room where successive supervisory ministers reported their work. After Li Chang'an entered, a group of people gathered around and asked Lu Mingjian, "Xiaolu, what's going on? How did this newcomer get in here?" "The Great Elder wants to see him." A group of people were dumbfounded. "What?" Lu Mingjian took a deep breath. Because he is the supervisor of the supervision department, because he is the only person in Dongwang Kingdom to pass the star trial in the past 500 years, and because of his various contributions to Dongwang Kingdom along the way. Is it enough? Lu Mingjian's voice was cold, and the fearless gangsters in the supervision department all fell into silence. The report room of the Minister of Supervision is a small room of 20 square meters, with only an ordinary back chair and a projector. When Li Chang'an sat down, the projector suddenly turned on, and a 3D projection appeared in front of him. It was a sitting old man, wearing black clothes and gray trousers. The country of Dongwang is black, so the professional attire of many institutions and departments is also black. National leaders also usually wear black clothes. When Li Chang'an met this old man for the first time, he felt as if he was being called to the office by his head teacher. He straightened his back involuntarily. The expression on his face tightened slightly. The old man smiled warmly and waved his hands, saying, "Don't be so nervous. Just treat me as an ordinary old man. I have heard from Lao by many times that he has a disciple with a face thicker than the city wall." Li Chang'an scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Could this be the same? Although Bai Sui Kong was also a member of the Presbyterian Church, he was his master. Moreover, Kong Sihui called him old man every day, which made him lose the filter and glory of seeing the elders towards Bai Sui Kong. Only then would he sometimes shamelessly take advantage of Bai Sui Kong. But the great elder is different. When Li Chang'an became a beast master, the name he heard the most, besides Zhong Yueze, was the great elder of Dongwang Kingdom's Dinghai Shenzhen. Moreover, many records related to beast masters in Dongwang Kingdom were also created by the great elder. In the past 500 years, few people have been able to break the great elder's record. This person is not only the first leader of the country, but also the most powerful person in Dongwang Kingdom. Others may have no idea about this, but as Li Chang'an is by Sui Kong's disciple, his understanding of the Great Elder is quite different. The Great Elder smiled and stopped embarrassing Li Chang'an. Instead, he asked, "How is your life lately? Are there any problems with your cultivation?" The elder was like the grandpa next door, asking Li Chang'an with concern. "I'm usually fine." When Li Chang'an thought of the Great Elder's strength, he immediately became excited. "You brought this to your door yourself." He didn't ask for it because of his status as a junior. About cultivation, Li Chang'an told all his recent doubts about cultivation. If Lu Mingjin were here, he would definitely say that he is worthy of you. No one, but you will take the second half of your sentence seriously. Li Chang'an doesn't care about this. He mainly has a thick face and a dark heart, and makes the best use of everything. As the elder listened to Li Chang'an's chatter, the smile on his face became softer and softer. After Li Chang'an finished speaking, the great elder looked at him in amazement. "This all involves the realm of the saint. I didn't expect you to have reached this realm. It's all information I got from the mouth of the star projection and the ancient star tree, plus a little bit of my personal understanding." Li Chang'an smiled sheepishly. The great elder was very curious and asked, "What did you hear from them?" Li Chang'an also followed suit and recounted the stories of the silver-haired woman and the ancient star tree. These things were the precious information he got from a silver-haired woman by deliberately giving up a question for the future of Dongwang Kingdom. The great elder digested what Li Chang'an just said, and the star ancient tree's understanding of breaking through to the saint level was also of great help to him. The concept of the Holy Spirit state is very interesting, but it's a pity that he didn't have the opportunity to learn about these things in his early years, and he broke through to the saint level with the star spirit. However, according to this concept, if everyone else on the star spirit he is anchored to is killed, can he also achieve the Holy Spirit state? The great elder thought this was a good research project. Anyway, no one in Dongwang Kingdom could break through to the saint level according to his method. Things can be expected in the future. And the method of breaking through the saint level mentioned by the strong man's projection in Li Chang'an's mouth was from a high position and hit the nail on the head. The great elder can only comment like this. After all, this is a method learned from a peerless strong man in the void. Even he couldn't understand the secrets and mysteries involved in it quickly, and it took time to ponder it carefully. These things are very important. Don't tell others for the time being. When you go back, let Lao Bai study it, sort it out, and submit a report. He does a good job with paperwork. He is good at this. The elder gave Li Chang'an an instruction, not treating Li Chang'an as an outsider, but more like a grandpa, giving careful instructions to a child before going to school. Li Chang'an agreed. He knew the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't even tell the night watchman about these things. The great elder immediately told Li Chang'an all about his preliminary understanding of the Holy Spirit state. He has lived for so many years, but it is not clear that Li Chang'an cares about this thing the most. The expectation in this kid's eyes almost rushed to his face. The body, soul, and strength of the body's own system must be intact. It does not mean that you are usually timid and have a mutilated body. In today's era, any king-level healing pet can make your limbs sound. This sentence means that the connection between the body and the soul must be complete. There must be no obstruction or disconnection, and the mantra must be pure. In this regard, you just need to be careful not to use too many foreign objects. Of course, auxiliary spiritual food potions, such as snow toad pills, are not included in this list. The foreign objects here refer to some heavenly materials and earthly treasures that stimulate the beast master's breakthrough. Although these things can increase the chance of breakthrough, when the breakthrough occurs, the master's control over himself will be greatly reduced. At this time, alien energy can easily be mixed with his own curse, and subsequent removal will be very costly and laborious. It is best to be full when the water overflows and break through on your own. Li Chang'an nodded. He had never used anything to assist in breakthrough. What he usually took the most was potions to assist in cultivation. Assisted cultivation and assisted breakthrough are two completely different concepts. The Great Elder then talked about the understanding of the second condition of the Holy Spirit state. The compatibility between the pet beast and you must be above 90%. Based on my preliminary understanding of the Holy Spirit state, I have such a guess. The Holy Spirit state should focus on the word only. Any complicated system power will lose the meaning of these two words. Therefore, a compatibility of more than 90% ensures that the Beastmaster can ensure the purity and uniqueness of his own power. About this, you can talk to that girl Hui Hui. Li Chang'an was surprised. Does Sister Kong also meet this condition? The elder said with a smile. Although that girl Hui Hui has taken a detour and suffered a lot, she still has a lot of benefits. Although her pet beasts are of various races, the compatibility between her and the pet beasts over the years has been over 90%. Li Chang'an understands what the Great Elder means. Kong Sihui also has the possibility of developing into the holy state, and the possibility is not low. Although it is not known what impact the Holy Spirit state will have on the future, the silver-haired woman and his master, whom he has never met, both use the Holy Spirit state to break through to the saint level. This alone is enough to illustrate the importance of the Holy Spirit state for future practice. The Great Elder looked at Li Chang'an with satisfaction, knowing that Li Chang'an had understood what he meant, and began to explain his understanding of the first condition. One's own path must be perfectly integrated with one's own strength. Although this may sound mysterious, once you truly understand it, it's actually just the same thing. I remember that you have already built your own system in the 9-story Soul Tower. Li Chang'an was not surprised that the Great Elder knew about him, and said, "Well, go according to your own feelings." An encouraging look appeared on the Great Elder's face, and he said, "Then go on unswervingly. Don't let other miscellaneous things disturb your heart, and just go all the way to the end of the venerable level. By then, you will understand what this sentence means." The light in Li Chang'an's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he seemed to have caught the Great Elder. He entered the red tribulation state twice, and each time the thoughts in his heart were extremely pure, which was to kill the golden mother worm and kill the god of the dark river. Other than that, there are no other distractions. Pure thoughts can keep oneself in a special state without being disturbed by external objects, so that one can maintain the state of the Holy Spirit. Thank you, Great Elder, for your guidance. Li Chang'an thanked him sincerely, without adding any water. The elder was slightly surprised that Li Chang'an could understand something so quickly. Sure enough, there are talented people from generation to generation. Haha, only days like this are promising, the elder thought happily in his heart. Then the Great Elder asked some more about the star trial. Except for some key information about Mao Mao, them, and himself, Li Chang'an told him everything he knew. He also told the Great Elder about the reward for the 10th level without reservation. There is nothing serious about these things, and the Great Elder can also give him some advice. Compared to the cheap master he had never met, the elder who had worked for Dongwang Kingdom for 500 years was obviously more worthy of his trust. 500 years is enough time for a determined warrior to forget his original intention. If it weren't for the dedicated support of the Great Elder, Dongwang country would not be as prosperous as it is now. This alone is enough for Li Chang'an to pay enough respect. Official disciples, don't worry about this. There are people in Dongwang Kingdom who have obtained similar things. As long as we haven't entered the starry sky yet, just ignore it. The Great Elder said indifferently. Li Chang'an thought secretly. It seems that the Great Elder also knows the specialness of Blue Star. He also learned from Old Man Dar that ordinary void civilizations would not dare to enter the Blue Star rashly. As for the reason, Old Man Dar couldn't say much. But one thing Li Chang'an is sure of is that the Blue Star contains great secrets and great horrors. But it is enough to make the creatures living on it powerful. As long as you become stronger, you can face the wind from all directions. The two chatted for a long time in the briefing room, chatting about domestic matters and talking very little about official matters. Lao Bai has some relationship with the Bai family of Province C, so the education methods are similar. Both are free-range mode. Don't slack off in your practice in the future. If you don't have money, you can also learn from Hui Hui and ask your master for a loan. Don't go astray. The great elder gave the final instruction, and Li Chang'an accepted it. At this point, the projection dissipates, and the meeting ends. Li Chang'an let out a breath, and Lu Mingjian waited quietly 10 meters away from the reporting room. It's over. Then go get the inspector's clothes and ID. Lu Mingjian turned around expressionlessly and was about to leave. Li Chang'an followed and asked jokingly, "Aren't you curious about what I said to the great elder?" Lu Mingjian paused, immediately covered his ears, and shouted, I didn't hear anything." Li Chang'an was helpless. Laolu was too timid. The two came to the Human Resources Department of the Supervision Department. The personnel from the Human Resources Department applied for Li Chang'an's certificate and explained some of his permissions. The inspector, to put it simply, is a false position. There is no need for the inspector at ordinary times. It is almost like a mascot. At the end of every year, I go to the branch of the Night Watch Division in another place and take a walk. As long as nothing bad happens, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Just make a report and come up with it later. That's all the work of the inspector, and the salary is high, almost the same as Lu Mingjian, who has stayed there for so many years. Li Chang'an even teased Lu Mingjian about whether he was jealous of the slow salary increase or something. Unexpectedly, Lu Mingjian didn't accept this trick at all, and there was no displeasure on his face. Instead, he said calmly, "The Supervisory Commission is not a false position. It is a very dangerous and important position. As a violent organization that focuses on hunting and killing, apart from criminals, Night Watchmen are the group most likely to make big mistakes. With the power of law enforcement and even life and death in their hands, why do you think that all Night Watchmen will enforce the law impartially and without personal gain?" Li Chang'an felt that he was the kind of person Lu Mingjian was talking about, and he was a typical negative example of helping relatives but not taking care of others. The lens on the bridge of Lu Mingjian's nose shot out a white light. At this time, the supervisor needs to take action. Let's take the incident within 100 years as an example. 84 years ago, Inspector Gu Weiming killed the previous minister of Tianzi Department as a warning to others. 67 years ago, Inspector Yin Xiao suppressed all the night watchmen of the E Province branch and killed the 3 leaders of the E Province branch on the spot. Until now, the culture of Province E has been ranked among the top 10 provinces in Dongwang Kingdom. 37 years ago, Inspector Bai Jinshan, together with the then Minister of Supervision, almost ransacked the headquarters of the Beastmasters Association. After the incident ended, the then president of the headquarters resigned and surrendered to the Night Watch Division. And just yesterday, before you took office, the remaining 2 supervisors in the Lily took away the retired Vice Minister Ling Hu. You should be almost in the program now. So why do you think I would be jealous of the pay that makes this job? After Li Chang'an heard this, he almost threw away the badge representing the inspector in his hand. How could this be a false position? This was a hot potato, a token of urgency in the hand of the King of Hell. Li Chang'an held the inspector badge in his hand and asked with a flattering look on his face, "Can this thing be returned?" "No." Lu Mingjian turned around handsomely, leaving Li Chang'an with a brisk back. After getting the identity certificate of the inspector, Lu Mingjian kicked Li Chang'an out, saying "see you at the end of the year," and disappeared. Li Chang'an muttered something dissatisfied and took a rough look at everything Lu Mingjian thrust into him. In addition to his proprietary liaison, there's an onboarding guide and newbie guidance. The ability of this contactor is very practical, at least much better than the contactor he customized now. It is said that even in the wild areas on the border, there could be a certain signal. In this era, it is quite incredible. The entry instructions are very simple, just some rules and regulations and the responsibilities of the supervisor. Li Chang'an is more concerned about the merit redemption process in the novice guidance. He took out the inspector's badge, entered the initial password into the contact device according to the number engraved on the back of the badge. The Night Watch Division's universal platform appeared in his communicator. Let me see. There are 137,000 meritorious services, which is more than I imagined. In addition to displaying the number of his meritorious service, the contact device also displays some benefits to be received. Li Chang'an browsed it from top to bottom. In addition to the monthly quota of cultivation potions, there are also 2 high-level inheritance opportunities. One was a bonus for new employees, and the other was a reward from the Night Watch Division in view of Li Chang'an's outstanding contribution to the insect disaster. The achievements in the recent period are still going through the process. Li Chang'an saw the approval of Jinju, Chang Yuelong, and the Ming family. These 2 are also top priorities, and there will be no shortage of meritorious service and other rewards. After knowing how much money he had in his pocket, Li Chang'an followed Lu Mingjian's suggestion and first searched for the evolution of the small world of the king-level Beastmaster. With his authority, a total of more than 136,000 secrets and documents related to the evolution of the small world have appeared. Li Chang'an was silent for a while, then turned off the communicator and went back to ask his master. However, he does not plan to return to Dongling University directly. The gains gained from fighting the god of the Dark River and the silver-haired woman need to be deepened and consolidated. The novice guide states where to go directly to the 9-story Soul Tower. When the time comes, you will pass through the teleportation array of the 9-story Soul Tower and return to Dongling University. Just like when you first came to the Night Watch Division, the teleportation to the secret realm of the 9-story Soul Tower also requires calmness in the central elevator and going everywhere. Li Chang'an followed the map recorded in the novice guide and laboriously came to the magnificent central elevator again. But unexpectedly, he met an unexpected guest. Captain Jiehu, we are really destined. Li Chang'an said hello to Jiehu with a smile on his lips. After Jiehu saw Li Chang'an, his face turned darker as expected. Where are you going? Press the button for the secret realm of the 9-story Soul Tower for me. Li Chang'an was not polite to Jiehu at all. Jiehu has a very strong body and is a head taller than Li Chang'an. With his head lowered, a shadow fell on the left half of Li Chang'an's face. It seems that you have obtained meritorious service, so you are in such a hurry to go to the 9-story Soul Tower? Why don't you save some meritorious service and exchange it for a better inheritance? Jiehu's words seemed to be for Li Chang'an's sake, but in fact he was insinuating that Li Chang'an's apprenticeship was not good. Li Chang'an smiled slightly and said, "The inheritance I have learned now is enough. Mr. Sima of your department knows it best, doesn't he?" Jiehu showed a serious look of danger, as if he was firmly remembering Li Chang'an's appearance at this moment. You are more arrogant and domineering than your master. The master is better than the master. If the disciple cannot surpass the master, how can the Donghuang kingdom make progress? Captain Lu, who must be able to understand this. When Jiehu heard this, veins popped up on his forehead. This Li Chang'an was even more annoying than Kong Sihui. Li Chang'an walked straight into the elevator, turned around, and pressed the door button. Thank you, Captain Jiehu, for helping me. Besides, my place in the secret realm of the 9-story Soul Tower is free, so take a step first. See you at the end of the year. A black and gold badge came out of his hand. The elevator door closed, and the sight of Li Chang'an wearing the inspector's badge on his chest was deeply etched in Jiehu's mind. Li Chang'an, Jiehu growled. Bang! Jiehu hit the elevator door in a circle, causing alarms to sound all around. Warning, the central distribution facility is under attack. The identity of the attacker has been confirmed. The third captain of the Tianzi department, Jiehu. Warning, Captain Jiehu, please stay where you are and accept the review of the supervision department. The crime of leaving without authorization will be increased by 1 level. The anger in Jiehu's heart grew even higher. Although he was disdainful, it was no joke that the supervision department's crime was increased by 1 level. They even dared to arrest their own old leader. He is just a captain of the Tianzi department. But in the eyes of the supervision department, he is not as good as the followers of the evil god brought by the Xuanzi department. When Jiehu should be cowardly, he was absolutely calm and stayed where he was, waiting for the review. It's just 3 months salary deduction. No need to send yourself to jail. The central elevator descends slowly. The central elevator of the Night Watch Division can provide transportation for hundreds of people in different directions at the same time. But because the destinations are different, sometimes you need to wait for the elevator. Ding! The elevator door opens. Li Chang'an stepped onto the platform here, and the black metal cabin in front of him made his eyelids jump wildly. We're just going to the 9th level secret realm. There is no need to mobilize so many troops. Li Chang'an took a deep breath, calmed down his inner restlessness, and walked into the metal cabin resignedly. The secret realm guardian of a 9-story soul tower is a little bored today. For some reason, there have been fewer people coming to the 9-story soul tower recently. Usually when there are many people, he finds it annoying. When there are few people, he finds it too deserted. I'm really difficult to maintain. The guardian of the secret realm complained about himself. At this moment, a black metal cabin rumbled into the docking place of the 9-story soul tower secret realm. The sound of the sound made the surrounding space formations a little unstable. The guardian of the secret realm sighed. When will these killers from the Night Watch Division change their transmission method? If you keep doing this, the maintenance fee for the space connection array will be a big expense. A young man who looked familiar to him grabbed the hatch and walked out slowly. The guardian of the secret realm looked interesting in his swaying manner. Why did you join the Night Watch department? Why didn't you come this month? The guardian of the secret realm asked kindly, as if meeting an old friend. Li Chang'an's eyes were dazed for a moment, and he looked up at the nameplate of the reception formation. It was the platform of the Night Watch Division. Yes. Why is it you again? The 9-story Soul Tower secret realm is so large and important, so naturally there will not be only one secret realm guardian. It stands to reason that every major force and every province's platform has a secret realm guardian to receive them. Did you switch from Dongling City to the Night Watch Division? Li Chang'an pressed down on the dull feeling in his chest, guardian of the secret realm of southern Fujian. The guardian of the secret realm smiled and said, "Of course it's me. I don't know anything else but the clone technique." That's right. Make the best use of everything. Most of the stations in the secret realm are hosted by me. Li Chang'an understood clearly and answered the first question of the guardian of the secret realm. I went to the night patrol department to get a share of public food. It's a sinecure for the time being. The guardian of the secret realm had questions all over his face. Did the night watch department have a sinecure? Why didn't he know? Before he could ask again, Li Chang'an said again, after using this month's free days, are there any free rooms that are ranked high? I'll learn a lot this time. The guardian of the secret realm suppressed the doubts in his heart, handed the stone talisman engraved with the number 09 to Li Chang'an, and teased, the pressure and energy concentration in the first 10 rooms are not comparable to those in the back rooms. Are you sure you want this room? Sure, I'm already at level 9. Li Chang'an took the stone talisman without thinking. The guardian of the secret realm complained crazily in his heart. You also know that you are only a level 9 beast master. Huh? Wait, level 9? Only then did the guardian of the secret realm notice the aura on Li Chang'an. It was really a level 9 aura. Hey, what did this kid grow up on? How come he cultivates so fast? It has only been less than half a year since he broke through to level 8. Is this another breakthrough? The guardian of the secret realm didn't understand, but he said he was greatly shocked. Li Chang'an came to room 9 on the 3rd floor. Sure enough, the pressure of the first 10 numbers is incomparable to that of the rooms with the later numbers. Again, in order to make the best use of everything, the 3rd level is more suitable for the training of beast masters above the king level. The 4th level is too strong, and only the venerable level can practice in it. 0. Please give me flowers. In order to allow the king level, throne level, and heavenly king level, which are very different, to practice on the 3rd level. So the place was divided into areas, and the energy that promoted enlightenment was concentrated by area. This results in different energy and pressure in each room. After Li Chang'an got used to the pressure in room 09, he realized that he had been careless. Staying here for 6 hours is already the limit, but it is enough. Li Chang'an then took out the Chun demon sword and began to practice his sword skills, constantly reviewing the battle with the god of the Dark River and the 2 stunning shots of the silver-haired woman in his mind. Mao Mao immediately cheered up and watched Li Chang'an's moves carefully. If he wanted to upgrade his crime-breaking blade to a super-level skill, he would have to rely on Li Chang'an's talent and sword skills. The sin-defining punishment blade is not the orthodox skill of the Dust Demon Prison Dragon. It is a special skill born from the mutual influence of Mao Mao and Li Chang'an. If you want to advance this skill, you have to rely on your own understanding and cannot rely on the blood of the ancient dragon. This is related to the particularity of the Dust Demon Prison Suppressing Dragon. The tail or claws of each generation of the Dust Demon Prison Suppressing Dragon are different, especially the tail, which varies from dragon to dragon. Some are used to piercing, so the tail will look like spikes, and some are waving, so the tail may be thicker. For example, Mao Mao was deeply influenced by Li Chang'an. Sometimes the Infernal Deathclaw is used according to Li Chang'an's sword skills. Therefore, Mao Mao's tail looks like a knife, and the crime-breaking and punishment blade derived from this can only be filled by Mao Mao's own perception. Blank skill points alone can only increase proficiency. Without accumulation, skill advancement cannot be promoted. For hours later, with the help of the 9-story Soul Tower, the new sword technique that was already showing some signs gradually took shape. There was a snort in room 09. Li Chang'an frowned. It's a pity this trick still can't be as silent as the god of the Dark River. Why? After several hours of polishing, he indeed created a new sword technique and named it Quick Shadow. It is a thrusting technique that draws on the super thrusting technique of the god of Dark River, Jiyo. Once taken, the speed increases greatly, which also has the effect of squeezing space. But for some reason, when he drew his sword, he didn't have the absolute sense of oppression and the sharpness that ignored the pressure of space like the god of the Dark River. This made Li Chang'an quite troubled, but the time was almost up, so he had better go out first and change rooms. If he stayed there any longer, he would easily hurt himself. Seeing that Li Chang'an had been staying there for more than 4 hours, the guardian of the secret realm angrily threw 5 gold sword spirit coins into the hands of a fat old man. This fat old man is also one of the guardians of the secret realm of the 9-story Soul Tower. There are not many people around these days, so the fat old man has time to chat with acquaintances. As soon as the conversation started, the topic turned to Li Chang'an. No, the guardian of the secret realm had just lost money. The guardian of the secret realm took the stone talisman handed over by Li Chang'an. It would be better if you came out earlier. Li Chang and Wu Yu complained. At least you have known me for so long, so you have some confidence in me, okay? Who is to blame for the loss? The guardian of the secret realm handed over the stone talisman number 17, and Li Chang'an took it and walked into the 9-story Soul Tower again. The fat old man smiled and said to the guardian of the secret realm, "How about we stop betting on how long he can stay in room 17? The guardian of the secret realm glanced at the fat old man, stood up and said, "No gambling." Room 17 was not a challenge for that kid. Before he broke through, he was practicing in room 24. This has reached level 9, not to mention room 17. He has never been interested in gambling games that already have clear results. The fat old man looked back regretfully. His old friend was good at everything. The only bad thing was that he liked the pleasure that the unknown brought him. What was a sure thing meant nothing to his old friend. One day later, Li Chang'an walked out of the 9-story Soul Tower refreshed, took other stations in the secret realm of the 9-story Soul Tower, and returned to the Hunters Guild in Dongling City. When he returned to Donghu Community, he was faced with a resentful Kong Sihui. "Why did you come back just now?" Li Chang'an, enter. Violet carefully put away Li Chang'an's luggage and took it for washing. After a simple and short communication, Li Chang'an calmed down Kong Sihui, who was worried about gains and losses. When the older leftover girl starts to cry, it's more troublesome than fighting the god of the Dark River to the death. It turned out that this crazy guy was worried that after seeing the dark history of his past, He would no longer want her as a shameful master, so he hurriedly ran back from the secret realm. In the end, he cooked a table full of delicious dishes, which brought Kong Sihui's mood back to the passing mark. This guy's mood recovered so quickly that Li Chang'an even thought that Kong Si just came back to make a living. While Li Chang'an and Kong Sihui were washing the dishes, they talked to her about the Holy Spirit state. Kong Sihui's hands washing the dishes paused, tears streaming down her face. Sure enough, she was a useless master. Even how to break through in the future, her apprentice had already arranged a path for her. Although Li Chang'an didn't know why Kong Sihui fell into a depressed mood again, it was best to finish everything today. He asked Kong Sihui to seal off the 3-story building, contact by Sui Kong, and said everything that needed to be said. The old man listened very carefully, and after finishing the retelling, Bai Sui Kong said, "Hui Hui, bring Chang into my place. It just so happens that the master's project is almost completed. I have a finished product that was sent to me for him to try. It is already level 9. It's time to consider the king level." Kong Sihui was stunned. Instead of going to the old man's office, she went to find him. "Old man, can you let Chang'an in? Don't let us master and apprentice be kicked out directly." "Why?" Bai Sui Kong smiled lightly and said, "The supervisory envoy from the 427 Supervision Department came to inspect the work. How could the guards leave the supervisory envoy outside the door when it was their duty? Inspector, why did you accept such a troublesome thing?" Kong Sihui asked Li Chang'an doubtfully. Li Chang'an's face was twitching. Even Kong Sihui said that supervision would be troublesome. "I just said I would find a job with more money and less work, and the Minister of Railways arranged this position for me." Kong Sihui frowned, her anger boiling, and she stood up and said, "I'm going to beat that loser Tai Nishang. If you dare to cheat my apprentice, you're seeking death." Bai Sui Kong coughed and said, "This is decided by the great elder and has nothing to do with Tai Yada's will." If she didn't explain, Kong Sihui would definitely put a sack on Tai Nishang on her way to get off work. There is no need to question. The thorny head who has paid off his debts has long been back. To her, lawlessness is just a basic thing. Kong Sihui curled her lips regretfully, and Li Chang'an's right eyelid twitched as he thought, if Kong Sihui really beat up Tai Nishang, it will really not end well then. Li Chang'an also said quickly, "Sister Kong, it is not my turn to be the inspector at the moment. Even if it is my turn, I will definitely find you to calm things down." Kong Sihui thought about it and patted Li Chang'an with great satisfaction. "When the time comes, I will definitely fight with my mother and beat someone upright. I have never experienced it before." Li Chang'an sighed in his heart. What kind of miserable life did Sister Kong live in the past? Was it just chopping and chopping? It feels like you're thinking of something rude. Absolutely not. Li Chang'an was frightened and denied it. Bai Sui Kong finally told Kong Sihui and Li Chang'an the address. The next day, I said goodbye to Violet, who kept her home. It was not a good place for Violet to go. The master and apprentice got in the car and came to the contact point Bai Sui Kong said. Then he was led onto the teleportation array to a steel factory. This factory does not look like a creation of the Blue Star civilization, but more like the divine envoy-class war mothership that Li Chang'an once saw in the Thousand Spirits and Food City. Li Mingxian rushed over, replacing the previous guide, and brought the master and apprentice to Bai Sui Kong, who looked like they were entering the Grand View Garden. "Well, he looks good. No wonder this foundation can push the resurrected evil god back into the coffin board." Bai Sui Kong seemed to be looking at Li Chang'an, but his attention was actually on Kong Sihui. Kong Sihui's eyes shone. Her apprentice actually had a resurrected evil god. Was he in the secret realm of the Star Tree? Bai Sui Kong had a dark look on his face and sighed to Li Chang'an. "The Holy Spirit state you mentioned, I thought about it last night, and it's very feasible. Let we take a walk first to try." Li Chang'an is incompetent, and Kong Sihui is already a master-level beastmaster. And after polishing it for a long time at the Heavenly King level, once it breaks through, it is as powerful as a hidden dragon coming out of the abyss. According to the fifth master Uncle Fan Sen's self-mockery, even though he and Kong Sihui broke through to the venerable level, in a few years. It is not a dream for Kong Sihui to catch up with the master uncle's Wuxiu. Moreover, among Bai Sui Kong's 6 disciples, Kong Sihui was the most talented, but also the most troublemaking. In addition to the rapid improvement in realm, Kong Sihui's conditions in every aspect are in line with the prerequisites for the Holy Spirit state. The soul, body, and mantra are all completed. After these years of precipitation, they are very pure. The compatibility of the pet animals is also a blessing in disguise, because Kong Sihui has made up the foundation over the years, each exceeding 90%. Not to mention his own path. Kong Sihui has not lived in vain all these years. There is such a person who can test how deep the water of the Holy Spirit state is for him. And Li Chang'an is happy before it is too late. Kong Sihui looked complicated. She knew what the old man was worried about. Worried about the future, Li Chang'an is anchored to a star spirit, and she is worried about the rift between master and disciple. Because in a sense, the two of them are indeed similar in some aspects. If Li Chang'an knew about it, he would definitely sneer at it. Unless Kong Sihui takes the path of Gulong, she will never repeat it with him. The star spirit that can truly meet his conditions may not exist at all, or maybe only the black light spot he saw when he first observed the rules of the blue star may be possible. Li Mingxian was confused. What were the master and his son talking about? How long has he been involved in research? Why is the outside world updating so fast? He can't understand a word. What is it? Dad, this is a secret. Well, confidential. Yes, confidential. Seeing the three people's unanimous answers, Li Mingxian shut his mouth knowingly. Bai Suikong took out a report and handed it to Li Chang'an. This is the instruction manual for the panoramic simulation device developed by Lao San. You have also participated in the experiment. Try using this device to simulate the evolution of the small world several times. For other things, let Hui teach you. She has the most experience. Li Chang'an looked at Kong Sihui, who gave him a thumbs up as if she had come from before. Let's just believe in Master. Bai Suikong waved his hand and took Kong Sihui and Ji Chang'an to the panoramic simulation device. What Li Chang'an saw this time was not rows of sleeping pods, but an empty room. The walls around the room seemed to be covered with ceramic tiles, but they looked neither smooth nor reflective, giving them an aesthetic unique to technology. Before going in, Li Chang'an read the thick instructions first. With his strong mental power, he could only swallow everything in such a short time. But fortunately, I have had similar experiences before, and it is not troublesome to operate. What's more, there are scientific researchers outside this room controlling the parameters. Kong Sihui was waiting outside. She had never tried this kind of panoramic simulation, so Li Chang'an volunteered to demonstrate it first. The researcher shouted outside. Inspector Li, you can start now. Try to recall some memories first, and don't use your mental power to resist. To avoid distortion of the simulated things. Li Chang'an has long been accustomed to these rules in previous experiments. Can I think about anything? Li Chang'an asked loudly. The scientific researcher was stunned for a moment, then stammered, You can't do color, but you can do anything else as you please. Li Chang'an became interested inexplicably, and an interesting idea came to his mind. Buzz. The panoramic simulation room began to operate. The environment around Li Chang'an gradually turned into a scene of red sand. The scientific researcher operating outside didn't think anything at first, but when he saw the god of the dark river in the pale skeletal armor, his face suddenly turned pale. Kong Sihui could not wait to go in now and try to see how the evil god himself felt. Bai Suikong was sitting on his work chair, comfortably holding a thermos cup and drinking Wu Bao Ling tea. When he saw the god of the underwater river, he almost choked himself. Li Mingxian asked in confusion, What's wrong, teacher? Bai Suikong moved the broadcast screen to Li Mingxian and said, Look what this brat is doing. Li Mingxian stretched his head over and took a look. His vision went dark, and he almost lost his breath. In the panoramic room, the god of the dark river moved his unfamiliar body. In a single blue, I looked coldly at the curious Li Chang'an. Using phantoms, no, memory projections to call me back, I am worthy of being its master. Li Chang'an's eyes moved slightly. Does this projection still have the memory of the god of the Dark River? The god of the Dark River once again took out his three-person high lance and pointed it directly at Li Chang'an. Didn't your family tell you that even a thought in the evil god's treasury can be collected? Tyr, the god of the Dark River, raised his lance and thrust forward, opening a deep hole in space. However, he was not affected by the turbulence in the space at all, and arrived in front of Li Chang'an in an instant. Li Chang'an took out the black blade Fong and blocked it with the sword. Feeling the terrifying power, a smile appeared on his face. Oh, it seems you are not complete either, so I'm relieved. What does it mean to feel relieved? The god of the Dark River was a little confused. Li Chang'an came again with his sword. He had no choice but to strike horizontally and wait for the opportunity to move away. But he didn't expect that Li Chang'an's next offensive would be so familiar. Shuri, Li Chang'an's figure is like a shadow in space, shooting out like a dragon class, with a pitch-black tip pointing directly at the heart of the god of the Dark River. The god of the Dark River had a look of anger in his one eye, and he naturally thought that Tianji Chang'an's move had the charm of his own. Take his tricks and want to kill again. Even the kindest gods cannot withstand such humiliation. Arrogant. The god of the Dark River roared angrily, and also assumed the posture of super thrust Uyo, and had a head-on duel with Li Chang'an. There was a bang. In the middle between the tip of the gun and the tip of the knife, a constantly twisting black spot appeared. The look on Li Chang'an's face was joyful. Yes, that's it. That's how this trick works. Super Thrust Whistle, the god of Dark River, used another move that Li Chang'an had never seen before. Break the prison. The unpretentious heavy slash almost made the god of the Dark River lose his grip on the bone lance. When did this human being become stronger again? Li Chang'an took advantage of the gap and stepped forward, his black blade fangs shining with crimson light, making a trembling sword cry. I didn't expect to be able to kill the gods again. I'm so happy. Break the prison. The lance and body of the god of Dark River were cut open by this knife, and the black heart as the core was chopped into pieces by him again. The god of the Dark River slowly dissipated. Your sword skills are very strong. Do you have a name? Li Chang'an looked serious. He really hadn't thought about this problem. He only thought about the name of the sword style, not the full name of the sword technique. I haven't gotten up yet. What do you have in mind? The god of the Dark River smiled helplessly and even asked his mortal enemy to name his 3.2 sword skills. This human being is really interesting. I really want to kill him once in his peak state. Pity. Absolutely. Absolutely? Let's call it Juibian Dao. Is there a moral to it? Li Chang'an didn't get a response, because the simulation projection of the god of the Dark River had dispersed, and the walls of the panoramic simulation room were full of slash marks and lance stabs. Extreme Blade. This name sounds good. I accept it. I will use your other move to kill you again next time. By Sui Kong Li Mingxian. I feel tired looking at it. If Li Chang'an wasn't needed for research, they really wouldn't want to put this troublemaker here. Only a short time ago, the panoramic simulation room needed repairs. Li Mingxian stood up silently and said expressionlessly, I'm going to beat up the brat in my family. Bai Sui Kong sighed and said quietly, Are you sure you can beat your boy now? Li Mingxuan's body suddenly stiffened. He is only at the throne level, and Li Chang'an has hacked to death the throne-level resurrected evil god, so he may not be able to survive a few attacks in the hands of his kid. I want to play too. Kong Sihui shouted in surprise. How dare the scientific researchers, who were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat, let the big Li Chang'an in, otherwise the whole place would be demolished. No, the panoramic simulation room will dissipate heat once a day at an important time. Hey, what a pity. The researcher praised his wit, and Li Chang'an looked sideways. Unexpectedly, Bai Sui Kong agreed with the researcher's sentence of once a day. In desperation, the master and apprentice could only take turns. During the simulation, Li Chang'an found out why Bai Sui Kong said that Kong Sihui was more familiar with the evolution of the small world of beasts. Since Kong Sihui took a wrong path when she was young, there was no way she could recover. But during an exploration of a secret realm, Kong Sihui accidentally obtained a true treasure of heaven and earth. Qinghai liquid. Energy liquid derived from near the core of blue stars. The effect is slightly inferior to the 7-color gift that the new Beastmaster received, but is the biggest one that Kong Sihui got. A full 50 ounces. Enough to make Kong Sihui do it again. Condensing the beast-controlling space and evolving the small world twice in a row, it can be said that no one in the world is more familiar with this process than Kong Sihui. This is why Kong Sihui repeatedly emphasized that his example cannot be replicated. 50 ounces of Qinghai liquid may not be available even if the entire Dongwon Kingdom is sold. But he was met by Kong Sihui in a naturally formed secret realm. The Guardian was a king-level king sea snake. To Kong Sihui at the time, it was no different than one picked up for free. The king sea snake is just a guardian beast, not even qualified for Qinghai liquid. Only space-friendly beast masters can come into contact with the star sea fluid that is blocked by multiple spaces. When Li Chang'an first heard about this incident, his mouth was dry, his eyes were red, and his heart ached. Then what he is talking about is Qinghai liquid. The selling price is not calculated in ounces, but in micrograms. During 1 month in the steel factory, Li Chang'an was taught many details and techniques about the evolution of the small world of beast control by Kong Sihui. The evolution of the small world of beast control is not difficult to say, but it is not that easy to say simple. If it is lying flat and smashed, the spell power is up to standard and the mental power is strong enough, and the beast controlling space can evolve at will. If you want to lay a good foundation for the future, the planning of the beast controlling world is very important. 08. This part of the content is the core content of various derivation secrets. Kong Sihui had collected a lot of secret techniques, including by Sui Kong's part, and showed them all to Li Chang'an. These are just references. The secret method that Kong Sihui most suggested Li Chang'an use was the 3 yuan evolution, obtained from the ruins of Dongwon Kingdom. There is no doubt about the gold content of this secret method. The Great Elders by Sui Kong and other first-generation strong men all relied on this secret method to develop a small world of beast control. Kong Sihui also exchanged money back then and was of great help. But this secret method can only be exchanged, and Kong Sihui cannot pass it on privately. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she doesn't dare to sign the contract. Even the Great Elder cannot bear the backlash of the contract, let alone the people below. Don't forget that the goddess Wanyua once said that this era is the era of contracts, and violating the contract is more terrifying than death. Naturally, Li Chang'an doesn't need to take any risks. He still has 130,000 merit points on his night patrol account, just waiting to be used. Without hesitation, he spent 100,000 merit points to exchange for Sanyuan Evolution. As Kong Sihui said, Sanyuan Evolution is not on the same level as the secret techniques of evolution created by other beast control masters. It's not that knowing the past hurts the present, but the level of civilization represented behind the ruins is much higher than the current civilization of Blue Star. They created this secret technique from a high position, but the beast control masters of Blue Star have not yet reached that level, so naturally they are incomparable. With the assistance of the panoramic simulation house, Li Chang'an roughly built a prototype, which is not yet complete. Bai Sui Kong told him not to worry too much. It would be good if it already took shape. The framework of the small world of beast control can be perfected at the king level, but the Great Elder does not have this ability. Li Chang'an needs to figure out the rest by himself. Go see the world, step by step. When it comes to understanding nature, Li Chang'an is naturally very excited. In addition to the talents of Mao Mao and Pao Pao, he also has the talent of Huan Huan Shun Yusin. In addition to the power of the word spirit, Shun Yusin also has the talent to assist in analyzing the world, which is of great help to him on his way to the king level. Maybe he really needed to slow down and walk around. A phone call ruined Li Chang'an's travel plans. I heard that you are very free, so come to me. The secret realm of Qinghua will be open soon. I will teach you a few more tricks to save you from embarrassing yourself in front of the Qing Emperor. Sure, Huajing's laughter rang out in by Sui Kong's studio. Except for Kong Sihui, who looked expectant. By Sui Kong and Li Mingxian turned their attention elsewhere, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Li Chang'an didn't know that his master and father disliked him for staying here for too long and wanted to drive him away. In desperation, he left the table angrily. Of course, Li Chang'an will not be let go so soon. The last bit of value has not yet been squeezed out. This month, in addition to letting Li Chang'an toss around in the panoramic simulation room, Bai Suikong let Li Chang'an experience what they have worked so hard to research, an unassuming LED light. But Li Chang'an felt a trace of the ancient dragon's pressure on it. It was very faint, but it did exist. This is the result of Bai Suikong's research. This light can be placed on the walls on both sides of the railway track and can be used as a street light on sparsely populated roads. It can also be installed on aircraft and spacecraft. It is also intended to provide light and an imperceptible sense of security to the residents coming and going. This time the light has a lot of feel. It can radiate about 5 meters. Li Chang'an judged. Only someone like him, who is extremely sensitive to the scent of cologne, can accurately perceive the specific effect of LED lights. 5 meters? Is it too little? Kong Sihui asked doubtfully. Li Mingxian couldn't hide the excitement on his face. It's quite a lot. 5 meters is enough. We don't just rely on the power of this light to maintain the safety of the route. There are also similar patterns carved on both sides of the road and track, and the street lights are just a reinforcement. Li Chang'an also nodded, but it was enough. The technology of this lamp was analyzed from the Thunder Floating Dragon, which was at the peak of the Overlord level. By simulating the electromagnetic force of the Thunder Dragon, the effect of the ancient dragon's aura is achieved. But it cannot be copied. It needs to be improved and researched into a technology more suitable for human use. It is already difficult to analyze some of the abilities of Thunder Floating Dragon, and the analyzed parts must be transformed into something suitable for humans. This was the reason why Bai Suikong almost died of exhaustion. Too difficult. Fortunately, there are many people in Dongwang country, so they can barely develop this technology. But a new problem has come. Although the principles and techniques have been researched, they are not yet mature. At first, they could only simulate the aura of the ancient dragon, but they could not control the intensity. An ancient dragon's aura, whose intensity cannot be adjusted, is no worse than the consequences of the ancient dragon's presence. If a large number of monsters were caused to escape and migrate, this would be a catastrophe in itself. What Bai Suikong wants is Dongwang National Energy's convenient transportation, not a beast tide happening everywhere in Dongwang country. This runs counter to the original intention of his research. Fortunately, Bai Suikong had seen the commotion Li Chang'an made in the secret realm of time. In addition to the immortal body, which can be converted into energy, the process of Mao Mao evolving into the dust demon prison dragon also inspired Bai Suikong a lot. Only then in subsequent research did we gradually grasp the rules and make the simulated aura controllable. Then we encountered another problem. The cost of engraving a pattern that simulates the aura of an ancient dragon is very high, not to mention the astronomical cost of future maintenance. Bai Suikong was almost desperate at that time, until Li Chang'an sent the crystal flower, a special object that can make time and space almost stagnant. It has the characteristics of spiritual plants and dead objects. This means it is very easy to control. Perhaps the crystal flower can only allow a person to live for 10 more years, but after its extract is diluted, it can ensure that the simulated aura arrays on all railways and roads in Z province continue to operate for nearly 100 years. The price is only 1/3 of the crystal flower extract. Greatly saves the cost and difficulty of maintenance. And as long as it can be grown, Dongwang Kingdom will try to grow it. Especially after Li Chang'an obtained the resource land of Thousand Spirits and Food City, the planting of crystal flowers officially pressed the shortcut button. It can be said that the maturity of this technology and cost reduction have been assisted by Li Chang'an in every step. This is the reason why Bai Suikong allowed Li Chang'an to enter this secret realm and participate in experimental tests. Otherwise, even the inspectors from the Ministry of Supervision would not be qualified to enter here. Li Chang'an told Kong Sihui, "The 5-meter distance is the distance for civilian use. If any technology wants to be promoted, it is top priority to enter thousands of households." In the past, residents in the city did not dare to go out late at night, even with the city's protective formation. But with this mere 5-meter distance, things are different. With this 5-meter distance, the people of Dongwang in the future can be like the previous civilization. There are still people who dare to have fun outside at 2 or 3 in the morning. Kong Sihui opened her mouth and was speechless. In addition to the distance of LED light radiation, it is also necessary to grasp the intensity of the cologne aura emitted by this light. After all, it is intended to be used in thousands of households, which is very different from those used by the military. It is necessary to make the wild monsters feel awe, but at the same time, the pet beasts of the surrounding beast masters cannot be rioted. This speed must be controlled very well. So Bai Suikong needed Li Chang'an, the humanoid dragon, to come and participate in the experimental test. Facts have proved that his decision was correct. With the addition of Li Chang'an, the final testing process was nearly half as fast. Compared with the original blind man feeling the elephant, Li Chang'an's reaction is simply a sophisticated radar, which can detect everything accurately. In the past month, they have produced enough finished products to be approved by the superiors. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Bai Suikong smiled with satisfaction, looking at Li Chang'an with eyes full of relief. Li Chang'an grinned almost at the back of his ears. He rubbed his fingers to Bai Suikong and asked, "Master, you see I have worked hard for so long. Do you have any money?" What about the hard work fee?" When she heard about the hard work, Kong Sihui also said with a serious face, "Yes, old man, we can't let our work go in vain." Li Mingxian glanced at Kong Sihui. "That's all Xiao and senior sister. Why are you joining in the fun? Apart from playing around, have you had any effect on the progress of the experiment?" The happy smile on by Sui Kong's face stopped abruptly, and he immediately put on a very formulaic smile. "I remember that the people in the maintenance department gave me a maintenance list in the morning. Let me see where it is. It seems to be a report on the recent excessive maintenance expenditure of the panoramic simulation house. Although it is not an important matter, I still need to give someone a reply." Li Chang'an suddenly looked solemn, as if he was sacrificing himself for others. "It is my duty to serve the people of Dongwang. There is no need for any hard work. This is what I should do. Master, don't mention this matter again." Kong Sihui echoed, "That's right." After saying this, the master and apprentice were already planning to run away. "This place is too dangerous to stay for a long time. It's true that I wanted to pay for the hard work, but it's also true that I almost ruined the panoramic simulation house." Originally, the two didn't conflict much, but now they conflict. By Sui Kong's face, he was gratified and said, "Good, good, good. He is indeed a good boy taught by me, by Sui Kong." Li Chang'an's heart was bleeding on the way back, until a message came from the communicator. "Beast Master Li Chang'an, the relevant authority has been upgraded to the king level." Li Chang'an then showed a happy smile. Compared with real money, this kind of authority enhancement is the most delicious. The last time Jinju Zongguolong happened, by Sui Kong upgraded his authority to the king level, and then he came into contact with more sales channels for the heart of purifying water. But I didn't expect that this time I would directly jump twice in a row. When I reached the king level authority, I could unlock many more resource channels and information channels than before. You must know that he is only at level 9 now, and many heavenly king level beast masters may not necessarily have the authority of the heavenly king level in Dongwang Kingdom. This involves the accumulation of meritorious service and contribution to the society of Dongwang Kingdom. It is not so easy to cross between permission levels. However, Li Chang'an needs to face an ancient dragon at the ecological master level to be qualified to unlock the king level permissions. How many years of struggle would it take for other king level beast masters to reach this point? A king-level beast master who stays at home every day and does not contribute to the Dongwon kingdom has a higher authority level than an ugly beast master who works on the border. Li Chang'an suppressed the smile on his lips and embarked on the journey to the Yujing City Blender Association alone. As for Kong Sihui, she was specially kept by Sui Kong to keep an eye on her. Special training. Knowing the importance of the Holy Spirit state and knowing that Kong Sihui had this potential, Bai Sui Kong naturally would not let Kong Sihui continue to act like this. Personally supervise Kong Sihui's practice. Li Chang quietly lit a candle for Kong Sihui in his heart. Yujing City is in a relatively lively period in October. After the students who had just entered the university experienced the first month of adaptation period, they began a rare holiday at the end of September for them to have fun in Yujing City. Li Chang'an was approached by 3 waves of female college students and 6 waves of male college students just walking on the street. Girls look at the face, while boys look at the raging thunder set on Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an did not change out of the furious thunder gauntlet. Although this piece of equipment looks like a cosplayer, it is indeed armor that can be worn while walking on the street. Wearing armor every day is also a habit for hunters. The Furious Thunder Suit and the Thunder Suit are similar in appearance, and they are both long black leather jackets. For boys who are still teenagers, they attract their attention more than beautiful women. Li Chang'an got rid of the last wave of people and finally came to the Mediator Association in Yujing City. There was a large group of half-year-old children lining up at the entrance of the association, and there were several teachers-looking adults in front holding loudspeakers to organize the order. Li Chang'an came to the front desk and took out the certificate of Senior Blender. "I'm looking for Master Hua Jing. There should be an appointment." The front desk staff took the certificate respectfully and ran a few operations on the computer. Li Chang'an asked casually, "Who are these children?" The receptionist replied, "These are the children from Yujingcheng Primary School who come to visit the association during the holidays. It doesn't happen like this every year." Wow, the children in Yujing City are so miserable, and their holidays are still occupied. Li Chang'an was slightly stunned. The receptionist also smiled empathetically because she also came here like this back then. Now let's look at the Blender Association. Maybe we will be interested in blending in the future, and maybe we will discover some blending talents. That's true, Li Chang'an responded. If he could pass the exam to become a low-level blender, he wouldn't be rich, but he could still support his family. Especially as beast control education becomes more and more popular in Dongwon Kingdom. The number of beast masters will grow explosively in the future. At this time, more mediators will be needed to supplement this extra market. It can be said that the blender profession will still be very popular for quite some time in the future. Hello. Your visit appointment has been confirmed. Grandmaster is waiting for you in the 300,000 office on the 3rd floor. Okay, please. You're welcome. Li Chang'an took back the Senior Blender certificate and waited for the elevator on the side of the hall. The Conciliator Association in Yujing City is beautifully decorated, but it is similar to a maze and it is easy to get lost. Furthermore, there were so many people in the Mediator Association and their identities were complicated, so it was difficult for him to use his mental power to investigate, so he had to follow the guidance notices on the wall and take the elevator to the main building. Walk slowly, don't run, do you hear me? Li Chang'an was already numb when he heard the noisy footsteps and high-pitched noises behind him. Although some children are cute, most of them are naughty children. Hello, which floor are you going to? Can these children go up first? This voice seemed familiar to Li Chang'an, as if he had heard it somewhere. He turned around and saw that it was the female student who had been to the Thousand Souls Food City with him. When the girl wearing glasses saw Li Chang'an, she let out a surprise. "Brotherly, why are you here? Come to Grandma Jing if you have anything to do. Are you looking for Grandmaster? She should still be in the office on the 3rd floor." Well, having said this, the bespectacled girl glanced at the children behind who were much quieter. Those curious eyes made her scalp tingle. Don't think that today's children are very innocent. Maybe they have been surfing the internet for longer than adults, and they are very precocious. Li Chang'an took a step aside and signaled, "You go first." The girl with glasses sent a grateful look and greeted the child towards the elevator. Are you a teacher in elementary school? No, I joined the Blender Association after graduating this year, and today I am a tour guide. Li Chang'an glanced at the hall. There are many more people in the association today than last year. The girl with glasses also sighed. Yes, there are indeed many more people this year than last year, especially in recent times. More people have come. There are all kinds of people, especially the children of some wealthy families, most of whom introduce this and that every day, which almost makes me exhausted. Li Chang'an was thoughtful. The girl with glasses thanked Li Chang'an. Thank you, Brother Li. I'll be busy with the work area first. She got on the elevator where the last group of children were riding and left. After waiting for a while, Li Chang'an took the elevator to the third floor and found Shi Huajing's office. Shi Huajing was chatting with a middle-aged man with gray hair. When she saw Li Chang'an, she glanced at him. Li Chang'an sat on the sofa beside him calmly, picked up the hot water bottle on the table, and made himself a cup of hot tea. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Chang'an for a moment. He planned to continue chatting with Shi Huajing, but he turned his head and looked at Li Chang'an in disbelief. Then he hurriedly said goodbye to Shi Huajing and left in a panic. Li Chang'an looked at the back of the middle-aged man and asked Shi Huajing, "Who is he? He seems to know me. He is just a level 9 Beastmaster from Dongling University. Is he so famous in the capital of Dongwang Kingdom?" Shi Huajing happily arranged the things on the table and said with a smile, "The only 3 inspectors of the Night Watch Division are sitting here. Who dares to talk about the back door in front of you? Why did this news spread so quickly? Is there a traitor in the supervision department? Let's go back and investigate thoroughly at the end of the year. Does this still require the traitor to reveal it? Have you underestimated your own influence? After the Thousand Souls Festival, the few accompanying children will spread the word about you as a miracle. Most of the young people in Yujing City know that there is a conspiracy named Li Chang'an to thwart the family. In Yujing City, if a brick is thrown casually, it may hit an official. If a group of children know this, will their parents not know? The position of inspector is a very special position. No organization or family force dares not to care about the person sitting in this position. Li Chang'an spread his hands helplessly and said, "I can't refuse what the Great Elder asks." Ever since Bai Sui Kong said that this was the arrangement of the Great Elder, he knew that no matter what he said at the beginning, Tai Nishang would give him the position of supervisor. There was also a trace of anger in Shi Huajing's eyes. She also complained about the arbitrary arrangements of the Great Elder. Didn't she know what a hot potato the supervisor was? Just throwing it to an 18-year-old kid was an irresponsible approach, in her opinion. Li Chang'an changed the topic and asked, "Grandma Jing, are there so many people recently because of the Qinghua secret realm?" Shi Huajing calmed down a little. "My intuition is very sharp. It's almost the same. Although the Qinghua secret realm is a 9th-level secret realm, the effect of the longevity fruit is indeed like an elixir for many people who cannot become beastmasters. Many of these manpower include high-ranking officials or close relatives at home. This is the case every 20 years. Guess how many requests I have received since July? More than 100? Li Chang'an guessed a number. He knew that others wanted to see Shi Huajing. In addition to public arrangements, private meetings can only be made by purchasing the Supreme VIP consultation quota on the official website of the Blender Association. The price of a place is very high, more than 100, enough to make at least 3 venerable level Beastmasters sacrifice their lives once. Shi Huajing sneered and held up 5 fingers. There are 519 people missing. Among them are family members dressed in fighting strength, and some family members of officials in high positions. Li Chang'an took a breath of air conditioning. Sure enough, lifespan is crazy enough for every human being. Shi Huajing told Li Chang'an, "You have been in the association recently. Don't go out, otherwise some people will come to ask for things, which will be very troublesome." Li Chang'an shrugged. "Who dares to cause trouble for the inspector? Do you want to stay in the black jail for 2 days?" "That's right." Shi Huajing smiled. "These people are seeking the lifespan of their elders. Anyone who can become an inspector is a top-notch member of the Night Watch Department's inspection department. If you get into trouble with the inspector, the whole family will have to worry about whether their buttocks have been wiped clean. Shi Huajing tidied the table and said, "Let's go. Take you to the private studio of the association. There are some things that I really need to teach you." Li Chang'an immediately stood up and followed Shi Huajing to a small room at the end of the third floor. After entering, I discovered that this small room was unique. It was at least several times more spacious than the lobby on the first floor. Considering that this is the rich and powerful Yujing City Blender Association, it is reasonable to have this configuration. Teacher Huajing put on her white work clothes and came to a blending workbench. Li Chang'an explained, "If you want to get the longevity fruit, you need to pass 3 levels in the Qinghua Secret Realm. The number of levels you pass and the performance in the level will determine what level of longevity fruit you can finally get. The first level is climbing the Qinghua tree. There is a Qinghua tree accompanying the Qing Emperor in the Qinghua Secret Realm. Those who participate in the trial need to reach the top of the trunk of the Qinghua tree before they can participate in the next level. The height of this climb is about 1,000 meters. There will be a special aura during the climb, which will increase the strength consumption of the Beast Master. Below 300 meters, a king-level Beast Master can reach anywhere. If he wants to cross 600 meters, only a throne-level Beast Master can easily do it. 900 meters is the limit for a throne-level Beast Master. If you want to enter the second level, only a king-level Beast Master has the strength to pass. Of course, if a throne-level Beast Master climbs to a distance of 900 meters, he is already qualified to obtain an immortal green fruit." Li Chang'an understood. "That means I have to climb to 900 meters before I can get an immortality fruit." Shi Huajing took out some materials from the safe and said, "Generally speaking, this is the case, but we are mediators and there are shortcuts. Another way to climb is to cultivate a tree species in the secret territory of Qinghua. Let the tree species grow explosively in a short period of time, and let the tree species carry you over the height of 1,000 meters." Li Chang'an was surprised. "Is this okay?" Shi Huajing said proudly, "This is natural. Otherwise, how could I say that the Qinghua Secret Realm is more suitable for a mediator to participate in the trial? Qingdi will arrange some tree species and let the blender prepare chemicals on site to make the tree species sprout and grow. If you can cultivate a tree that spans 1,000 meters, the reward you will get is not a green fruit, but an immortal yellow fruit." Li Chang'an nodded and pondered for a while, wondering if the longevity yellow fruit would be too good to meet the needs of Yao Yao's evolution ceremony. Shi Huajing saw Li Chang'an's worries and advised, "As long as you can pass the first level, you can also discuss with Qing Emperor. You can also exchange yellow fruits for a few more green fruits. Can you do it? But the prerequisite is that you gotta pass the test." Shi Huajing's face turned serious, and Li Chang'an immediately said seriously, "I understand, Grandma Jing." "Yes." Shi Huajing's expression softened slightly. "Next, I will demonstrate to you several common cultivation liquids." Under the guidance of Shi Huajing, Li Chang'an initially mastered the mixing method of cultivating liquid. But this is not over yet. As Shi Huajing said just now, this is just a common recipe. The tree species in Qinghua Secret Realm are more picky than the last. Next, Li Chang'an will not only learn more rare formulas, but also learn to judge the status of the seeds, how active they are, and what adjustments need to be made to the cultivation solution. These things are crucial in the first level. What Shi Huajing taught him was her experience, teaching him how to adapt to changes in circumstances. By evening, Li Chang'an had learned almost everything, and all that was left was to accumulate more practical experience. For this reason, Shi Huajing specially prepared a box of seeds for him. The seeds in it were of different varieties, and they were all special individuals selected by Shi Huajing. Every seed has something wrong with it, and some even have incurable diseases. If you don't have a solid theoretical foundation, you can only stare blankly. However, Shi Huajing is not in a hurry to let Li Chang'an raise all these seeds today. She knows Li Chang'an's talent. There's still more than half a month left before the Qinghai Secret Realm opens, and it's still not too late. Let's go have dinner first. Grandma Jing will take you to the most authentic braised pork restaurant in Yujing City. Shi Jing greeted Li Chang'an. After dinner, I'll tell you about the remaining 2 levels. Li Chang'an put down the instrument and quickly followed. He loved the white female ticket and so on. The braised stew restaurant recommended by Shi Jing is very popular, and there's a queue at the door. However, when the store owner saw Shi Jing, he immediately arranged a hidden location for her in the store. Boss, it's the same as usual, 2 bowls and 2 fried enemas. Shi Jing looked at Li Chang'an. Do you eat coriander? It's okay. Li Chang'an replied. He generally has no requirements for food and is not very picky about food, except for a few particularly disgusting ones. Soon 2 bowls of hot braised pork were served. Shi Jing ate it deliciously. This is the place where your mother and I first met. The child Qingqing was hungry and drooled in front of this stew shop. Speaking of this, Shi Jing couldn't help but smile, as if recalling Mu Qingqing's appearance back then. Li Chang'an has a weird heart. His mother was a low-level mediator in high school. Logically speaking, she should have ended up starving. Since he could meet Shi Jing, it should be after Mu Qingqing went to college. Could it be the time when you lost the Aoki puppet skill bet? Kong Sihui also said that during that time, Mu Qingqing had to tighten her belt and live a miserable life. Li Chang'an also said this. Shi Jing's eyes suddenly showed a hint of confusion. She covered her mouth and said with a smile, "No wonder that girl Qingqing refuses to say why she is hungry." Li Chang'an smiled. Things in this world are ups and downs. He lost billions of Dongwon coins on the first leg, but because of this, he was able to meet the master of his life. A blessing in disguise is a blessing in disguise. After eating, on the way back, Shi Jing told Li Chang'an about the other 2 levels of the Qinghua Secret Realm. The second level is drinking holy water. Drink holy water? Well, when we reach the top of the tree trunk, there's a spring water coming up from the roots of the tree. Those who pass the first level need to drink twice the spring water. If you can survive, you can pass the second level. Li Chang'an said in surprise, "Can the Qinghua Secret Realm kill people?" Shi Jing replied, "Of course, but the second level is voluntary. If you don't want to drink, you could just get the reward and leave." If he drank himself to death, Dongwon Kingdom would not hold Qing Emperor responsible, and would at best collect his corpse. Li Chang'an pondered. Can we also use reconciliation to reduce the difficulty in the second level? That's right. Shi Jing continued to explain. The aura that intensifies the consumption of spell power in the first level of 040 is actually emitted by the holy water. This means that the blender can also neutralize the side effects of holy water through blending. However, I do not recommend Xiao and that you try this level. Even I'm not absolutely sure that you can pass this level. The holy water is different every year, so the neutralizing formula needs to be adjusted by the blender himself. You have only entered the realm of mediators for a short period of time, so it is not worth taking the risk now. The Qinghua Secret Realm is not the Star Tree Secret Realm, and there are many opportunities in the future. Li Chang'an has always cherished his life and never did anything stupid to die in vain. But it would be good to know more about the Qinghua Secret Realm. Grandma Jing, what's the content of the third level? Shi Jing took a deep look at Li Chang'an and introduced. The location of the third level is the Black Wasteland, a small world inside the Qinghua tree. There are many dark and dead areas inside, which are eroding the Qinghua tree all the time. So as long as someone can clear out a piece of Black Wasteland, they can pass the test. Don't think it's simple. Over the years, less than 100 people have been able to complete this test. I was also given the Ivy Spiritual Protection Ring by Emperor Qing after clearing 3 areas of the Black Wasteland. Li Chang'an had a general understanding of some things about the Qinghua Secret Realm, and then asked about other aspects of the Qinghua Secret Realm. In addition to the green fruit of immortality, he also wanted to obtain the 1,000-year blue sky wood from it, so he had to make more preparations. In the remaining days, Li Chang'an began to feed those special tree species under the guidance of Shi Jing. In addition to these, Shi Huajing also taught Li Chang'an how to identify the composition of holy water and how to solve it. Even the final Black Wasteland was taught some unique tricks. In this way, Li Chang'an stayed in the Mediator Association until the eve of the opening of the Qinghua Secret Realm. During this period of time, there were far fewer people coming to see Shi Huajing through the back door. Maybe those people were embarrassed, knowing that Li Chang'an was staying here. Before leaving, Shi Huajing told Li Chang'an again and again, in the Qinghua Secret Realm, you should be careful for Asai, don't be too aggressive, and don't force the second level if you can. Li Chang'an agreed. I understand the importance, Grandma. I will leave first. Shi Huajing watched Li Chang'an step onto the teleportation array in the Mediator Association. The light flashed and disappeared. Well, if Qingqing had come to me directly to take in the child Xiao, and there would be no need to abide by the rules of the Bailao lineage, and she wouldn't have had such a hard life. I work hard outside every day, and I don't know whether it's good or bad. If Li Chang'an had chosen to be a harmonious master, he might not even have to look for Yao Yao's evolution materials personally. But at the same time, his strength will not be as strong as it is today. The teleportation array of the Mediator Association can only be sent to the ancient city of Yujing City. This is the former site of the Presbyterian Church. This is where the Great Elder and Qing Emperor signed the covenant. Therefore, every time the Qinghua Secret Realm is opened, those who enter must come here to be transported into the Qinghua Secret Realm. A middle-aged man with an unattractive appearance walked out of the ancient city, followed by two expressionless young men. He took out a roster and shouted to everyone in front of the ancient city, "Quiet! Let's start confirming personnel information. When you hear your name, come forward, and after confirming the information, you will be given permission to enter." As soon as the words came out, everyone stood up. Li Chang'an looked around and saw that there were probably hundreds of people entering the Qinghua Secret Realm this time. Among them, there are mostly young and middle-aged beast masters, and there are very few older beast masters. Of course, there are also very few overly young ones like him. Because the first level of the Qinghua Secret Realm not only requires a large amount of mantra power, but also requires a strong body. This basically eliminates the possibility of the elderly group participating. However, every family has its own difficulties, and there are also many people in the family who are in decline, so there are still some elderly beast masters who come to participate in the Qinghua Secret Realm 10 times in 20 years. Adage. A throne-level beast master stepped forward. Kai Shuer, a female animal master in cool clothes, came forward. The staff looked at it confusedly and found that it was inconsistent with the photo. The beast master named Kai Shuer's face froze, and she took off the makeup on her face unsightly. The staff member nodded, and it was right, and motioned to Kai Shuer to compare the soul aura. In this way, after shouting for a long time, it was finally Li Chang'an's turn. Li Chang'an. When his name was called, Li Chang'an stepped forward, and many people's eyes fell on him. "You are so young? You are only a level 9 beast master, and you dare to come to Qinghua Secret Realm? Are you looking for death?" There was a throne-level beast master who stayed away from the person who said this, because he was afraid of being splashed with blood later. "Don't you know? The name of the third inspector of the Night Watch Department's Supervision Department recently is Li Chang'an." "I don't know. Besides, I can walk and sit upright, so why should the Night Watchman arrest me?" The beast master, who kindly reminded him, twitched his lips. The person who can get the spot in the Qinghua Secret Realm will naturally not be an ordinary person and have a good background. Even if he himself has not committed any crime, it does not mean that the forces behind him are clean. Forget it. Stay away from this idiot. After you come out, ask about the power behind this idiot and tell your family to stay away. After Li Chang'an confirmed the information, he got a cyan wooden token. This thing is called Qinghua Ling, which is the permission certificate to enter the secret realm. It is said that there's a ray of Qing Emperor's aura attached to it. Only by holding this token, the Warcraft group in the secret realm will not attack you. However, Li Chang'an sensed it and found that there did seem to be a very weak cologne breath in this token, but this breath was very strange. It's not like he was separated from the ancient dragon. He didn't know exactly what to say. Compared with Weather Qing Emperor is an ancient dragon. What Li Chang'an finds most troublesome at the moment is whether those fiery gazes are coming from him. Some of these views are mixed with good intentions, and some are full of malice. There are very few people who just make stars. Li Chang'an focused on the malicious gazes, 1 Heavenly King level, 2 Throne level ones, and 7 or 8 King level Beastmasters. He didn't remember that he had offended these people. Since he hadn't, it was the Night Patrol Department or even the Supervision Department that had offended the forces behind these people. Trouble, Li Chang'an whispered in his heart. He had long known that the inspector was in trouble, but he didn't expect the trouble to come so quickly. Although it is still strictly forbidden to kill each other in the Qinghua secret realm, it does not mean that you cannot do evil. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a faint murderous intention. It was best not to disturb him. Otherwise, after he gets out, he will kill these people and the forces behind them at all costs. This murderous aura shocked the man in front of Li Chang'an to take a few steps forward. The man ran to the front, gasping for air. Mud, how many people did this inspector kill? Why is this murderous intent so strong? It scares him, a throne-level beastmaster, to death. As expected, the people in the Night Watch Division are all killers, so stay away. Li Chang'an didn't kill many, but he played high-end rounds. Afterwards, he cleared away the remaining aura of his opponent, making his murderous aura very terrifying. Wait until everyone's information is confirmed. The middle-aged man raised a bronze basin, spoke some complicated eulogies, and sprinkled the water in the basin into the sky at once. Suddenly, a huge green light and shadow appeared in the sky in front of everyone. The cyan light is like tassels hanging from the sky, scattered into a series of cyan meteor showers. Immediately, a door of light opened in front of everyone's eyes. Some experienced beast masters stepped forward and passed through the light gate. Others followed suit, including Li Chang'an. Unlike the Star Tree Secret Realm, everyone gathered in one place after passing through the light gate. A giant ape that looked like a small mountain was leaning on a mountain nearby. When he saw that the people were almost here, he hummed and said, "The immortal banquet will be held the day after tomorrow. You can move around freely today and tomorrow. It's still the old rule. You're not allowed to actively or maliciously harm the monsters in the Qinghua secret realm. As long as you carry the Qinghua Ling, the monsters inside will not harm you. If someone violates this rule, he will be directly expelled from Qinghua secret realm, including the strength behind him being permanently blacklisted." The words of the giant ape made some people who came here for the first time become speechless. Not only did the giant ape exude an aura of dominance when speaking, but there is also the warning about being blacklisted by the forces behind it. In that big family and power, there are no relatives who are about to die of old age. If they really want to be blacklisted without the longevity fruit, it's hard to find anything else that can extend your life. If they are blacklisted because of this, the elders in the family will be cooked alive and their hearts will be broken. If you understand, you can find an opportunity yourself. The giant ape waved his hand nonchalantly. Everyone is no longer reserved. They disperse like birds and beasts and move towards their own goals. Fly away. There are people behind being able to come here. Over the years, the resources in Qinghua secret realm have long been discovered. Everyone went straight to their destination, each relying on his or her ability. Li Chang'an is no exception. The 1,000-year-old blue sky tree he needs is distributed in Ape Xiaolin and Baiyuan Garden. Considering the difficulty of obtaining it, Li Chang'an first chose Yuan Xiaolin, because as long as he can make delicious food for the monkeys in the ape roaring forest, or make a glass of good wine, his probability of obtaining the Sky Ascension technique will be greatly increased. Baiyuan Garden is a bit more difficult. The queen bee there is very difficult to deal with. It is very difficult to get the Millennium Blue Sky wood from her. When he arrived at Yuan Xiaolin, he found that there were already 3 people here, and they were close to the Bluestone Yuan Tao, the group of monsters in Yuan Xiaolin. The moment the 3 of them saw Li Chang'an, "Tisk, here comes another food grabber. It's the inspector. Oh, what about the inspector? If you p***s me off, I'll kill you anyway." Li Chang'an frowned, feeling that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Yuan Xiaolin's tradable resources are more than the thousand-year-old blue sky would. So why are these three people full of malice when they see him? As for that, an old ape came over, took out a tablet, and asked Li Chang'an to take a look and understand the situation first. Only then did Li Chang'an know that Yuan Xiaolin's next leader and successor was about to face evolution. If they can gather all the materials for the evolution of the successor, the Bluestone Ape family will provide all the resources on this list. Li Chang'an thought it was very unreasonable at first glance. If he really wanted to remember to collect the evolution materials, there would be no need to bundle them. There may be some hidden secrets inside, I don't know. So he asked Huan Huan to communicate with the old ape. Huan Huan, who also had the talent of confused eyes, had a unique advantage in communicating with living beings. After the two talked for a while, Li Chang'an felt that the conclusion given by Huan Huan was very reasonable. It turns out that the Bluestone Ape clan had been blackmailed by humans before. When the leader of the Bluestone Ape evolved, they were originally exchanged one by one in order to gather the evolution materials. Until a wave of people spotted the Bluestone Ape, they were short of information. Until the Immortality Banquet was over, the Bluestone Ape clan remembered that when they were going around. This group of people took action and stole a large amount of resources from the Bluestone Ape clan. The Bluestone Ape clan has gained wisdom through every hardship. Since they will be blackmailed by humans with sinister intentions, then let's change the idea, and it is the Bluestone Ape clan's turn to take the dominant position. As long as they can provide all the materials at once, they will give all the resources on the list to that person. If the remaining people want resources, they can exchange them with that person. Let humans fight with themselves. They Bluestone Apes sit firmly on the Bluestone platform. Li Chang'an originally planned to cooperate with those three people to see if they could come up with the materials together, and finally everyone would distribute them reasonably. However, these three people did not know the reason and were extremely malicious towards him. So Li Chang'an could only give up. Since Yuan Xiaolin can't exchange for the Millennium Blue Sky Wood for the time being, he can only try his luck in Baiyuan Garden. I hope Queen Hufeng of Baiyuan Garden will be in a better mood this time. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to communicate. Get out. When Li Chang'an came to Baiyuan Garden, a king-level and king-level Beastmaster was blasted out by a sharp golden light. It seems that Queen Hufeng is not in a good mood. The two people seemed to know each other, and they retreated from the garden while cursing. Before they left, they kindly reminded Li Chang'an, "Little brother, be careful. This Queen of Tiger Peak is crazy and will beat anyone she sees." But after the two left, Li Chang'an hesitated, took out the Qinghua Ling, held it in his hand, and walked into the garden where hundreds of flowers were blooming. I said, "Human, get out of here. I don't need a deal here." A cold, arrogant, and angry voice came from the depths of Baiyuan Garden. Li Chang'an slightly used Huan Huan's aura to wrap up the Qinghua Ling, and then used Huan Huan's talent of confusing the divine pupils to cover it up, amplifying the aura attached to it dozens of times. I heard that Queen Hufeng likes books. I originally wanted to bring a unique book here to communicate with you. Unfortunately, you are in a bad mood. Is there anything I can do for you? Queen Hufeng's angry mood swings calmed down a little, apparently sensing the rich and unique aura of Qing Hualing. What is your relationship with His Majesty the Qing Emperor? It doesn't matter. We have never met. Huh? Queen Hufeng sneered, obviously not believing Li Chang'an's words. It doesn't matter. The aura on Mao Hualing will be so strong. That's all. For the sake of His Majesty the Qing Emperor, I will give you a chance. As long as you can give me something that can reverse life and death, you can choose any three things from the Baiyuan Garden. Queen Hufeng's tone softened slightly, although she still sounded so irritable. But this is already very peaceful to it. The reason why Li Chang'an is so polite is not only because Queen Hufeng is an Overlord-level monster. It's even more because this Overlord-level monster follows the Overlord style. Generally, Warcraft such as Queen Bee and Queen Ant follow the Beast King style and control tens of thousands of Warcraft servants. This is inherently determined by racial nature and racial abilities. If this kind of monster gives up the path of the Beast King style and changes to the Overlord style that combines great power, there are only two consequences. Either it is extremely strong, or it is so weak that it cannot even defeat a king-level monster. There is no such thing as neither up nor down. Obviously, Queen Dianfeng belongs to the extremely strong former. The Overlord giant ape at the entrance to the secret realm was no different from a chicken in front of the Queen of Tiger Peak. The thing that reverses life and death. In what specific way is it used? Is it a resource to restore the soul, replenish the body's deficiencies, or remove cursed diseases? If it is to save the dead and revive the dead, then it is a pity that even the Qing Emperor may not be able to pay enough to trade this kind of thing. Li Chang'an said it very straightforwardly. Interestingly, Queen Hufeng took Li Chang'an seriously. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. Judging from the current state and tone of Queen Hufeng, as well as what she wants, the other party should have a close existence who is eager to save her. If it is empty and unreliable, it will cause side effects. It's better to get straight to the point and let Queen Hufeng see her sincerity. Although it is still a bet, it is a sure bet. What I want is something that can restore both the soul and the body. It will be better if it has the effect of purifying the curse. The Queen of Tiger Peak's request made Li Chang'an silent for a moment. Why don't you go directly and exchange the precious resources for resurrecting the dead? There is no treasure in this world with such comprehensive functions. Li Chang'an had a headache, and Queen Hufeng shouted impatiently. Do you have such a thing? If not, get out. The conditions for what you want are too broad. There is no such thing as both and there in this world. What are the main symptoms of the person you want to save? I can give you the right medicine. Anyway, my mother's master is the master of Shihua Jing, so it is still possible to determine the lesions. When Queen Hufeng heard that she was related to Shihua Jing, her tone softened a lot again. You said you're the son of Shihua Jing's apprentice. What evidence do you have? Li Chang'an secretly clenched his fists. Once again, he was right as bet. As a mediator who was given a treasure by the Qing Emperor, Shihua Jing must have known something about her from the Warcraft group inside. Except for the determined tribe like the Bluestone Ape, it is still possible to have the name of Master Hua Jing. However, if you want to prove your identity, it is difficult to show the Ivy Spirit Guard ring to outsiders. Other than that, there is really nothing to prove. How about I cook a meal with my Grandma Jing's unique recipe? Aren't you very close to her? How come you can't even produce anything to prove your identity? After so many years, I guess you can't recognize other things besides the Ivy Spiritual Protection Ring. You might as well use blending skills to prove your identity. That's okay. I remember that girl made a 100-flower soup, so let's make this. Queen Hufeng's voice had an indescribable arrogance. In fact, when Li Chang'an mentioned the Ivy Spiritual Protection Ring, Queen Hufeng had 70% confidence in his identity. If Shihua Jing hadn't mentioned it to it before leaving, I'm afraid it wouldn't know the true name of the treasure given by His Majesty, the Qing Emperor. Li Chang'an recalled the name Bai Hua Gong. The spiritual food master Hua Jing had never taught him this recipe, but Mu Qingqing had done it many times. When he was a child, every Huxian New Year, he liked Mu Qingqing's Bai Hua soup the most. It was so sweet that it seemed to sweeten his heart. After so many New Year's Eves, he remembered the whole process of Mu Qingqing's making, which could be regarded as a unique memory for a glutton. Can I pick some flowers? Whatever. Queen Hufeng looked at Li Chang'an, bending down to fold flowers in a trance, as if she had returned to the past. Bai Hua soup requires 49 kinds of complementary flowers. If it were not for the rich flower ecology of Baiyuan Garden, it's really hard for him to find these petals in the secret realm. When Li Chang'an gathered these 49 kinds of flowers, Queen Hufeng had already believed Li Chang'an's identity. She now remembers exactly what flowers Shihua Jing collected back then. After going through various processing and cooking in the early stage, a spoonful of flower nectar is finally added as sublimation. Among the 4 pet beasts he contracted, none of them had a sweet taste, so Li Chang'an did not prepare hundreds of flower nectar, only osmanthus nectar made by Yao Yao. When Li Chang'an was about to add osmanthus honey, A ball of honey syrup was thrown out from the depths of Baiyuan Garden. Use this, you are really poor. You didn't even prepare the nectar of flowers. Queen Hufeng's voice said in a disgraceful voice. Li Chang'an smiled and did not explain. It was clear that the grumpy queen of Tiger Peak had no hostility towards him anymore. After adding Baiwa honey, this somewhat transparent Baiwa soup is completely formed after a few minutes of boiling. Suddenly, a strong floral fragrance exploded around like a violent olfactory bomb. Li Chang'an's hearing was very sensitive, and he heard a faint sound of swallowing saliva. "Zero, please give me flowers." "Queen of Tiger Peak, I've made it and put it here." Li Chang'an placed the flower soup on the grass, stepped back a dozen steps, and waited quietly. After a while, a slender figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Baiyuan Garden. When the Queen of Tiger Peak appeared, Li Chang'an's eyes flashed with a sense of surprise. The Queen of Tiger Peak is not as bloated as the queen bees of the Beast King style. Instead, she is very slim, and her body shape is similar to that of a human being. The areas that should be raised are definitely not concave. The whole body is covered with golden insect beetles, and a few centimeters of pink flesh are still exposed on the arms and thighs. There are 6 insect wings separated from the north on the back, which are more like 6 floating cannons than wings. The face does not have the special mouth parts of the insect beast. The lower half of the face is covered with a golden-green visor, revealing a pair of large smoke-red glasses. It has a sci-fi feel like a mecha insect girl. What Li Chang'an really cared about was the cocoon held by Queen Hufeng, which was wrapped with a gray aura. The vitality inside the cocoon was very weak. It seems that this is the existence that Queen Hufeng wants to save. Li Chang'an took advantage of this moment to turn his attention to the cocoon and quickly analyze the various possibilities of the cocoon. This can be regarded as an instinct developed under the special training of Shihua Jing for more than half a month. At first glance, it looks like a curse, but upon closer inspection, it's somewhat different. It's more like a special poison clinging to the soul. But if it is a toxin, it may be very difficult to deal with in the outside world. But this is the Qinghua secret realm, and there are a lot of wood-type pets here. What kind of poison can survive here for more than a year? Li Chang'an didn't believe it. With the strength of the Queen of Tiger Peak, she couldn't find an overlord-level wood beast to remove the poison from this cocoon. Not to mention that there is a wood-type ecological master here, so the possibility of it being poisonous is very low. The Queen of Tiger Peak covered her faceplate with her hands, slurped a few mouthfuls, and finished the Baiwa soup. Then she asked coldly, "Have you seen enough? Do you have such a thing? Queen, is this the one you want to save?" "That's right. Is it poisonous to the soul? If it were soul poison, would I have let my child suffer for so long?" Tiger Peak Queens. The words confirmed Li Chang'an's previous guess. Dailing, could it be a mind-bending goo? Huan's voice was a little embarrassed. Li Chang'an asked in his mind, "What is a mind-confusing goo?" Huan said with a guilty conscience, "It is a troublesome thing created by a thunderword dragon a long time ago. It absorbs the spiritual power of magical beast cubs with extraordinary potential by parasitizing them, then enhance your racial talents, or even activate talents you don't have before. Just like Lei Yanlong, who created the Confused Heart Goo, had the talent of confusing God eyes, but successfully activated the talent of confusing heart with the Confusing Heart Goo." Li Chang'an secretly sighed in his heart, as expected of Gulong, who was known for his ruthlessness and cunning. Now he was going to do whatever it took to cause harm. Huan, can the effect of this kind of thing be transferred? It should be possible, but it's a lot of trouble. Li Chang'an's expression was uncertain. Later, Huan told Li Chang'an several characteristics after using the mind-sensing goo. Li Chang'an asked solemnly, "Queen, is your child more active at night than during the day?" Queen Hufeng's original patience was exhausted, but upon hearing Li Chang'an's words, she rushed directly to Li Chang'an and wanted to grab Li Chang'an with her other hand. Li Chang'an was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly showed the Qinghua Ling in his hand. This time, Queen Hufeng stopped in his tracks. The Queen of Tiger Peak asked fiercely, "Do you know something? Tell me quickly." Queen, answer the question I just asked first so that I can make an accurate judgment. Otherwise, if I make a misjudgment, I'm afraid it will cause greater harm to your child. Li Chang'an's admonishment calmed down Queen Hufeng and said, Indeed, my child is much more energetic at night than during the day. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up and he asked, Is it intermittent and very regular? Queen Hufeng also stared at Li Chang'an in surprise. That's right. Do you usually like to stay in a thunder or psychic environment? My child's talent is leaning toward the thunder system. Before he transformed into a firefly, he really liked the thunder system environment. If it weren't for Li Chang'an's first visit to Qinghua Secret Realm, Queen Hufeng would have thought that Li Chang'an was the murderer of her child. What on earth do you know? The one among your children is the one with the heart-confused goo. There is no physical object in the mind-confused goo. Unlike the goo, it is more of a mind slave. But it's not complete mind enslavement. It's this ability to brush aside that many powerful people like the Queen of Tiger Peak didn't notice its existence. If Li Chang'an did not contract Huan Huan, it would be impossible to tell. Unless the Queen of Tiger Peak is willing to let him get within 1 meter of the cocoon, the mind tree will detect the mind-bewildering goo. But based on what happened to the Queen of Tiger Peak just now, if Li Chang'an dared to get closer than 1 meter, he would probably be blown away like the first two brothers. The mind-confused goo will grow with the host as it grows and gradually merge together in the process. Therefore, it is difficult to detect it. Only in the early stages of being poisoned, there's a certain probability of being detected. The most obvious feature is Li Chang'an stretched out an index finger, and the fingertips were faintly glowing with golden light. This was the derived skill of the Tree of Mind's strong roots at work. This golden light easily picked out a thin gray thread from a cocoon. This thin thread was like a living thing, twisting like a long maggot. Queen Hufeng's face is filled with evil spirits. Who on earth dares to do this to her only child? If it were to be known, it would have to suffer from all kinds of insects until the end of its life. Not long after the gray thread was picked out, the vitality of the larvae inside the cocoon quickly dropped to the edge of death. Queen Hufeng was so frightened that she quickly asked Li Chang'an to stop. Li Chang'an also did as he was told. It was not easy to act too hastily at this time. He should first explain the elimination process to this overlord insect king, so as not to cause chaos when it becomes concerned. You don't have to worry about your child. This ups and downs of vitality is just a trick of the mind trick for you to see. The mind-confusing poison is a third-rate method created to steal the talents of living beings. Your child has not been sucked dry until he turns into a cocoon. It shows that the other party has other plans and will not give up easily. Li Chang'an comforted Queen Hufeng for a moment, and then said, If you want to get rid of the poison, you must first know whether the ancient dragon that cast the poison has come to the secret territory of Qinghua. Queen Hufeng didn't react. Why was Gulong involved again? The confused heart, Gu, was originally created by the ancient dragon. Even if ordinary people know the method, they cannot steal their talents quietly. Li Chang'an's explanation caused Queen Hufeng's expression to change drastically. She thought about it and confirmed, It is impossible for Gulong to come in. This is the territory of His Majesty, the Qing Emperor. If the ancient dragon from outside dares to come in, it will first be killed or driven away by His Majesty, the Qing Emperor. Li Chang'an did not refute. As a master of the 9th-level secret realm and the existence of the peak ecology master, Azure Song Zilong has the qualification to say this. He initially asked this question just as a test to see if the Queen of Tiger Peak had affected her soul. The innate mind tree can sense the fluctuations of any alien mind power. If there is something strange about the Queen of Tiger Peak, he will be able to detect it immediately. This is very important. What if Emperor Qing is working with other ancient dragon kings? He had roughly guessed from the Qinghua order that Qingdi was probably not an ancient dragon, as he claimed to be. Perhaps it is just a special dragon species with the blood of an ancient dragon, which has been cultivated to the peak of ecological master. In order to go further, It is also possible to unite with Thunderword Dragon and plunder the talents of the Warcraft tribe in the territory to purify the bloodline. Fortunately, the probability of this worst-case scenario happening is low, because the Queen of Tiger Peak is still normal and has not been affected. This shows that Lei Yamlong did not take action himself. If Lei Yamlong, the man behind Confused Heart Goo, took action himself, even the Queen of Hoofing would be somewhat affected. It may not be aware of it on its own, but Li Chang'an can definitely sense it. That is the poison cast by the humans enslaved by the Thunder Word Dragon. If you want to influence the group of monsters in the Qinghua secret realm, you must first pass the Qingdi level. If you want to bypass this, only external human beastmasters will be left. They hold Qinghua Ling. In a sense, they can avoid the Qing Emperor's detection. The premise is not to participate in the 3 trials set by Qing Emperor. Queen of Tiger Peak. Just call me Jinjia. It was Master Hua Jing who gave me my human name. Senior Jinjia. When was your child born? Queen Hoofing stared at Li Chang'an and found that his eyes were very clear, not hiding any conspiracy. So she replied, 121 years ago. That is to say, sometime before the last secret realm was opened. Li Chang'an compared the situation of the mind-confusing goo and found that the time was about the same. After saying this, the Queen of Tiger Peak, no matter how stupid she was, came to her senses and said coldly, "You mean someone among those humans poisoned my child?" The current speculation is this. Does Senior Hoofing have any impressions of who did not participate in the trial set by Qingdi? Although he knows that these people will not enter the Qinghua secret realm again, Li Chang'an is the supervisor and will catch everyone he can. He has many achievements in the Night Watch division. Queen Hoofing hugged the cocoon and said, "Wait for me for a while." Her golden figure flashed and disappeared. About half an hour later, he appeared in front of Li Chang'an again. Queen Hoofing said with a cold face, "I didn't see the wave of people 20 years ago." Then he threw 8 wooden boards to Li Chang'an and said, "These are the people in old Qingmu's memory who did not participate in the trial." Li Chang'an took the 8 wooden boards and looked at them. He saw that the wood grain on the wooden boards was used to construct a personal portrait, which was no worse than a photo. After I get out, I will let people find these people. There was a hint of disbelief in the smoke-red eyes of the Queen of Tiger Peak. Can't you see that you have this ability? It knew that these people were stronger than Li Chang'an in 20 years. 20 years later, they would not be caught by Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an smiled and did not explain too much. In human society, strength does not always represent power and status. Queen Hoofing had nothing to say. "How should I save my child?" Li Chang'an explained earnestly. "First of all, no matter what I do next, no matter how your child tosses or screams, you are not allowed to take action." Queen Hoofing squeezed out 2 words, "Reason." Before we get rid of the bewitching mind, this is not your child, but the distraction of the Thunder Dragon. Do you know about mind slavery? This is the situation now. Li Chang'an said to Queen Hoofing without hesitation. The insect wings behind the Tiger Peak Queen were trembling slightly, and the eyes under the visor seemed to be struggling with something, and finally turned into 2 words. "Can." Li Chang'an nodded with satisfaction. "Senior Jinjia, you don't have to worry about me harming your child. My life is now in your hands. I can't commit suicide. The Queen of Tiger Peak feels better now. Secondly, anyone who approaches Baiyuan Garden will be kicked out by me. If anyone insists on breaking in, kill him. I will bear the consequences on the human side." Li Chang'an looked indifferent. He is worried that his meritorious service will never increase. Queen Hoofing narrowed her eyes dangerously. "You mean there are still Gulong slaves coming in?" "Senior Jinjia, if it were you who had quietly plundered talents for more than 20 years without being discovered by anyone, would you stop?" Li Chang'an asked. The golden visor of the Tiger Peak Queen was unsealed on the spot, turning into the unique mouth parts of the Zerg tribe, and let out a horrifying scream with murderous intent. "Good." Li Chang'an's expression was a little horrifying, but distance really brings about beauty. Before she came into close contact with the Queen of Tiger Peak, she was full of charm like that of a graceful insect. But once Queen Hoofing revealed her true nature, Li Chang'an still couldn't accept it. Look at you like that. Tiger Peak Queen cursed dissatisfiedly, which is why she disguised her mouth parts as a visor. In addition to confusing the enemy, loving beauty is also important. Otherwise, it would not evolve towards a humanoid form. Li Chang'an calmed down and said, "Finally, I need an assistant, and you are not allowed to touch it." The Queen of Tiger Peak frowned. "What do you mean I would do something to it?" "Okay, I promise you I won't do anything." A small purple fox suddenly appeared on Li Chang'an's shoulder. Queen Hufeng asked doubtfully, "Is this the assistant you mentioned?" "Well, Gulong Fainlong," Li Chang'an said calmly. The Queen of Tiger Peak didn't feel anything at first, but she quickly reacted and her murderous aura surged. "What did you just say it was?" Li Chang'an sighed and said, "It's not the same dragon. Besides, if there is no Huan Huan, your child may not be rescued." The Queen of Tiger Peak suppressed the anger in her heart. Of course, she knew it was not the same dragon. The aura on the confusing heart Gu just now is countless times more experienced than this little fox, and it's not like it didn't notice it. How can you guarantee that this Thunderword dragon is not a spy sent by the older Thunderword dragon? Senior Jinjia, if he is really a spy, will I summon Huan Huan in front of you? Li Chang'an's serious look left Queen Hufeng speechless, although she wasn't sure if it was the opposite. But it feels that this possibility is very small. Based on its preliminary understanding of Li Chang'an, it knows that this human being, I cherish my life. Queen Hufeng's aura suddenly dropped, and she sighed. "You should start to get rid of the delusion." After saying that with a wave of his hand, a powerful overlord's aura sealed Baiyuan Garden. The Queen of Tiger Peak flew into the air and silently looked down at everything around her. Li Chang'an first took out a drop of silver osmanthus moondew. When he opened the jade bottle, a rich breath of life and fragrance slowly spread out. Even the Queen of Tiger Peak in midair couldn't help but look slightly sideways, as if it was the moon-based super-level skill Moondrop. But does Moondrop have this kind of fragrance? Queen Hufeng didn't understand it, but she knew that this supplement was enough, and her confidence in Li Chang'an increased a bit. Li Chang'an handed the silver osmanthus moon due to Huan Huan. Huan Huan immediately swallowed the silver osmanthus moon dew and said, "God's word, superdimensional thinking." In an instant, Huan Huan's golden pupils burst into brilliant light. A dark spell connects Huan Huan and Li Chang'an. Beastmaster Resonance. One person and one dragon moved together in unison, and the golden light from a fingertip picked out the invisible gray line. The other hand holds the purple thunder and gathers the gray threads together. The cocoon trembled violently, and there was a harsh buzzing sound inside, as if something was trying to break out of the cocoon. A tangled look appeared on Queen Tiger Peak's face, but the scene in front of her told her that it was best not to take action, otherwise her child would really die. After a while, the Tiger Peak Queen's wings trembled slightly, as if she sensed something approaching quickly. Sure enough, this ancient dragon can't help but send minions in. Queen Hufeng followed Li Chang'an's previous instructions and shouted first, "You are not allowed to enter the Baiyuan Garden today, and those who violate it will die." The sound is so loud that creatures dozens of miles around can definitely hear it. But the few figures that Queen Tiger Peak noticed approaching quickly did not slow down. The Queen of Tiger Peak showed cruel murderous intent in her eyes, guarding her child day and night, watching the child suffer but feeling helpless with her negative emotions. It exploded at this moment. Insect King 6 consecutive chapters. The 6 suspended insect wings suddenly turned into 6 lightsabers, like a blooming sword lotus, sweeping across all directions. 0.7 Even if those human figures summoned their own pet beasts, they would still be torn into pieces under the wings of these 6 insects, turning into minced flesh and blood on the spot. The gap is too big. The Tiger Peak Queen is one of the few extremely powerful monsters among the Overlord-level monsters. Only one of the human beast masters who came in this time could block its move. Well, the president of the Yujing City Beast Taming Association, a first-time venerable beastmaster, came to Qinghua Secret Realm for his wife who was about to die of old age. But the president of the Beast Taming Association would not provoke the Queen of Tiger Peak for the sake of a few ignorant humans. Several Overlord-level monsters in the territory near Baiyuan Garden looked up at the sky. What's going on with that bug? I don't know. Maybe my only child died and I lost my mind. Are you going to ask His Majesty the Qing Emperor for his ruling? If you want to go, you can go. I won't lose it anyway. Although they talk about bugs, they know very well in their hearts that the strength of Queen Hufeng is one of the best in the Qinghua Secret Realm. It's not worth offending Queen Hufeng just for a mere guess. Under a deep pool outside the border, a huge dark purple fox suddenly raised its head. Oops, I was discovered. As soon as this thought came up, a green light shot from the sky like a divine spear. Smashing into the depths of this pool of water, all living creatures for hundreds of miles around were wiped out in one blow, as if they had been drained of life. Everywhere you look is barren land. A dark purple fox with dull fur rushed out from the ground and roared ferociously. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Li Chang'an handed the cocoon, which had turned golden, back to Queen Hufeng. Big tears dropped from the smoky red eyes of the Queen of Tiger Peak. She hugged the golden cocoon tightly, feeling the vitality and soul slowly recovering in it. Li Chang'an was not surprised why Queen Hufeng's mood fluctuated so much. Abandoned the racial talents of the Beast King style and turned to the path of the Overlord style. This does not come without a cost. From the fact that Queen Hufeng cares so much about this cocoon, it can be inferred that Queen Hufeng has probably lost the ability to reproduce. This female Zerg is probably the only child it gave birth to before it was promoted to the Overlord level. If it dies, its lineage of Zerg will really be cut off. Queen Hufeng cried for a while, and her mood gradually calmed down. Li Chang'an coughed and said, Senior Jinjia, although Qing Yuan's vitality has stabilized, after all, the talent of more than 20 years has been extracted. Even if I use a drop of silver osmanthus moon due to restore part of my foundation, there's still some shortcomings after all, and I need a lot of precious materials to make up for Gongshin. The Queen of Tiger Peak dried her tears and said calmly, What do you want? Li Chang'an knew that Queen Hufeng had misunderstood and explained, Look, that Lei Yanlong spent all his efforts to send people in, and he must be interested in more than just the daughter. There must be other Warcraft clan forces in the Qinghua Secret Realm, and some descendants with outstanding talents have been poisoned. I'm just a new human being here, so it doesn't matter. I speak lightly. But Senior Jinjia, you are different. You are a local, so you can be an intermediary. Li Chang'an pointed at the Queen of Tiger Peak, then pointed at himself, stretched out 5 fingers and said, We will split the reward 50-50. There seemed to be an earthquake in the depths of Queen Hufeng's eyes, and there was such a method. Immediately he said, I want 60%. 08 Li Chang'an pretended to be embarrassed and reluctantly replied, Okay, Senior Jinjia, you take 60%. The Queen of Tiger Peak showed a rare look of guilt in her eyes. The descendants of her old friend not only helped her rescue her child, but also helped her make suggestions for her child's future. It also shamelessly asks for an extra benefit, but for the sake of its own children, it has to do this. We can only compensate this human being in the future. Queen Hufeng's eyes looked at Li Chang'an a little softer, but she didn't know that Li Chang'an was already happy in her heart. It turned out to be 64 points. His original ideal price was 73%, and 42% was within his tolerance range. After all, the people in Qinghua Secret Realm are unfamiliar with the place. Without the guidance of Queen Hufeng, he couldn't even enter the territory of other ethnic groups, not to mention taking the opportunity to rip off someone. Without the Queen of Tiger Peak, it would be a miracle that he could make it out alive. But he didn't expect that the final result would be a 60-40 split. Li Chang'an would feel aggrieved, and it was too late to be happy. Of course, you still need to do some superficial work, but you can't go too far. Huan Huan looked at Li Chang'an in amazement. Her little eyes were like looking at a heavenly being, and Daring's heart was so dark. Useful knowledge added. Without further ado, let's go to the first house first. Queen Hufeng held the cocoon in one hand and lifted Li Chang'an in the other. She accelerated instantly and broke the sound barrier. Fortunately, the Queen of Tiger Peak did not care about Li Chang'an's feelings and wrapped Li Chang'an's body with 2 insect wings to prevent Li Chang'an from being spread into a pancake by the pressure. Li Chang'an walked out of the insect wings and unexpectedly discovered that this was the ape roaring forest he had been to. The Queen of Tiger Peak sneered. These monkeys who think they are smart naively thought that the little monkey could evolve into a green dwarf hard ape, but they didn't know that the little monkey had long been enslaved by the mind-confusing poison. Originally, she didn't notice anything unusual about the little monkey, but today she experienced Li Chang'an's incident. The clues of many things are connected by it. Before turning to the Overlord path, it was the queen bee of the hive, and its thinking and mental power were naturally the best among them. If you think about it carefully, you will know which ethnic group's heirs have also suffered. Li Chang'an recalled his previous experiences and thought of the 3 human beastmasters, and he reacted in his heart. No wonder they rejected me so much at first. Did they discover Huan's aura? He said, how could there be so much unprovoked hatred in this world? Although the inspectors are hated by others, they don't even do superficial things and just curse. Such valuables are rare among the big families of Dongguan Kingdom. This would make sense if he were replaced by Lei Yanlong's slave. In their opinion, Li Chang'an, who was tainted with the aura of Huan, was another Lei Yanlong who came to compete with them for food. How can you not hate it? The Queen of Tiger Peak released her aura unabashedly, which shocked the originally lively Yuan Xiaolin into silence. It was the same old ape that Li Chang'an had seen before, walking over tremblingly, as if he could fall over if the wind blew. The old ape glanced at Li Chang'an inadvertently, and then called to the Queen of Tiger Peak respectfully. Roar? Dear Queen, why do you come to our ape tribe? Queen Hufeng asked coldly. Where's that grumpy old guy in your clan? The old ape hesitated. Roar. The patriarch is holding the evolution ceremony of His Highness, the Heart Lamp. Take me to see him if he doesn't die like that little monkey. The Queen of Tiger Peak was unceremonious, and her tone was extremely impatient. But it suits its temperament. The old ape was extremely frightened and angry. What he said just now felt like he was threatening the Bluestone Ape clan. Okay, Hufeng, what are you doing here? An old voice came from the depths of the ape-howling forest. Li Chang'an was not surprised by this. When Warcraft reached the Overlord level, it was not difficult for them to learn human language. Queen Hufeng said calmly, My daughter is cured. Oh, congratulations. The old voice was very careless, as if he had heard something insignificant. I discovered that the thing that caused my daughter to almost die is also present in your most beloved grandson. When Queen Hufeng said this, her tone became a bit playful. Suddenly, Yuan Xiaolin became even quieter. Seeing no one responded for a long time, Queen Hufeng turned around and planned to leave. Hufeng, let's talk. The old voice immediately stopped him. I waited a few more minutes, and in the end the reward I wanted was doubled. Queen Hufeng knew it by herself and started extorting money on the spot. Li Chang'an could faintly hear the bleeding in this voice. The old ape welcomes Queen Hufeng into the core area of the Bluestone Ape's territory. Here Li Chang'an not only saw the hill-like giant ape again when he first entered the Qinghua secret realm. Next to it, there is an old white giant ape with a more terrifying aura, which is slightly inferior to the Queen of Tiger Peak. Queen Hufeng introduced Li Chang'an. This white monkey is the leader of the Bluestone Ape, the white martial ape, and the other silly big one is its son, the mountain-moving demon ape. The 2 Overlord-level ape monsters were thoughtful, and the insufferable Queen of the Tiger Peak was so close to a human being. As for the little monkey in the middle, you already know who it is. Queen Hufeng pointed at the little Bluestone Ape in the center of the ceremony. Li Chang'an stood up and said, Please try to suppress this little monkey. The momentum of the mountain-moving demon ape was like a big mountain, pressing towards Li Chang'an. Human, you are looking for death. The Queen of Tiger Peak came to Li Chang'an in a flash. easily dispelling the pressure of the mountain-moving demon ape. He sarcastically said, "If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. Just evolve. It's your son who died anyway, and we won't lose a piece of flesh on our bodies." With this said, the mountain-moving demonic ape did not dare to let his son evolve. The old by-wooling ape stretched out his hand to calm down the mountain-moving demonic ape and looked at Li Chang'an. "I need a reason." The smile on Li Chang'an's face became even wider, and he said, "Senior, please suppress your grandson first. Otherwise, bad things may happen. You don't want your grandson to become what Senior Jinjia's daughter once was, isn't it?" Bai Walingyuan took a deep look at Li Chang'an. He knew that Li Chang'an had already shown enough sincerity when things had reached this point. The suppression work was carried out by the Bluestone Ape clan themselves, and Li Chang'an was also under their noses. If there is really any malicious intent, Li Chang'an may not be able to escape unscathed even with Queen Hufeng here. The mountain-moving demon ape wanted to say something, but the white martial ape suppressed the frightened little monkey with a flip of his palm. Li Chang'an gave Queen Hufeng a reassuring look and walked straight to Bai Wu Ling Yuan's hill-like palm. There was a little golden light on the fingertips, and he twisted and lifted the little monkey, and a twisted gray thread appeared in front of the two overlord-level monsters of the Bluestone Ape. "You too, do you look familiar?" The faces of the mountain-moving demon ape and the white martial spirit ape became extremely ugly. Naturally, they would not be unfamiliar with this gray aura, because during the time when Queen Hufeng went crazy, she held the gray cocoon in her hand every day, and they couldn't even recognize it. When Li Chang'an pulled out the gray thread, the little blue stone ape screamed like crazy and wanted to bite off Ji Chang'an's finger. The energy in the palm of the by-wooling ape's hand vibrated, accurately knocking the little blue stone ape out. Queen Hufeng hummed proudly. "Can we talk about sincerity now?" A humanized, bitter smile appeared on by-wooling ape's face. "We, the Bluestone Ape Clan, will do our best, and don't ask us for anything you don't have." Queen Hufeng raised her eyebrows and agreed. The by-wooling ape looked at Li Chang'an. It didn't know at this time that if it wanted to eradicate this kind of thing, the human in front of it was the key. Otherwise, the Queen of Tiger Peak, who is so inaccessible to other people, would not treat a human being so kindly, unless this human being has already rescued his daughter. Queen Hufeng's previous extortion behavior became more reasonable. After so many years, it was really time to make amends. Bai Walingyuan said kindly, "Can you tell me the details?" Li Chang'an told the two overlord-level monsters one by one about the mind-bending goo. Every time he said a few words, the eyes of the by-wooling ape would become darker. "What do you need me to prepare?" 280-inch by-wooling ape asked. Li Chang'an was also polite, a tonic to replenish mantra and spiritual power. Since the other party said so, he didn't want to waste their kindness. The by-wooling ape nodded and glanced at the mountain-moving demon ape. After a while, the mountain-moving demon ape brought a wine jar as high as a 3-story building and a few yellow fruits. Bluestone wine, which is not intoxicating, can restore the magic power. Yellow heart fruit, the most useful spiritual fruit for restoring spiritual power. "It's all yours. No need to pay it back." Bai Walingyuan introduced. Queen Hufeng sneered. "This is not included in the reward." Bai Walingyuan said calmly, "This is natural." Li Chang'an skillfully put away the bluestone wine and a few yellow heart fruits, leaving only a small cup of wine and one yellow heart fruit. Then he raised his head and took a sip, held the wine in his mouth, calmed down, and began the work of getting rid of the evil mind. When the last gray thread was grasped by Huan Huan, Li Chang'an also stopped the beast-controlling resonance and ate the remaining half of the yellow heart fruit. Tired mind. Very soothing. "Okay." Li Chang'an stood up and said to Bai Walingyuan, "The situation is much better than that of Senior Jinjia's daughter, but she still needs to be replenished." The Bai Wu Ling Yuan explored the body of the little monkey. It was indeed as Li Chang'an said. Most of its potential had been consumed. He said with satisfaction, "Good." It looked at the Queen of Tiger Peak. "Do you mind if I can also be a middleman?" Queen Hufeng originally wanted to refuse, but she heard the white martial spirit ape say again, "With your temper, it would be great if 2 of the 10 victim groups can get in." Queen Hoofing was silent for a while, and the old monkey was telling the truth. If the white martial spirit ape goes to lobby other Warcraft groups, their gains will be much greater. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Queen Hoofing finally said, "We still need to talk about the allocation quota. This is natural." Bai Walingyuan smiled on his face. In the end, Queen Hoofing's revenue accounted for 40%, while Bai Walingyuan and Li Chang'an each accounted for 20%. But don't think that if the percentage of sharing is smaller, the income will be reduced. The 3 parties profited, and the reward required was not the original price of Queen of Tiger Peak. It would have more than doubled. Coupled with Bai Wu Ling Yuan's connections, the final profit was much greater than that of Li Chang'an and Hoofing Queen working alone. The white martial spirit ape said to the mountain-moving demon ape, "We are looking after the clan," and then rubbed its big hands together, like the Queen of Tiger Peak, recommending the group it thought was a suspected victim. Next, let's go first to the Qingmu Jiao clan. Li Chang'an seemed to see the golden light of resources shining in the eyes of the Queen of Tiger Peak and the white martial monkey. "What house is this?" a green pure-blood dragon asked. Bai Wuling Yuan touched his head and said, "I forgot." Behind it are more than a dozen overlord-level monsters with terrifying auras. All of them are the patriarchs of the victim tribe. The Queen of Tiger Peak tightly hugged Li Chang'an with one hand. It had changed from being wrapped in insect wings to holding Li Chang'an now, for fear of being abducted by other monsters. From birth to now, Queen Hoofing has never seen so many precious resources placed in her insect space. Every breath you take is filled with the fragrance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Li Chang'an shamelessly hugged Queen Hoofing's waist, originally thinking it would be very comfortable, but he ignored the hardness of the insect beetle. The hardness of the overlord-level insect beetle is harder than the hardest alloy in Dongwang Kingdom. Li Chang'an felt like he was hugging a cold granite bead. After this trip, more and more middlemen gathered together. The overlord-level monsters, after Bai Wuling Ape, were all self-taught, and they shamelessly stayed with them for a long time. This results in the subsequent victim groups being more disadvantaged. On the contrary, Li Chang'an was satisfied. Apart from Bai Wuling Yuan and Queen Hoofing, he gained the most. As for the 1,000-year-old blue sky tree, he had already obtained it. Bai Wuling Ape had thrown all the output of the Bluestone Ape clan for 20 years to Li Chang'an, and he didn't feel bad at all. Instead, it felt sorry for the large amount of non-renewable treasures stolen by the Queen of Tiger Peak. So in the end, its asking price became more and more cruel, and when it was about to run away on the road to death, a green divine bird stopped in front of the beasts. "The Emperor has an order." The guests returned to Hakka. The cyan divine bird spit out a green gold token, and some of the monsters who wanted to gain some benefits immediately shrank their necks and swallowed the words in their mouths. Li Chang'an's mouth twitched. Good guy, even Qing Emperor can't stand it anymore. This shows how crazy these monsters are when they suck up blood. The cyan divine bird looked at Li Chang'an and said calmly, "Human Li Chang'an, if the Emperor invites you, I will lead the rest of the Warcraft tribe, and the Emperor will pay you." Li Chang'an glanced at the Queen of Tiger Peak, who was very close at hand. Queen of Tiger Peak reluctantly let go of Li Chang'an. In the secret territory of Qinghua, no monster can disobey the Qing Emperor's orders. The blue divine bird waved its wings and picked up Li Chang'an in its talons. Li Chang'an held the talon of the sacred bird and was taken to the next victim group. The remaining Overlord-level monsters had regretful expressions on their faces, and their eyes kept drifting towards the white martial spirit ape and the Tiger Peak Queen, and finally settled on the white martial spirit ape. The smile on the Bai Wuling ape's face suddenly stiffened, and he glanced around with a dangerous gaze. These cowards didn't dare to provoke that crazy bug, so they just noticed me. Compared with the Queen of Tiger Peak, who stands out from the crowd with her strength, she is also the overlord of orphans and widowers, which is different from Bai Wulingyuan, who brings up a family. Queen Hoofing wanted to save her only daughter. If she snatched her away, their tribe would not be able to live peacefully in the future and might even be exterminated. After all, he was already considered a loner at that time and had no worries, so he had no scruples when it came to attacking. But the biwling ape is completely different. It has many offspring and a huge group. None of the worries they have are left behind by the biwling ape. If you don't rob it to subsidize your family, why don't you rob the Tiger Peak Queen, a bug that is prone to getting angry? The Queen of Tiger Peak gave biwling ape a look that asked for blessings and disappeared into the sky amid the crowds of beasts greeting her. The White Martial ape looked at the group of overlord-level monsters with black energy gradually coming out behind them with numbness. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. Li Chang'an was brought to the remaining Warcraft groups by the Cyan Divine Bird, during which he also learned about the race of the Cyan Divine Bird. Ayamu Qingwan is also a pure-blood phoenix and a member of the Qingwan clan. In terms of strength, it is at the lower middle level among the group of overlord-level monsters just now, but behind it stands the Qing Emperor, so no monster dares to disrespect it. After peeling off all the confusing mind poison, Saimu Qingwan glanced at the ball of gray thread the size of a football in Huan Xian's hand with fear. It's very troublesome if it gets stained with this stuff. I didn't expect this little fox to be in my hand so easily. I don't know where this freak came from. Huan excitedly informed Li Chang'an. Darling, there are so many. Li Chang'an couldn't help but show excitement in his eyes. With so many confusing mind poisons, if they are completely refined, how much bigger can his mind tree grow? To what extent can Huan develop her unskilled talent for confusing the gods? This ball of gray thread was the most precious treasure he got when he came to the Qinghua secret realm. Sure enough, wool is the most refreshing. Can you destroy this thing or seal it? I'm dizzy looking at it. Kai Chiewei couldn't help but say. Li Chang'an said, "Oh," and glanced at Huan. Huan violently put all the diluted poison into a jade bottle. These jade bottles picked up from Huanyue Divine Kingdom are made of real resistance. Until now, Li Chang'an has not found anything that can burst these jade bottles. No wonder the old guys at Dongwang Academy of Sciences haven't returned the jade bottle to him yet. Saimu Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief, and when it didn't notice it, his tone became a little softer. Now that the matter is done, let's go see the Emperor. Li Chang'an probed. What does Qing Emperor want from me? Saimu Qingwan's pair of phoenix eyes, glowing with 7 colors of light, revealed a look that was indeed like this. Said, the Emperor gave me a message. The original words are this. Don't worry that I will be bad for you. It is better to say that I am worried that shameless old guy by Suikong will come to take advantage of you. Saimu Qingwan looked a little guilty and explained, the Emperor doesn't usually talk like this. Li Chang'an's face twitched. An eco-owner who was so familiar with his master couldn't be more serious. On the way to Qinghua Tree, Li Chang'an took the opportunity to ask Saimu Qingwan if he had laid eggs. He was so shocked that Saimu Qingwan almost threw Ji Chang'an off. Saimu Qingwan gritted his teeth and said, I am the Emperor's divine envoy. How can I do such a thing? The implication is that it is a young bird. Li Chang'an smacked his lips in regret. He remembered that Kong Sihui was on the path of the 5-colored Phoenix Emperor and had contracted 3 pure-blooded phoenixes, the Purple Sky Phoenix, the White Wind Honghu, and the Hell's Black Phoenix. If one contracts one more pure-blood Qingwan before the Saint level, the possibility of mastering the Holy Spirit state will be much greater. What a pity! My master has already contracted with 3 different pure-blood phoenixes, and their compatibility is over 90%. Li Chang'an said with regret. Saimu Qingwan seemed to be fine, but he could feel that the young Qingwan's body still shook slightly. This shows that there is hope. Saimu Qingwan's heart is full of distracting thoughts. The degree of compatibility is more than 90%, and there are 3 pure-blooded phoenixes of different types. It knows what this means. This means that this person can adapt to almost all Phoenix clan, and Li Chang'an mentioned this to it, indicating that the bird around that person has not yet contracted with the Qingwan clan. Saimu Qingwan closed her eyes in pain and experienced firsthand the cunning of humans among the emperors. It is said that the high-blooded tribes are very arrogant and look down on human beastmasters, but this is not necessarily the case. It depends on who makes the contract. Like when Miaohua, wouldn't Ice Qilin Xiaobai just stick to it? Similarly, humans like Kong Sihue, who are close to the Phoenix tribe, are also extremely attractive to lone phoenixes like them. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. This is the current situation of I Am Qingwan. Li Chang'an was brought to the Qinghua tree by Saimu Qingwan. Is this the Qinghua tree? He had seen many trees, but the Qinghua tree gave him the most special feeling. It is no different from an ordinary tree, but it can make people feel good. Yes, this is the Qinghua sacred tree. Saimu Qingwan's inner pride temporarily overshadowed his distracting thoughts. I will take you to see the emperor. Saimu Qingwan waved his wings, unfolded a blue light door, and led Li Chang'an to an elegant courtyard. After Saimu Qingwan came here, his figure suddenly became much smaller, as big as a pet bird. Sitting in the center of the courtyard is a handsome man wearing a blue and black robe, with long black hair casually split on his shoulders. Not only is there no sense of clutter, but there is a touch of uninhibited freedom and ease. Saixia, thank you for your hard work. The handsome man touched Saimu Qingwan's head, and his deep eyes fell on Li Chang'an. I didn't expect that a treasure like you would appear in Dongwang Kingdom. Li Chang'an immediately realized that this man who looked like a human being was Qing Emperor and said respectfully, I have met Senior Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor waved his hand and motioned for Li Chang'an to sit down. You don't have to be so polite. Bai Suikong was not so formal when he took away my 10 purple fruits. The expression on Li Chang'an's face was almost tense. He had just been tricked by Kong Sihue in the night watch department, and then he was tricked by Bai Suikong. Qing Emperor looked at Li Chang'an's collapsed expression happily and poured him a cup of tea. Picked from the Qinghua tree. This is this year's new tea. Try it. It's good for your health. Li Chang'an had no right to refuse, so he picked up the teacup and took a sip. With Qingdi's strength and intelligence, there was no need to go to such trouble to kill him. One mental force is enough. As soon as he drank the tea, Li Chang'an felt a warmth rising in his belly, gradually spreading throughout his body, and he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. What effect does this have? After the warmth disappeared, Li Chang'an felt relaxed all over, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off him. He gently clenched his fists, and a stronger strength than before was born. A look of satisfaction appeared on Qingdi's face, and he explained, It's just a simple healing. Li Chang'an was stunned. Is it that simple? Qingdi added, Your special moon dew is indeed extraordinary, but after all, it is not a skill specifically used for healing. If it is the living dead, flesh and bones, there are few skills in the world that can compare with this special kind of dew. But when it comes to healing, this kind of moon dew is far from meeting my standards here. When Li Chang'an thought about it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Silver Galu was indeed unique in terms of hanging lives. How many times did he wander to the edge of death? But he was brought back by the silver laurel moon dew. Qing Emperor stared at Li Chang'an affectionately, seeming to be thinking about something, and like an elder, he said, You used to like to fight hard, although you survived. But there are too many hidden wounds in the body, which will ultimately have a bad impact on the future. Although Li Chang'an was puzzled by Qingdi's attitude, he was even more puzzled by the so-called hidden injury. You should know that every time he went back to Donglin University, F***K, he would go to the medical room of Donglin University for a physical examination, but no hidden injuries or sequelae were found. Qingdi saw Li Chang'an's doubts and said gently, The scope of hidden injuries is not just injuries. The term broken mirror is difficult to repair was invented by humans very early. The same goes for people. After muscles, blood vessels, and bones are damaged, general treatment skills can repair them. They will look the same as before, but after all, they have been damaged, and some changes will occur. These changes will more or less cause slight changes to the body and increase your own burden. This is the hidden injury I'm talking about. After this explanation, Li Chang'an won. It's like an enlightenment. According to this statement, Silver Osmanthus Moon Dew is indeed unqualified. This skill is not the kind of silent treatment that moisturizes things, but is used to save lives. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an drank all the tea in the cup in one gulp. He couldn't waste it. This was all small money that he would have to pay in the future. Qing Emperor's eyes were gentle, and he filled another cup of tea for Li Chang'an. This time Li Chang'an didn't dare to drink. He showed his courtesy for nothing and was either a traitor or a thief. Forget it once. It is obviously unreasonable for a terrifying and powerful man who stands at the top of the ecological master to pour tea for a level 9 beastmaster twice in a row. Qingdi's eyes were sincere, and he said with a smile, "The fact that I pour you tea has nothing to do with the thing I want to entrust you with. Do you believe it?" Li Chang'an, "You see whether I believe it or not." The Qing Emperor smiled helplessly. "Okay, let me tell you straight away, I really want you to do something for me. After the thing is done, how about giving you an ancient dragon cup?" Li Chang'an made a growl in his throat, and at this moment Qingdi's gentle face looked like an abyss succubus full of temptation.